Hello, PUBG Esports fans. PUBG's second global offline tournament in 2023 after PGS1. PUBG Global Series 2, powered by Gamers 8, will kick off on August 10th in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. PGS2 is a 2-week-long tournament where 24 teams will compete for a total prize pool of $2 million. The 24 teams consist of 16 teams that advance through the regional qualifiers of APAC, Americas, China, EMEA, and Korea, along with 8 PUBG global partner teams. The biggest change in PGS2 is that the battles will take place on a total of 3 different maps: Erangel, Miramar, the 2 classic maps, and the newly introduced Taego. Teams will be divided into 3 groups: Group A, B, and C, and they will compete with each other over 3 days in the group stage. Then, the top 16 teams will advance to the winner's bracket, while the bottom 8 teams will fall into the loser's bracket. The top 8 teams of the winner's bracket will secure their spot in the grand finals, while the remaining 8 teams will join the rest of the group stage teams in the loser's bracket. The loser's bracket is the final gateway to the very last stage of the tournament. Only the top 8 surviving teams will advance to the grand finals. In the grand finals, the 16 best teams will compete in 18 matches over 3 days. On the final day, only one team will emerge victorious, claiming the $600,000 grand prize and becoming the champion of PGS2. But that's not all. The top 4 teams with the highest points total from PGS1 and PGS2 will qualify directly for PGC 2023. PGS2, powered by Gamers 8. Who will seize the loot and claim the trophy to secure the direct ticket to PGC 2023? Stay tuned.
Looks like you need my help. Go down! Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. All right, here we go.
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away. Rapid fire.
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Ah, the power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell. I'll show you overwhelming power.
My turn. Take that.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر انا تجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
Welcome to Update 25.1, where we introduce a powerful new armament, new desert gales that will reshape your strategies on the harsh landscape of Miramar, and an iconic collaboration that's sure to turn heads. Let's get right to it. First, get ready for a seismic shift in your arsenal with the Dragunov, a formidable DMR that's tough to handle but hits like a freight train. This 7.62mm powerhouse, available as a world spawn in both normal and ranked, not only provides a gameplay balancing between high risks and high rewards, but also heralds a chance-based high damage system. For a comprehensive rundown, don't forget to visit the patch notes. Up next, we have the Miramar sub-update. Discover Pertona, a new territory with opportunities for exploration and looting. Watch out though, the familiar red zone is now replaced with a unique sandstorm that sweeps the battlegrounds. This isn't your ordinary storm. It inflicts damage, obscures your vision, slows your pace, and wreaks havoc on your electronic gear. If you're craving more agility, we're also deploying the zip lines. Utilize the zip lines for swift, strategic traversing between islands and bridges. Plus, we've modified some locations, cut back unnecessary areas, and much more. But wait, that's not all. The Crafter Pass returns, featuring an ultra-luxury collaboration with the iconic sports car brand, Aston Martin. Blaze across the battlegrounds embodying style, luxury, performance, and exclusivity. Want to know how to obtain these iconic skins? Check out the upcoming Aston Martin announcement for all the details. We have heaps more in store for you this update, including a brand new Team Deathmatch map, the Boardwalk, and more. Be sure to read the patch notes for a comprehensive rundown of all the new updates. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر. أنا تجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah.
A warm welcome as we only have 3 days remaining here for PGS2, and it's the grand finals here for all of these teams to try and secure themselves the championship here at PGS2. My name's Kalaris, I've got with me Matcham, I've got Toby, I've got Martin to talk about all of the cool things that are going on here. And what is important to note here, Matcham, is the fact that our team's roads were different. Some went through the winners, some went through the losers here, and it creates a weird dynamic.
Yeah, we had a very strong Sonics lineup that was coming in addition with FaZe through the prelude that we had to the grand finals, right? Very strong performance coming out of them, and then we went into the lower bracket, and through that, we've had teams such as Navi and Perfectix just come alive. We look back at those teams that were being so solid inside of Sonics, FaZe, and whatnot, and they've had to take 3 days off watching, just trying to regroup. And I'm curious to see how that's going to affect in, because we often talk about how good some of these teams can come out of these lower brackets now that they're much more warmed up and fresh and ready versus 3 days off.
Well, as you say, some teams in that winners did fantastic, of course. Yep. Sonics was able to top that out. And actually, FaZe as well here, Toby, looked brilliant in the winners.
It's been phenomenal to see them as a team we've always had on our radars, as these are 4 players that can really go out and get things done. But in the past, in Globals especially, FaZe has had a hard time making grand finals. Here now, we heard it from Fix as well. We actually had a pretty easy time making grand finals, and I think a lot of that is the tribute to how they've moved around on the roster. Jeems stepping in as the main IGL now, Gustav now taking over what was Jeems' kind of flex position off angle spots. He is now filling a role that I think in most other teams, that would be the player that maybe talks the least on the team, who would be in that spot in particular. And now you have a Gustav, a former IGL on the team, who's sat there. When you're the flex player, when you're the one split up from the remaining 3, you're the only one seeing what you're currently looking at, because all the other players are looking the other direction. So having Gustav there to constantly feed info to the rest of the team is huge when you have a FaZe play style that very much caters into adapting to what other teams like to do.
Yeah, and of course, on top of that, I think the most cool thing about this tournament is how we've had so many teams that have had such a good event so far. Yeah. And it could be basically everyone coming in and taking this thing home. Also, we're deciding 3 more teams that are going to PGC. Already at this point here, 17 Gaming, they are going to PGC, but there's going to be 3 more teams coming into this, and we have, I feel like it's almost no clue who it is going to be, because there are so many contenders that could come and take this thing home.
I think the bigger kind of story around a lot of what we've seen is, yes, okay, so we saw America do well with Sonics and FaZe, obviously for EMEA. We've seen the teams from EMEA also do pretty well when it comes to the losers bracket and stuff like that. APAC has shown up, and it's been awesome to watch, Matchroom.
It is. They're bringing an entirely different meta. We often talk about how sometimes the mid game in PUBG can be a bit slow. Not this time. This time we're getting a lot of innovation, specifically the amount of effort. I'm very curious to see it goes into making sure that you're tracking, picking up those right teams in rotation. Because if you say bump into, I don't know, FaZe and Sonics on one of their good days, that's not necessarily going to go as well for you in that APAC strategies. So now that we're moving into this bracket of it, I'm curious to see, are we going to see that mid-game firefight continue?
Toby, I've got a question for you. Which team, not player, team, is going to use the most emergency pickups, do you think?
I feel like with 0-5 in the finals, that's a dead giveaway, because they're trying to break some sort of record doing it at every map. One thing I will say, though, is I think teams are prepared for that coming into this. So the success that they had in winners bracket with the emergency pickups, I think they might get shot out of the sky more often than they would like here in the grand finals.
Maybe. They were able to thread the needle when it came to the winners bracket. So who knows? Avenger, any final thoughts?
Yeah, of course, it's really interesting to see who's going to be using most emergency pickups, but who's going to be using the best time, right? This is really interesting.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head to a break. When we return, we have got PGS2 Grand Finals underway.
你好，你好。感觉这边天气很炎热，然后其次官方组织的活动也是非常多样化，在这边的体验很开心。
여행을 이렇게 돈이 없이 온 건 처음인데.
ก็คาดหวังว่าจะได้ไปชมวิวโดยรวมของริยาดครับของเมืองนี้
사진 보니까 실내 같아 보이길래 시원할 것 같아서 보인 것 같아요.
뭐야?
몇 층까지 올라가? 99. 나 고소공포증 있는데.
太高了，风景很好，我感觉能看到尼亚的所有地方。没有安全感，虽然感觉没事，但是还是没有安全感。ก็ดีใจครับแล้วก็สวยมากครับวันนี้
想一想，人呢？能讲讲两个人帮助拍一组照片？来，直接来。
One, two, three.
네, 선수님 5명.
One, two, three.
”你怎么看？哇！啊，这个还好。右边。进来。진짜 괜찮은데?
3번이.
나쁘지 않다.
왜 나쁘지 않아?
그래, 쉽잖아.
빨리. 빨리. 오케이, 됐어.
Six.
오케이.
Let's go.
这一排的慢吗？你他妈根本不好。哦喽。Party? Yeah. Oh my god. Yummy. Yeah, thank you. 엄마가 술 좋아.我也想养狗，所以录。Very good. PGS 1คุณเป็นแชมป์คุณมีเทคนิคอะไรที่จะบอกเราไหมเพราะว่าเราเพิ่งมา PGS ครั้งแรก
就是保持好心态，不要畏惧每一支队伍，相信自己，更要相信队友，相信团队，加油！
석유 부자가 되면 영입하고 싶은 선수가 누구예요?
Prelude So you good เป็นแชมป์ PGS 2ครับ
卫冕冠军。
맞아보기 전이니까 최대한 열심히 해보겠습니다.
To get the quad, it should be the case. Are we going to be the first quad kill of the game? No, just two. Third one comes through the second time around him.
They just need to go for a trade. They're still playing this so passive with that amount of knocks, and finally Daku will go up and narrowly.
Too many angles, but Twisted Minds, keep in mind.
And you called it. It was going to be 17 coming up on the bottom side from the south. And all the other teams have to be very aware, but Sizzy will find it, and so will Larix. And all of a sudden, 17 is down to just one, but they will wipe.
Throw it down. He is such a flank position. Nurit's gonna go down and Forrest finds two. Now they got the line on the Flash. He picks up another one, 1v1. Munto one side, Flash on the other.
That destructible Abel has not gone down yet. One of the members here of Day Trade is trying to just crawl forward. It's just down to a big battle. Flash is going left and right, and he will find it.
Just one member up for E-Arena, throwing out the Molotovs, throwing out whatever he can, just trying to retreat. But let's not forget, Taego is still hanging out around here, waiting to catch up with whoever wins this firefight and has to leave it. That's going to be, yes, technically double blue zone, but still cannot find this last member of E-Arena, cannot put the bullets into him, as it is just so well defended on this outside area. Make the push in, it's getting risky, problems abounding. These boxes being an issue, but finally
well aware that they are in all kinds of control towards the north. Instantly after, though, E-Arena pushes in from the south side, so Twisted Minds has to react quickly.
They've been defending so well for multiple angles. That nade's going to land very close, not enough damage, but it does do enough to kind of stave off this push, as KM99 will be the only one to make it in the wall.
Players are prepped and ready. PGS2 starts right here, right now.
Twenty-four teams had the opportunity to get to this stage, and now only 16 remain as we have ourselves these 16 teams competing for the chance to become the PGS2 champion here live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the desk. My name's Kalaris. Joining me to our left-hand side, my partner in crime, it's Mr. Avenger. How you doing, fella?
I'm fantastic, and I'm super excited to get things started. Excited to get things started here as we start talking here. And of course, even though you feel like you're a little bit further away from me than I like you to see, maybe we'll get closer once you get deeper into the grand finals. But yeah, honestly, here as we were talking about in the pre-segment, it could be down to anyone winning this thing, right? It's some really good teams we have in here. We have some jokers, we have some underdogs, but we have some teams that have been performing really, really well throughout this tournament here and having some fantastic situations for them, both through the winners and the losers and the group stages.
Yeah, we had, of course, 7-game day played here for all of this, and now we find ourselves in the grand final after that day off. All the teams have had a chance to recuperate and get themselves to grips with what they're going to be facing here in the grand finals, and it's all for this. An opportunity to strike out at $600,000 for first place, $2 million in total, and already we've seen a lot of money allocated across MVPs, across unstoppable teams, so these teams have got a lot to play for in the grand final.
And we got even more of that in the grand finals, and also, of course, the big bucks coming in the top 5 where it really starts getting fun, $100,000 plus that you're able to get some of these fantastic PGS points that we're going to be coming into later. Format, of course, we've been playing the group stage, we've been through the winners bracket and losers where we found our top 8 from winners and our top 8 from losers. And now here we have 8 teams looking at the grand finals, hoping that they're there, and the 16 teams playing a best of 18 with 3 Taegos to go. That's exciting.
And it was an interesting winners and losers, if you think about it, right? Well, of course, we had Sonics and FaZe looking fantastic in that winners bracket. In the losers bracket, we had Twisted Minds and 17 being able to top that out. So a little bit of sprinkling of China in there, but for the most part, Western teams did great in both winners and losers here. So, yeah, as you say, it's kind of all to play for in terms of which region's going to come out with this.
Yeah, and then we saw what we were kind of not expecting, maybe, but like a little bit of a surprise. In the group stage, we had both Taego, Server, like all these teams have been popping off throughout as well, you know. It's been really good to see. And in general, here, of course, the road to PGC, the PGS
very
points,
important now.
Really important here. This is the time where we're really getting a lot of them, and it's in the top 5 is very likely to be the 3 teams, remaining teams, that is going to be joining 17 gaming, because they've already guaranteed themselves to go to PGC through that, of course.
And 2 names on everyone's lips here. The players to watch, brought to you by LG Ultra Gear, immerse and Perfectix. immerse, he's already accrued himself 2 MVP slots, both in that winners and in the group stage. Perfectix took it in that losers bracket here, but I mean, he had equal, if not maybe even higher pop-off moments than immerse in that losers bracket.
Yeah, for sure. And now, of course, the Gamers 8 Club Awards has been updated now that with some bit of guarantees with some of the teams playing here. Still really interesting. We have Twisted Minds, we have Team Falcons, but they need to get top 8 here to be able to get onto this leaderboard, because you need to have 2 top 8 placements in any game here.
Bear in mind, it's $5 million. For third place alone, it's $800,000. So if Twisted Minds is able to get even a little bit more on the board, they could be making even more. But here's what we're seeing today. We've got ourselves double Miramar, of course, into Taego, and then triple Erangel to round things out today. Tomorrow we'll reverse that with the Miramars and the Erangels, and then the last day we'll be doing exactly the same thing here. So let's talk about some of these teams, because I'm excited to see how they're going to fare here. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think China's going to come back strong. They all found themselves in the losers bracket, but I think they're going to have walked away and are going to bring some fire here, like Honor brings fire with the Magic 5G Pro, the 5 Pro even, I should say, from highhonor.com, so make sure to check that out. But yes, I think that China's going to bring some fire to the finals. What do you think?
I think so too, and as you've been talking about here, I think all of the regions are coming into this, and they legit can have a chance to take home this victory here. We're looking at some of the kind of redemption angles, like they're coming back, and they're like, okay, that's a really rough group stage for China. It was looking really rough in general for them, but now 4M is looking pretty strong, and I have pretty high confidence on them. Also, if you look at the fantasy side of things, they're really cheap, so good options for them. And on the side, you have a team like Cerberus that are like, okay, this is, at this point feels like one of the favorites to win after what we've seen from him. And of course, he went into the winners bracket doing so well, fragging out here, so he can have an off day on his birthday. So of course, 2 days ago he had the birthday. 20 years old only, super young team, of course. So of course, a late belated birthday, have wishes to him.
Yeah, fantastic, fantastic. And I think a team like Cerberus is going to be rocking their Spotify playlists, getting all good to go here for the tournament, because they looked phenomenal in the group stage. They looked great in the winners, even though they didn't kind of top that out. Right. They still had moments of pop-off, moments of greatness here. So I keep saying it. I do think maybe immerse right now might be the best player in the world. If he was able to do it here in the grand finals as well, it'd be hard to contest that, I think.
We'll just give him a crown, a trophy and everything. You know, here, a big winner, chicken dinner bucket from KFC, whatever you want. Like, it's anything you want.
I have a question for you, though. Yeah. Looking at the Western teams, who do you have your eyes on for potentially to take it all?
I gotta say, Sonics and FaZe, that they have been looking extremely strong, right? And if you're able to kind of replicate that performance that they had winners going into the grand finals in general, I think that is something that you have to be a little bit scared about, because a team like that on fire that, you know, just have so high confidence from a winner's bracket. And it's going to be very similar when you talk to, like, in terms of both the meta, how it's playing out, and also we saw in the Fex interview a little bit was, you know, we're going to be looking at how the other teams are playing, like very analytical approach, very like cohesive mind there. Like, it's very good.
I think someone like Tiggleton on Sonics, he might be one of the only guys that's using the mortar brilliantly in the late game as well, and that obviously could come into as a factor here for the finals. But anyway, thank you very much, Erangel. It is time to get things going here. Not only for Gamers 8, for PGS2, it's the grand finals. One team's going to walk away with $600,000. Fight through all of this. Oh, it's Babsang head and hella. Yes!
They have the advantage. They're taking now. There is a great. Oh!
It looks like these angles are pretty open and safe. Nobody's playing to the north of them. They're just going to go ahead and go for the flushes. 4 Angry Men is going to be bouncing around in front of him. But I mean, Taego, where do you even go? You're just.
He'll clean up Navi by himself.
It's going to be Alia opening up, gets the knock on Roth, looks back down Page as well. Pixel hiding inside the smokes.
What a crazy game that was.
Starting to play this more aggressively. Taking the shots in, gets another knock, gets another one. 17 Gaming doesn't care about nothing.
It does do enough to kind of stave off this push, as KM99 will be the only one naked in the wall, but Perfectus will jump.
As he's able to take him down. Teaming finally peeks on forward, finds the knock on one. Roger hit his time around, but it ain't gonna happen. Genji out. Nonix now down to half HP. Does that need connect? Not needed, because there comes Capitan over the hill. Great clean out from Falcons.
Beautiful introducing now, gonna pour over. He's gonna find one. Goes for the second question mark. Erangel is gonna be looking at this from over the ridge.
His vengeance, he's got the nade prepped.
It could be a huge.
He's gonna toss it in. It's gonna roll right on top of him. And now Menuda last one up spray. And oh, here it goes.
Five is just looking for it.
They just used that opportunity. That was a smoke thrown down. About a quick spin coming up from H1's gonna get the knock on the one of mine. Trying to play from the defender, but no. Sonic's gonna be
looking for some swarm of boys they can find. As they're gonna get a double there. Correxy just doing so much damage, and Navi will fall.
At this stage, H1 goes for a good flank into it. Gets knocked on a one. He gets the second one.
This is the PUBG Global Series 2 Grand Finals.
حياكم الله جميعا في PUBG Global Series 2 Grand Finals.
Qualifying to the Grand Finals with a 1-point difference, making their finals debut, If You Mine Game PT.
متأهلين للنهائي الكبير بفارق نقطة واحدة فقط، وأول تواجد لهم في نهائي عالمي If You Mine Game PT.
The breakout stars, finishing second in the group stage, Taego.
النجوم الصاعدة وأصحاب المركز الثاني في مرحلة المجموعات، رحبوا معي بأحد ممثلين الإقليم الصيني، تايلو.
Emerging from the wilds of APAC to appear in their first international grand final, Forest Gaming.
الممثل التايلندي المتأهل من غابات آسيا والمحيط الهادئ بأول تواجد لهم في نهائي بطولة عالمية فورست جيمنج.
Storming back in the second day of the losers bracket to stand on this stage, 4 angry men.
تحت قيادة سيبيان وأبطال التصفيات الصينية والدوري الصيني بعودة مخيفة في فئة الخاسرين للوقوف على هذا المسرح النهائي. 4 angry men.
The mercenaries of APAC, who never back down from a fight. The Expendables.
الممثل الفيتنامي تحت قيادة دكتوس أبهرونا في مرحلة المجموعات وفئة الخاسرين، لكن هل بإمكانهم فعلها مرة ثانية في النهائي؟ أعزائي المشاهدين، The Expendables!
Next up, third place finishers from the losers bracket and current reigning world champions, Na'Vi.
أصحاب المركز الثالث من فئة الخاسرين وأبطال العالم لعام 2022 نافي.
Your defending PGS1 champions and runners-up from the losers bracket. Give it up for 17 Gaming.
أصحاب المركز الثاني من فئة الخاسرين والمدافعين عن لقبهم أبطال PGS1 التنين الصيني العظيم 17 Gaming.
Claiming first place in the losers bracket with a massive 67 kills, Twisted Minds.
من أبطال إقليمهم إلى أبطال فئة الخاسرين برصيد جبار 67 كيل، Twisted Minds.
The Kings of Korea, qualifying from the winners bracket. Make some noise for Gen G.
الملك الكوري المتأهل من فئة الفائزين. رحبوا معي أعزائي المشاهدين والحاضرين بفريق جن جي.
Taking 7th place in the winners bracket. But make no mistake, they are the hometown heroes. Give it up for Team Falcons.
أصحاب المركز السابع صقور المملكة تيم فالكونز.
The EMEA powerhouse that will leave you wondering, what just happened? Question mark.
القوة الأوروبية العجيبة اللي عليهم علامة استفهام. Question mark.
The new pride of Korea with aims to take the crown. Make some noise for Danawa Esports.
فخر كوريا الجديد بهدف أخذ الكأس وتحقيق اللقب. رحبوا معي أعزائي الحاضرين والمشاهدين دانوا Esports.
Next up, we have the Terrors of PGS2 and the Guardians at the gate. Make some noise for Cerberus Esports.
الممثل الفيتنامي وصاحب رصيد أعلى كلات في مرحلة المجموعات وفئة الفائزين سيربرس إي سبورتس.
The breakout stars and third place finishers in the winners bracket. Welcome to the main stage, Teraton 5.
الحصان الأسود في البطولة العالمية وأصحاب المركز الثالث من فئة الفائزين تيراتون 5.
Back with a vengeance from PGS1 and the runners-up from the winners stage. Give it up for FaZe Clan.
عائدين بانتقام من PGS1 واصحاب المركز الثاني من الوينرز براكت. رحبوا معي اعزائي الحاضرين بفريق FaZe Clan.
And last but certainly not least, your first place finishers and the hope of North America. Give it up for Sonics.
أخيراً وليس آخراً الممثل الأمريكي أصحاب المركز الأول في فئة الفائزين أعزائي المشاهدين تيم سونيكس.
Riyadh, 7 days of competition have led to this point. 24 teams have now become 16, and the PGS2 trophy is now almost in reach. My name is Banks, and I am your host, and joining me here on the main stage is my co-host, Sandstorm. And welcome to the PGS2 Grand Finals, powered by Gamers8 and co-hosted by Crafton and VSPO.
حضورنا الكرام أعزائي المشاهدين 7 أيام من المنافسة وصلتنا لهذه المرحلة الأخيرة. ال 24 فريق صاروا 16 والآن أمامهم الفرصة للمنافسة على الكأس وعلى لقب أبطال PGS2. معاكم في التقديم ساندستورم وبرحب معاي في المسرح التاريخي بارني بانكس. ومرحبا فيكم حياكم الله جميعا في نهائيات البطولة PGS2 مقدمة من Gamers8 تحت رعاية VSPO وكرافتون.
The best teams in the world will be standing on this very stage, ready to go toe-to-toe over the next 3 days of competition. It really is going to be absolutely phenomenal. So, they all have one objective in mind, PGS2 Champions, and of course, the $2 million prize pool. So with that being said, and without any further delay, we are going to hand it over to the desk so that they can break everything down, and we can get the Grand Finals started.
أفضل فرق في العالم الآن متواجدين معانا في هذا المسرح التاريخي في بوليفارد الرياض أرض الأبطال. وخلال ال3 أيام الجاية الكل عنده الفرصة للمنافسة على هذا الكأس وعلى لقب أبطال PGS2 وأكيد ما ننسى جوائز $2 مليون. والآن من غير أي تأخير أعزائي الحضور والمشاهدين والمتابعين من جميع أنحاء العالم خلينا نبتدي المرحلة الأخيرة من البطولة. خلينا نبتدي ال PUBG Global Series 2 Grand Finals.
And we cannot wait to see what they all bring because we know it's going to be absolutely fantastic.
If we are able to perform like we have up until now, I think we can easily win. We have no mercy and no worries. All we have is victory.
We only have one wish this time. And that's for our competitors to watch us lift the trophy.
Question Mark has the strongest mentality and no one can stop us.
PGS2는 저희만 봐도 충분해요. 어차피 저희 팀만 나올 거기 때문에. The grand finals will start with FaZe Clan and end with FaZe Clan.
มีคนเป็นพอเราเยอะครับพวกผมก็ตื่นเต้นที่จะแบกรับความคาดหวังเหล่านี้เอาไว้ครับ
Xin lỗi nhưng mà chúng tôi quá mạnh ở PGS2 lần này nên kết thúc quá dễ dàng đối với chúng tôi.
Guardamos nuestro verdadero nivel para la gran final. Así que nadie va a poder detenernos cuando estemos en el máximo nivel.
이전 순위는 신경 쓰지 않습니다. 진짜 시작은 지금부터니까요.
Don't forget that we're still here too. We are not gonna let anyone win this tournament.
虽然我们掉入了败者组，但是无所谓，我们会逆转乾坤。
我们会把你们逐个击破。
Chúng tôi sẽ tạo ra bất ngờ bằng cách giành chức vô địch.
หลบหลีกพวกเราให้ดี ถ้าไม่อยากโดนหมาจนตอกล้อมกัด
로얄 로더가 되기 위한 시나리오는 완성된 것 같고요. 마무리까지 잘 해보겠습니다.
The team that will stay eventually in front of the trophy is Navi.
我们就是奔着卫冕冠军来的。
بطل الرياض لم يحدد بعد.
Champion has yet to be decided who is going to loot the trophy. You can see all of the players coming in with confidence as we are now ready to get the grand finals underway. I'm Matcham, I'm joined by the man himself, Toby, and we're going to be taking today's action.
I am so freaking excited to get this going. Nothing gets us juiced up more than these intro videos. All these teams have battled for the better part of a week and a half to try and claim the trophy, to try and become the PGS2 champions. Will it be the teams that brawled their way through the losers bracket or the well-rested teams coming in from the winners bracket that will come off strong? One thing is for sure here, Matcham, the teams have got to hit the ground running. You have to get off to a good start because this lobby is so incredibly stacked.
Yeah, and so that wouldn't be surprised. You can see everybody's already doing their reviews, maps, everything else like that, going, okay, how the drops coming in. There is so much homework that has to go into specifically these first few games. You want to start off on the right foot. So that said, we're going to need to make sure that we're keeping an eye out for a lot of our X Factor, specifically APAC teams and how they navigate those circles 3s and 4s. We've been seeing a lot of early game violence come out of them trying to build themselves up. Points per game, all that is great. But momentum is what each one of these teams are trying to aim for right at the get-go.
One extra day might not seem like much, but we are playing 18 instead of 12 matches, and believe you me, the margin for error is going to be so much more hard to play on through. You do not have space to make big mistakes again when you have some of these teams that you know for a fact will come up with pretty much 3-4 points guaranteed every single game. Every 0-point match you have yourself is you flying further down the leaderboard.
And here we go. Let's kick off everything, making our way over to Miramar to get everything set up. Quite apropos to kick off everything on Miramar, given the fact that we are over here in Riyadh right now. See how the desert's going to treat our players.
And treat our players it will, with a very, very, very southern plane to kick things off. In all fairness, I cannot come up with a plane right now that could be more southern than what we're given here. We're almost flying south of Los Leones. That is as cruel of a start that these players will have to go through.
Yeah, so Northern Team's going to be facing some hurdles inside of it. There is some loot to be had down in the south. We might actually see Prison and Mina del Sur get some attention, as well as Los Higos is not necessarily the easiest pathing for a lot of our players. Vehicles, we might see some mix-ups on as well.
I love the fact that you bring up Prison, because I feel like if there's a time to have a proper Prison ending, I know it's not going to happen, but considering the fact that things are going to be changed up coming into the next tournament, it would be a time to see it. But let's take our eyes down towards Gen G, down towards the
third on 5, because this looks like a hot drop about to happen.
Just landing, trying to get the loot situated. You can see vehicles are going to be a big point of contention inside of this, given the way the circle is so southern. Almost none of our teams leading down into that southern area. This is going to be the Porto area that we're going to be looking at right now. You can see the T5's trying to regroup, but Gen.G reads it well. They step back, they lead PO on the high ground, not wanting to go too aggressive into this one because nobody wants to start this one off losing 2 team members right off the start.
And this is going to be a big test for Gen.G, a team that we know like to play as passive as possible come the first couple of circles. So them now being forced to adapt to what third on 5 is going to throw at them is going to make for a very interesting start to this one. Circle with the plane as far south as can be, practically, as this one is really a tough way to kick off the grand finals.
Toby, man, we've got so much water in this one. We've got Higos that's near on halfway through this circle.
It is a rarity. It is a rarity and then some. Cerberus, one of the teams, of course, on everyone's minds here. The standout team from the region in APAC has impressed everyone throughout this tournament. Immerse, Taego, the whole gang, they have been really impressive from start to finish. But do they have what it takes to go out and perform like they've done 3 brackets in a row?
Well, they are the most northern team at the time, cutting a path over there next to Pozo. And closest going to be to them is going to be Sonics, who actually made for a shift into Monte Nuevo. Force is going to have the compounds just to the south of them, that's spattering along that far western road. Outside that, no big surprises, as we are going to see 17 that do get into Pescado. We've got Twisted Minds that are playing up on the hillside just to the north of them. 4 Angry Men also making their Hacienda push. It's still just kind of how much are we going to see separation come out as, yes, T5 does manage to separate, get away from Gen.G.
And this actually is the best separation you could hope for if you're Gen.G, I suppose. Because again, as I said before, they don't mind playing on the edge. They don't mind playing it slow. And right now, they are the ones with the back to the north. They can wrap out. They can get away from here. Third on 5 seems like they will do the same thing. Issue for them could become they're driving straight down towards a question mark split. So we'll see if they catch that early on or if the first couple of kills will come through in just a half minute's time.
This is exactly kind of how I expect T5 to play this. This is a squad that we know doesn't like early game aggression, specifically holds on to emergency pickups for much later stages inside the game so that way they can try to bypass a lot of this. So playing into what they want to do right now, but as you said, they are continuing their quest over into the west. That might lead them into question mark, but Uber taking some shots at range, and that's going to be pretty far out into the 4 AM members, but nothing too bad just quite yet.
You say that, but 4 AM has had 3 people in a minivan. That is not where I'd want to be, especially not when you have Navi shooting at you. Good thing for them is that a few shots are being missed. Nice suppressive fires coming through from Crazy as they try and transition through to safety. They do not have Xiaopian anywhere near. He's still up towards Saint Martin. Again, it was a very southern plane, so these sort of early game commotions are bound to happen, but fortunately for 4 AM, out without casualties.
We're also seeing a big shift on the map right now of most of our teams realizing, okay, this circle sucks. So let's cut down to the south. We've already got Danawa making their move. FaZe in a good defended position already. They stay pretty much on plane path, so the circle highly favorable to them. Falcons also now stretching out of Los Leones. You can see starting to get into that FaZe sightline in just a bit. Not quite there yet. That hillside's going to kind of block out most.
And as we start breaking down all these rotations coming through into the circle, I will vouch, and I will do this a lot of times, I cannot underline it enough. If you have a phone, if you have a second monitor, if you have a second browser window available, get the map up on your stream or on your watch as well. Regardless of how you're watching it, it is a very helpful tool to have to understand exactly how these teams are trying to rotate. And you might not see them here on your main screen, but it's very important to understand exactly how all these teams are rotating in, to also understand how and why certain fights are taking place. So do exclamation mark in the chat to make sure, or exclamation mark map in the chat, sorry, to make sure that you have that map stream available, because it can really answer a lot of questions that you might be left with when you watch the tournament.
If you got a fan favorite that you're really just trying to beat in on, it's a good way to stay on top of them. Is, let's be honest, this is a pop-off circle. Something's going to go on here in just 1 second. We have to make the assumption that it's still going to lean into the south, but we still have all of Los Leones in play. I've been talking about how this is kind of one of my favorite areas of Miramar due to the verticality and how it comes to play. We've got the hay bales that are over here, but also very just declined hillsides that are going to make it to where teams can stack up a lot more efficiently. And given the fact of how much water's in here, this is about the best circle with this much water you can.
The best reason to like southern circles on Miramar is you can actually play without vehicles.
Yes,
the terrain allows for you to roam around because the grass is a little bit higher, because the dips are more accessible for the most part. You can play on foot, so even if you're one of those teams that crash in early, things don't go your way, you lose your car, you can still actually play it out. Whereas up towards the north, when it gets more barren, if you're in an open field there, you're pretty much done for. So we'll be curious to see how aggressive teams are going to dare to try and play here as compounds are already being claimed.
This is also a very peculiar circle to start off a grand final. Like we were just talking about, right? Nobody's wanting to take early game casualties. Everybody's wanting to play this one much safer to start off everything. Yeah. The circle isn't really allowing that. Most of our teams are managing to find pathing in. The hillsides are going to be enough for most of our teams to manage to make it into the circle pretty efficiently, right? Yeah. The issue is we've been seeing a very centered meta of our teams, and they lean into that. So if you're caught on the outside of this and the circle doesn't favor you, if it goes west, east, one of those two ways, and you're on the outskirts of this, you're going to have a hellacious time trying to navigate this.
And again, another factor when you look at the circle here, not only is half of it water, but you have the entirety of Los Leones still in on the northern side. So if you were to kind of do a percentage-wise of how much space is actually available, how much space are these players actually going to try and maneuver with, we're looking at half of phase one as being the area that players could potentially post up, and it's going to cause teams to run into each other, which might be what we're getting to see here with Gen.G's EJ running up towards the entirety of Taegu.
Taegu is stacked up on a very strong hillside. We should also note that there is the area that's to the west of Los Leones that's pretty open. There are some hills that are going to be leading into it, but that Chumacera decline is also pretty rough to play around. So we do have the opportunities of going from a very, I guess, safer area that we're playing in right now to just almost no man's land if this goes up to the northwest. And none of the teams wanting to lean into that right now. That's why we've seen such a just commitment into center, south of Los Leones. Every team is just like crossing their fingers, hoping and praying that it's going to go this way, because if it shifts up to the northwest, man, catastrophe awaits.
Again, Gen.G here playing this one slow, playing it smart. EJ not wanting to peek over the top, but he hadn't even seen them up here, but he knows this is a spot that teams would usually want to sit in early. If someone catches me off guard and they don't have a teammate there to trade my knock, I will go down instantly. So smart for him to wait. Hearing Taegu now leave as well, it's going to allow for Gen.G to wrap in and take more space. In the meantime, Taegu, of course, they use the spot to scout, like we will see from Gen.G in just a moment's time. They saw the compounds down here, they saw the warehouses, no vehicles around, no players roaming around. We should be good, and Taegu gets himself what could end up becoming a very, very high priority compound in this early circle.
I don't necessarily like taking warehouses early, but if you're going to take one in this circle, this is a very strong position to play from.
Yeah.
You've got some good vision up into the north. Also downside to it is they can kind of see you as well, but with the hillside, the way it's lined in, it's going to make it much more complicated unless you're playing very far to the north to get good angles into that warehouse itself. It's very centered, strong to be playing from, as most of our teams have managed to make it into the circles. Our outlier right now is going to be Cerberus, who is cutting a path just south of Picado. Roughly the same time 4 angry men are leaving Hacienda, so they are going to be able to see each other in just one moment. And 17 Gaming, realizing the strength of Taelu's compound, looks like they're trying to pry in and see if maybe they can get a knock or potentially push into this.
This is a weird situation where Xiaobei and Little Go saw the vehicle from Longs inside the warehouse. They know there's someone there. Taegu only heard the car pull up, so they don't know if it's one or potentially even 4 players in this position, but they are starting to wrap in this direction. Longs has clearly fed the info across to try and set up an ambush here against 17 Gaming.
I love the fact that they shifted 755 into this position. He's playing that outer wall. Technically, this is a disadvantaged fight for 17. They do have some support up to the north of it, and that means that if they have something that happens, they can potentially retreat. They should get some cover fire unless just a very quick flush comes into play. But Shin playing middle inside that crates tells you something. He's their shifting man. He's the one that's going to bounce up depending on how we see 17 opt into playing this.
It's a narrow angle for Longs to try and hold, and I completely agree with you. I mean, it's clearly Taegu here at the better position, considering where we have Xiaobei and Little Goes posted up right now. The only reason they're allowed to play outside there is because we're in phase 1. It's because there's no other teams around them. They would be very visible to teams on that northern side, but because, again, teams haven't gotten down here just yet, well, it's a little quiet.
It's also that open area, right? So they don't really have to worry about having their backs too revealed because they know that people aren't going to be wanting to play that northwestern positioning. T5 just cannot get away from people right now, as it's going to be a solo all locked in together. Circle does shift it onto the southwest, keeps in a decent chunk of water, but most of the team's still in play.
They're on 5, split up, trying to now regroup, but will they be able to do so in time? You have Melman, you have Example up close. Mel instantly finding Thalad, all 3 of them posted in the compound. Uber trying to hold off the back angle. He heard Rodsitted, he's going to try and force him back, and there's simply nothing They're on 5 can do in order to try and punish Na'Vi for this push. They see the split, they punish instantly. This is the warm Na'Vi that we warned everyone of. If they get going in Lotus bracket, they might be able to bring it in to the grand finals. Oh, headshot onto Padawan as well.
Oh, they're also getting vision. Oh, that's a second member down for T5. There is no way to escape this circle for him right now. It's down to just 2 members going to have to retreat, and they are still just locked into the coast. Whenever this ship's away from it, man, that is going to be hellacious. 2 members trying to walk into this circle. Sure, there is some pathing, but it is going to be harsh.
The most terrifying thing for Third on 5 here is wherever they go from here, you can be pretty sure that that's the exact same path that Na'Vi is going to be rotating in. So you'll probably see Na'Vi again at some point in this game. Now they'll keep going for a little while longer.
Na'Vi's even hopped inside of vehicles. You can see that they're extending out, making sure to push T5 as far away from them as possible, realizing and just using their numbers advantage. We also can see 17 getting more frisky into this compound. They do have 1 member and pushed most of Tyloo out of this line. And that's not the worst idea for Tyloo to kind of surrender this, because they are shifting to the south.
Exactly.
And that's kind of where you want to be anyway.
Exactly. The only terrifying thing is you can't give them too much space, but for now, I think both Tyloo and 17 should be just fine. Twisted Minds didn't like what they saw with that shift centering up. They knew that center compounds were going to be hard to claim, and therefore they parachute their way on in. Easy pickup for them, as once again Therodon 5 take casualties running into Sonics. But for Twisted Minds here, this is a great play for them. Issue is, I was just going to say, they're going to be visible to all the compounds around him.
Which was a small benefit. Twisted Minds jumping in here means the last member of T5, who's playing just to the south of this, didn't have all the attention coming his direction. So he's managed to find a little dip to hide in for now, and that's good for now, but I put a big quotation mark around that because it feels like that's not going to be the safest play for too much longer.
Pio able to find one. Again, Pio doing Pio thinks he's pretty much on the opposite side of Los Leones from his teammates, and sometimes Pio catches you off guard, and he did exactly that to HSMM. Should be an easy flush to come through. There you go, Pio finds one, but he has still yet to regroup with his teammates. So you can see for him, they were on the run, they were trying to get over to HS, but not in time. Pio gets away.
Does Pio ever regroup with his teammates? You know, it's almost like he comes over there and gives him like a high five, and he's like, hey, what's up? I'm going to go about another 200 meters that way now. So whenever it works though. And in this situation, he's going to pick up an early point, and we're looking at this. Points per game, specifically in these earlier sections, are a big deal. Just a kill here or there means that not only is 4 Angry Men going to have a much difficult time pathing into the circle, it's another point to try to establish some level of flow for the squad. As while Tyloo playing this very passively by comparison to how we've seen Tyloo play in the past.
I like this setup from them. Longs and Shen up close on the wall. They'll be able to hear all the footsteps should Xiao Wu and Su Shu up to peek down towards the south. On the other side, they'll have 755 and Xiao Yang there to try and shoot in their direction. And then, when they get a little overzealous, even if they might get a knock on Tyloo, they spring up out of nowhere and potentially find a knock or two in return. Nice positioning here for Tyloo to try and set up an ambush.
And this is also kind of the terrain around them that's allowing for this to happen at the time, as the area to the southwest of them is pretty open, not too much concern. God, still 50% water? All right, great. Keep on telling us where we're going to be going. Sonic's going to be vibing down there, as well as Na'Vi right along that coastline.
We're in phase 5 landmass available with the circle shift going this far down towards the south. Compound's already taken. If you're Twisted Mind, you'll be very pleased with what just happened here now. Tyloo peeking on over. Shen finds the double on the other side. Longs can't quite get the same, but the damage has already been done. 17 down 2, and Tyloo's trap worked perfectly.
Patience is going to be rewarded. Here comes the rest of 17 trying to roll by. Suju taking a lot of damage. He's going to go down to 755, and now just 1 member up, running into the horizon, but in front of them is going to be Falcons. They're having to contend up with what's going on with question mark. We also do have Dana on the topping side of their vehicles making a rotation. Looks like we are going to see the last member for 17 making a stop over. Tyloo's going to have to go ahead and hop inside their vehicles. Jinji's going to be coming up from the north, as well as just a tail end of events into this. This is such a crazy circle for the stage.
Yep. See viewers there, players from the losers bracket that didn't qualify their way on through, sat there watching, of course, wishing that they were the ones on the server right now. But this tournament has been fierce from start to finish, and even the good teams, and some of them have had a hard time qualifying on through.
4 Angry Men went ahead and took an emergency pickup. They've shifted in all the way down to the coast. They're now trying to just make landfall. They do manage to sneak away and find themselves a sneaky little compound. Well, I say a shack and some wood that might block some bullets, but not really all of the angles. But hey, you know, you're kind of rewarded about it. Hey,
Cerberus doing the exact same thing. Cerberus is doing the exact same thing. All these teams trying to maneuver on down south. They know that they cannot drive through this area. It's simply too bumpy roads. Your cars will be driving too slow for you to go past compounds without dying. And here comes Cerberus. They see question mark. They want to take the fight instantly.
Lands into this one. Best of luck trying to figure out, okay, we think that we have the pathing for this one to deal with. And oh man, there are so many problems. Self not coming in right off the get-go with it. And now Cerberus backs up against a wall, quite literally just trying to hide out away from this one. Regroup. They want to get Duck My back up, but they can't even really do it. Question mark. Just doing a good job of defending all the aerials. Sure, they're trying to get the throwables out there, bouncing out that railings. Can't quite find it yet, but Tycon, can he find something to work with?
Cerberus needs to deploy some utility. One smoke on the door there, or the wall would have been absolutely perfect to try and isolate, but it's not happening, and now they're starting to fall apart. Cerberus, again, it was a very, I don't want to say greedy, but desperation play coming through for them to try and make their way on in, and question mark quickly shuts it down, and needing to do so too, because question mark knows how many teams are around them. They have to shut that down before third parties come around.
Speaking of third-party potentials, we've got one that's brewing over here, as it is going to be the Expendables. Holding the line in defense as Jin G is now going to send it pretty aggressively in. Damon's already been spotted out. No one's trying to go for the push into it. Does get the knock. And while this is going on, Taego spots this up into the north, trying to get some more into it as well. You can see going to get the knock on appeal. Jin G just in absolute shambles on this rotation.
Yeah, nothing they can do on their approach here. EJ is going to be the last one on his feet, trying to get the safety. Sure, he's got the building for now, but Expendables should be pretty good in just wrapping back into the compound and claiming it for themselves now. Taego does get the knock onto 777, so that might just be them starting to look down in this direction too.
They've got their eyes in this direction, but realizing the fact that, you know, okay, we'll kind of let TE hold that for us. They're shifting a bit more into the north and into that center line. No surprise, pathing is going to be a lot easier there, given the way that the hillsides are playing for. Meanwhile, EJ, you can see his life just continuing to be a problem, trying to see if maybe this nade could get something. Fishing with dynamite, seeing if he can connect. Nade's going to go a bit too far. That wall just doing massive work for the Expendables right now. They're just going to brave themselves into it. But another nade from EJ. He's somehow trying to turn this one back around.
I was just going to say, there's a gas can on the ground too. If he can just deploy it in front of the door, maybe buy himself some more time. And again, Expendables really feeling the hurt here of being outside the building for too long. Because now Game PT is wrapping around, but finally the flush does come through. Tanwu, though, is still down as the rest is being committed to. Delwyn should be able to get on his feet as well, depending on what Game PT does here. But this is, again, a Game PT that I feel like are being too hesitant. They see two knocks on Expendables. They know there's no one playing behind him. Go up there, claim those kills. But of course, we're in grand final space. And seems like they do not like the idea of aggressively pushing into Expendables.
This is such a weird circle. I don't necessarily blame them. You have no idea when the next push is going to be coming in. You can hear the firefights that are breaking out around you. You don't want to stay and move out of what was your comfortable protected zone for too long. Forrest, you can see, having to just kind of play along this dip, try to move in. It's going to be Dano on the opposing side for two members now presently down as Anonix does spot out Scatter.
All these teams trying to wrap off the edge, trying to get it further towards the circle center, but Dano is set up perfectly in trying to answer to the push coming through from Forrest. Just one player left on his feet is Olympus, and I'm very, very curious to see if he can get anything going whatsoever. You can see already now with his teammates down, trying to figure out how does he manage to wrap around this one. Should still have a vehicle out on the edge of the circle, but at this point, and again in this area of the map, it's just so hard to get any sort of speed on your car, and players will take you out instantly when you try and make a wraparound.
So much of the control in the south goes over to Sonics. As you can see, we saw Olympus taking some hits, and now he's kind of eyeing that northern area. FaZe also heard this firefight. They sent Gustav down to be a bit more aggressive into it, but Dano just backs up against the blue zone, being very, very careful in this. Forrest, I don't know what they do from here. There is no path that's going to look good. Yeah. What, Danawa, you can try to brute force as a solo? No.
Danawa has enough times now been stabbed in the back by someone they forgot about, and I think they're going to be sat here looking into the blue until they either get the kill or see Olympus die to blue zone damage itself. So I think they're not in a hurry to go anywhere, but of course depends on where this next circle is taking us in 10 seconds time.
And that's what everybody is waiting on. The south is mostly Sonics. It's going to be Na'Vi with strong splits over there to the north. Tyloo being very aggressive from their hillside, just been punishing TE, and it's going to shift right down to the southwest. T5, Hasawat still inside this one. The solo that we saw run over here earlier. Falcons just having a world of hurt from that blue zone.
Yep, question mark lobbing two blue zone nades forward. When they stack, they hurt like hell. More damage than FaZe 9 blue. And Deucey gets the double knock. They don't seem like they really want to commit to the flush, though, as the circle has included them, and they know there's going to be pressure coming in from behind. Finally, Olympus falls, Forrest out in 14th place.
Problem for that with Danoa is Force has gone down, but now been replaced by FaZe that's going to be pathing over here. Falcons, they know that they need to reset. This is going to be a major point of interest. All these teams are going to be coming in from the north, just creating an absolute death trap for everybody coming in. You can see Taego eyeing this area right next to question mark. We have the remnants of 17 Gaming also kind of looking over in this direction. FaZe seeing if maybe they can get a knock on a Dano and find some pathing into this hillside, because let's be honest, this is a very strong position to play from. Well, it's going to be TE just sending it right into question mark.
Yeah, Expendables trying to grab up around the other side, not really working out for them. Now they find themselves in between multiple teams as 4 a.m. again. I mean, question mark just trying to hold off everyone on their edge, and of course, cannot deal with every team at the same time, because here comes Taego as Phil first is the first to fall.
Breaching into long building, they know exactly the way that they're wanting to approach this. Aduzi retreating back. He's got himself the shotgun and just going to be holding the line, but we aren't done yet. If you mind also coming in back behind, what's going to be TE trying to make this approach, so we're not quite done. Aduzi lines in the shotgun, gets the down. Longs cannot approach this longhouse too efficiently.
Pump action used to full effect as they slow down the push at least for a little while. Phil first will be confirmed, but the rest should be coming through onto Longs here as well. Fights happening all over the place as Expendables finally dealt with. Babsang head peeks on over, gets the double, and now there's again an opportunity for Game PT to go aggressive on this one.
It is just raining destruction over here into this northeast. Everybody is just forced to be stacked up on top of each other. Hell is trying to take some shots into what's going on with 4 angry men. Question mark was trying to hold them back a moment ago. Meanwhile, Na'Vi, Danoa, Sonics, they're just controlling the circle. They've forced FaZe to play back into the north, looking into Twisted Minds and potentially this firefight.
When you have 11 teams alive and 2 maintaining control of half the circle, you know that the remaining 9 are going to be squeezed pretty hard together, and that's what we're seeing here. Taego would really want to deal with question mark and then just move their way further forward, but it's just impossible for them to push. And when you know there's a pump action waiting on you just on the other side, you just think twice about making that play. I do not fault them for doing that.
I know it's a bad idea to bring a knife to a gunfight, but this feels like bringing an AR to a shotgun fight. Nade's gonna go out. Aduzi just holding this line, waiting for him to step forward. Just pop, makes it clean, gets a second one. Aduzi will not stop. He knows exactly what's gonna happen, and FaZe Clan gonna get eliminated while this is going on. Taego now out as well.
Clean push there for question mark to take down the 3. Game PT trying to make a play on him after as one falls, and that's actually Silson from the other side, lobbing a nade on through, and now they want a piece of this as well. Push coming through from both sides as all of a sudden question mark finding himself with just best of luck and Aduzi left alive, trying to stay alive in the middle of this chaotic compound.
And we've had the circle shift away from it. On top of that, this is just the hunt for kill points right now as Best of Luck still watching all of this. I mean, if you mind, has to stop. They can't really push into this. They're realizing how much of a problem it's going to be. Instead, reset. Try to move down to the south of it, but Best of Luck, Aduzi just did such a great defense there.
I mean, Best of Luck is trying to do everything he possibly can to force them off, and it's worked against Game PT, but question then becomes, does you want that entire team running in his direction too, or is there something that they can do with just 2 players left alive at question mark to force a fight between Game PT and Falcons? Game PT saw the next circle. They realized we're not going to risk everything to try and go here. They want to wrap into the south. The issue is that would be them going straight into Na'Vi.
I don't know how you can move through this GP efficiently. They're throwing down a lot of smokes. I mean, he's just racking up. Who needs to go to the circle? Finally, it's going to be Aduzi going down. Best of Luck also looking back up and is going to have some trouble dealing with the Falcons up on top of that hillside, or specifically on top of the building itself. GP did leave Hella back behind this one, but while this is happening, Na'Vi is kind of shifting in to gatekeep out whoever wins this firefight, and problems are just going to continue abound. This compound just feels cursed right now.
It sure is. A lot of players has fallen in this area. As we see, once again, Best of Luck trying to stay alive upstairs. I'm loving the repositioning from Na'Vi here. They want to rack up points. Don't need to over-aggress. Don't need to go too much out and risk anything on your own. Just set up shop and wait for the kills to come to you. Melman finds the first on Hella.
See another continued push down this hillside as Falcons leave. Nobody wanting to deal with the longhouse anymore, but so much damage has now been done. Best of Luck just firmly surrounded by GP at the time. He can't even separate out. Na'Vi taking some shots into this. They're going to get down on Daku. But while also into the north, Twisted Minds has moved into another gatekeeping position. So there is no path. There are no winners here.
Everyone's trying to out-rap one another as Babsang head, the janitor from the team, peeks up, peeks at the wrong time. Best of Luck will find the push. We'll find the knock in a second as well.
well, and Best of Luck might fall here, but Question Mark has already done the damage needed. A few shots in the air as Question Mark falls, but with 10 kills and a 7th place in the first match of the day.
I mean, that is the epitome of making the best of a bad situation if I have ever seen it. They realized what was going on, realized that they were just going to be in the meat grinder, and said, no, this is how we got our points up. Emmy, I don't know where you go. You've got the blue zone on top of you. There is a bit of that hillside, but you can see it is going to be Twisted Minds just eyeing over here, and up on top of them is going to be Daniel, who's now heard them taking shots and are trying to jump up on top of Twisted Minds.
Very scary teams here alive in the top 4 teams that we could all think they could probably go out and win this tournament. All of them alive with 4 except for Twisted Minds with Make 3, Make that 2 left alive as Matulins falls, but Spiro peeks on over instantly after takes down 2 from Danawa.
Absolute Nonix trying to clean this one back together, pick up some more points, but it's going to be also Navi getting involved. Twisted Minds got no cover to be had, just running back into the waiting arms of everything going on with Danawa. Finally, we have a circle that pops over into the east as, yes, Twisted Minds are going to be eliminated. We've got our top 3. Can Danawa recover his question?
Danawa needs to try and reset as fast as possible because they would want a part of this fight too. Strimsy peeks on over, only 1 kill on the side of Sonics, but they've done a really good job at forcing teams into one another. It might not look big on the kill feed, but they've played a very, very good southern side game here. So has Na'Vi, and now these 2 giants are running into each other. Issues for both of these 2 teams. They might want to stall out because Danawa is coming their direction real soon.
Na'Vi really wanted to put more pressure into what was going on with Danawa and deal with the fact that they had multiple members down. Sonics used that to pounce, unofficially helping Danawa reset, but inside of a vehicle, just sending it down 3 members. They've got this ridgeline that they can kind of navigate, use that to kind of bunny hop their way down in and sneak up back behind Na'Vi, who's just going to be hellaciously pinched.
Great read on the side of Danawa that the entire Na'Vi force is over on the other side. All Sonics have right now, it's H-Win to try and prevent any sort of western flank around. You can see them committed to it now. They hurt the vehicle at a distance. We cannot allow for this angle to open up. Good thing for them is they got P90s, they got Ohms as well. Sonic should be able to hold off Danawa. So it really is on Danawa now to make a decision. Do we play the low ground or do we try and wrap up behind Na'Vi? It looks dangerous, but honestly, I think Na'Vi is the play here. If you wrap west, you allow for Na'Vi to peek over as well. That's you in the sandwich. If you go up and take the fight to Na'Vi, maybe get 1 or 2 quick knocks, you're allowing for Sonics to wrap up in that direction too.
Sonics just have all of the economy inside this. They weren't in the thick of all of these firefights. Danawa just had multiple members down. We saw Na'Vi having to deal with a lot of the firefight that was going on into the northeast. They're in a much worse state as far as looking at where Sonics came in. They got a strong compound early. Been sitting, let's be honest, kind of quiet over there. Most of the fighting been going on to the north and to the east, but that's just due to pathing. I mean, whenever nobody comes near you because you've got a strong point to play from, that's not your fault.
See it on the side of Sonics. No damage done to any of them. Plenty of utility to their disposal too. When they up to go aggressive, expect them to go out either with a win or go down, but with a boom, because they have got plenty of throwables available. But it's all going to be down to how they're going to aggress. What do they opt to do? And I think most importantly right now, where does this last circle take us in just about 10 seconds time?
So close to each other right now. Danawa just a couple of meters away from a bush that could just spell their doom if they're not careful. Meanwhile, Na'Vi, just look, 1 nade absolutely destroys them. I think that Danawa is starting to realize this, but they don't want to crest too far down that hillside. Circle, going to kind of favor everybody. It's neutral. Danawa is going to have to make a move, but we were kind of expecting that anyway. With this lineup, Sonics just waiting to pounce.
And
just
Sonics don't have to go anywhere. The game ends south of both Na'Vi and Danawa, so they'll jump on this whenever it pops, and this could not be a better start for Sonics as it's not on both sides.
And now Danawa looks like they want to crest down this hillside. They have spotted this out. Soul is going to be down right now. Salute going to go down as well. Na'Vi just trying to hold it together, still sitting at 3 members. They don't want to crest this hillside because they know Sonics are going to be coming for them. And yes, look at the Sonics just bisecting in, realizing, hey, you play the high side of the hill. We've already got the end of this. You guys fight it out. And Nonix going to be leading the way. Picks up 2 already. Going to be Uber on the other side of it. And then Nonix on fire.
Finds the 3rd as well. Clean sweeps Na'Vi as they can now wrap on down the other side. Issueless damage is done already. 2 players down. There's no way that they should be allowed to get the reses on up here. Sonics slowly creeping forward again. Got the weapons, got the Kevlar and the helmets available too. We'll see if they can claim this one in a 4 versus 2.
H-Win playing the low side. Strimsy just pushing inside the smokes. Loki on 1 position for it. And Nonix, you tried to make a miracle happen a second ago. Can you do it again? It's going to be trying to hold the line. Does manage to get one of them down. And Nonix looking down that hillside. Does he go for the kill? Does he pick up the KP? Does he go for the win? He's going to go down, and Sonics pick that one up.
Very, very smart game here by Sonics, understanding that yes, there were chances for them to go aggressive earlier in the match, but they didn't have have to. We're playing 18 games. We gotta play it smart from start to finish. We're up against some of the best teams in the world. Let's just take what we're given and use full control as our weapon. One kill coming into the late game doesn't matter. They got themselves the win and a very, very nice finish to the first match here.
Exploit the circles, exploit what's going on with the other teams around you. That's all Sonics had to do to the tail end of it. Just let everybody else do the work and come in and take the laurels for it. That said, I gotta give respect to our teams that were playing on the edge for so long over there. A doozy with that shotgun, I don't even know. Nobody is going to come close to catching his shotgun damage for the rest of this.
Multiple teams up there with 10+ kills kick things off. Goes to show these teams are coming in warm. They're coming in ready for the grand finals. But now let's hop over to the desk and let them break down match number 1.
That's right, what a victory coming in from Sonics here for this first game. They had a decent split and they were able to hold on to their position strong. Joining me here at the desk, the highlights and all the analysis brought to you by STC Play. We have North America looking flash and fly to start things off, Avenger.
And what a fantastic circle to start things off with, right? Like in a situation where you have 50%, almost 50% water in the very end, right? Like 45% water or so. Have emergency pickups, but all the good compounds already taken, right? And Sonics, they're holding on super greedy split all the way to the end, like a 2-2 split, and they're able to hold on to it all the way to the end here. So it's good to see they're able to step out and take a win.
This was definitely a grand finals game to start things off. Looking at all the players that were going down, an anomaly of a circle to start things off. Not much room for people to play with. We saw there, question mark, holding strong, and then we get down to this top 3. Sonics, Na'Vi, Danawa, 3 heavy hitters, Avenger, to get this finals going.
The Anonix 3-piece with a growth that was just insane. So disgusting to see. And of course, good to see Danawa on this top level here coming in and kind of getting back into form from what we were. It's been a little bit fluctuating here, but yeah, now starting like this is going to be great for them for sure.
There was murmurs backstage, of course, whilst we were talking to these teams as they're kind of getting ready for the finals. It felt like Danawa felt ready for the finals when we were talking to Cheese, when we were talking to Soul, all of these guys, and clearly that is the case. Iononics popping off with that Grozer, as you mentioned at the end, though. Na'Vi is still looking pretty strong though in the end, but I mean, of course, like once you have Iononics come over that hill and be able to deal with you the way they did, there's not much to be able to answer for.
It also felt like Na'Vi was definitely like in the rougher spot. Like they were kind of a little bit uphill. They had a really good little hill, but you see in a situation where Dano, they're pushing in there, they have this whole bowl, and then they have like Sonics kind of herding them towards each other, right? They're like, guys, fight. We will come third, but go fight. Go fight. And then they can come in and clean up and sweep up. And that's, of course, the case when for Danawa, when they have 2 guys knocked, Sonic's just going to come like flowing in like a wave and then clear up the rest.
No, definitely. Of course, you've already brought kind of the emergency pickups that actually do exist. And already we're seeing... So we brought this idea up in EMEA, right? About the idea that there is a mid-game window where it is most effective. Here in this championship, though, at PGS2, as we take a look at our top 4, it feels like that window is more finite. I mean, of course, it would be for a circle like this, right? But if we look at Cerberus, 4 AM, neither team had a great time using it later than they probably should have, maybe.
Exactly, and of course, it can be put all the way through phase 4, right? And in a situation where you're just coming in way too late, like phase 3 here, because it's so much water, it just doesn't have enough compounds to accommodate all these teams. Of course, Sonics here is the winners. Some damage coming out. It's a low kill win, but still a defended win that they're able to keep like these guys alive and get this amount of points for this is obviously good to see. Man of the match, of course, has to come from the winning team, sponsored and of course by Kadir here, James. But I will say there are some really impressive moments from some of the other players. I know next one of them. We had some clutch moments from some of those.
In the longhouse
with the shotgun, like question mark. As you also saw in the top 4 there, 10 kills going their way. They were in the top 4 due to those kills. They only got 1 point from the game in terms of placement.
And as much as Sonics did take the win, it will be Danawa taking that #1 spot with 17 points on the board. But as you say, Na'Vi and question mark really showing up with the amount of kills that they were able to rack up. I mean, the question mark especially for me, being able to hold on against that. It was Taelu pushing them initially, trying to do something. I mean, of course, actually, Cerberus and the boys tried to drop near them to get things going. That did not go well for them. So question mark, we had a doozy say nobody has the same mentality we do coming into this final, and I think they've got fortitude, man. They can hold
for sure. I think we're gonna see them really push through with this, and if this is like some of their kind of rougher games where they don't get too much with them, they're going to be continuing to fight like this. They're going to get a lot of kills. They're going to get a lot of points from that.
Yeah.
And once they have a little bit of circles with them, we're going to see them pop off with double-digit kills and placements, right? And that's where they're really going to rise up through. I definitely think we could see Miramar in the top 8 in this case too.
I mean, that's why we saw so many contestants for their spot, for their compound, right? For a long time, it was dead center of the circle. They realized they had to hold strong against the encroaching threats that were going to be coming their way because it was a priority location for a decent chunk of that game. Beyond that, though, who else were you looking at when it came to this?
I'm hoping we're not going to see Cerberus break from a failed emergency pickup.
No,
I hope they're going to be
not.
like, all right, it doesn't matter, guys. We're just going to like, kind of shake it off a little bit. But they will have a lot of confidence going into this one, of course. So I hope that they're able to kind of bounce back from this game because it was rough.
There's a lot of games to go. Let's do it. It's time to head to Miramar once again. Let's go over to the commentators for the Dusty Dunes.
After that last game, you got to take a second, mentally reset right, and hope the fact that the circle isn't going to be chasing you down and making it as hard this time. Plane path already looking way more, I guess, friendly, I guess is a term. I wouldn't say it's good, but friendly.
I'd put it this way. If you were to give us a plane path more harsh than the previous one, it'd be rather impressive because...
Go straight over the islands,
I mean, the
right?
combination of really tough plane path followed by really tough circles did not make for a good beginning for some of these teams that tried to get their way in. And we heard the Des talk about Cerberus and other teams pretty much forced to emergency pick up into just a death pile, essentially. They were just joining what was death in the center of the circle. So good thing for them is that this time around they should be able to go pretty much exactly where they want.
I mean, it is just the epitome of a dog pile inside that last game. Everybody just jumping on top of each other. Like in that longhouse, I'm going to be afraid in my games to go near that longhouse just because of how it feels like everybody that went into there just got demolished by a doozy.
It did not make for a fun time for most, that is definitely true. This time around, further up towards the northwest is where teams will be spreading on out as we get a good view here of the map. So far, no big pile-ups, no commotion in the early game. There we do have Taego and PO flying side by side, but not imagining that's going to lead to much. And Correxy, few shots fired with the SKS, but at that distance, I think even the best players are going to have a hard time.
You miss 100% of the shots you never take,
That
right?
is
You
true.
never know.
That
You might
is
get
true.
lucky with it. And hey, look at this. Just, what, maybe 20 meters of water inside this one, way better.
Very quickly to break down this circle too, we're going to have 2 very easy access points, and it's called, I mean, everything really south of Power Grid. You're going to have a big funnel of teams trying to wrap in between Picado and Chumacera. So as I would imagine that we would have 1 or 2, maybe even 3 teams trying to set up in and around that area to try and punish some of these early pushes coming through. Another interesting aspect is there's not a single team, I guess outside of Forest on the edge, not a single team south or east of this circle right now. So the whole southeast side, Impala, and everything down in and around that area, expect to see that completely unoccupied through the beginning of the allow for any team to go in that direction.
There are a couple of very strong compounds and points of interest inside this. Most notably, the area just north of Los Leones itself, that hillside. Yeah. It's going to be very, very important. That's near on centered inside the circle, and you're going to get a lot of information. It's kind of the middle running through it has Bendita, it has Los Leones, all that other good that you can kind of work around. And then to the east and the west, there's just kind of a no man's land area outside of Picado and Impala itself. So the compound that's going to be just outside and to the southeast of La Bendita, also going to be a very high value real estate position.
Definitely will. Definitely will. Na'Vi got themselves a good game last game. They brawled their way in from that southeast side in a very Na'Vi fashion. Over in EMEA, we see them time and time again come out very, very, very much in control on those southern side Miramar circles. Issue for them was Sonics were already posted in the spot that I think they were eyeing for early on. They recognized the threat. They said, we could have tried to force a fight early. Let's just play it smart. Let's sit on the edge and farm teams, get warmed up. And oh my lord, did they farm.
And we are also looking at a lot more of a comfortable circle whenever we're looking at using emergency pickups. Last time, everybody was kind of already inside the circle that would want to try to use them, or you were going to be jumping into your death. This way, there's a lot more options for you to work with. Specifically, if we do see somebody using it, I wouldn't be surprised to see them go down next to Puerto Priso, unless you're kind of tired of that area after the last game. Be like, no, let's just not. Because you do see that happen sometimes after games, right? It's like, we just were down here, let's not put too much into this one.
It's all going to be a matter of where do you want to get into the circle from. If you're feeling very comfortable coming out of the east, or if you're an Impala looting team that couldn't get down there because of the plane path, there might be an idea in transition, and of course, no doubt about that. Would be surprised to see it though. Maybe the likes of Falcons could try to do it. I mean, they're far right now. They saw the circle shifts or pop southeast. They know that the plane path was west, so they're probably also well aware that if we do commit east early enough, we should be able to beat the teams, even after actually having looted up to Raumada. We should be able to get down there before some of the teams rotating in cars will be able to get there.
No surprise, we're seeing a pretty centered lineup as for most of our teams. That's just where the good terrain's going to be at for right now. Talking about that area that's kind of north of Los Leones, it looks like that's where Falcons are going to be jumping into.
They do fly.
They do also tend to play this Los Leones, and that's kind of their drop location. So no surprise that they're kind of moving into a much more comfortable area for them to navigate out of, because a lot of these teams do plan their rotations based off of their initial drop. So getting back pretty close to your initial position is going to be pretty good, as we do have an interview set for Falcons. We're going to kind of get an idea on what's the vibe in the team.
Era el único objetivo que teníamos ahora, y ahora prepararnos para dar todo en la final. Yo creo que tenemos que pulir nuestros errores individuales, un poco el grupal también. Estamos fallando un poco en la comunicación, pero creo que si arreglamos todo eso nos puede ir muy bien en la final. Y la verdad que nos sentimos muy bien, se escucha cómo retumba todo el ruido que hacen, y estamos muy contentos con eso. Que nos sigan apoyando y que vamos a dar todo por ustedes.
We've had some few issues, but we've worked on fixing them. This right here could turn out to be an issue too, as Silson, the man we just heard from, gets knocked by Salute. They thought they were smart on the approach. They wanted to get down here. It's a great place to play. My only concern, not only with Silson down, is, yes, this spot is great, but if you don't have vehicles to utilize, you're going to be in trouble. I think they might have been surprised by the fact that a team actually committed to loot Los Leones in this game. This is where Falcons usually set up shop themselves, so the fact that Dynamo went out to take that spot away from them in a game where they thought no one was going to be here, caught Falcons by surprise and could be to their demise.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Silson's just kind of done here. Falcons probably not wanting to make too big of a commitment. You can see, unless a knock comes out or something else like that, Seoul's already kind of moving down to the south, or to the north, south of where the Falcons are playing from, to see if maybe they can get the flush onto this or catch anybody that's going to be going for it. It's just a trap.
It is.
And Falcons have already read it. It's also kind of weird having the Falcons be the hometown heroes here, right?
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, especially if you're used to cast them in a region that's quite literally on the other side of the planet. Yeah. That is true.
I'm never going to get mad about the Falcons coming in and picking up the squad, though. They are such a great group of players. I love to see the sport coming their way, and if anything, you can see that they know how to play with the crowds, and they know the fact that they have a lot of expectations on their shoulders coming this way.
Sure, Soul trying to grab on forward again, not taking anything for granted. They know they have one knock, but they don't want to take any chances as the
just making it a problem.
Trying to get away from it, but not going to happen. He's going to find him. Point rewarded to Salute for the knock on him, and I think for Falcons now, I mean, this is just their kind of the air out of the balloon already. When you play this situation, play this area of the map down towards Los Leones, you want to spread out, you want to take control. But now that they know they have Dynamo right next to them, something they did not expect coming into that emergency pickup, it's going to be very limited how much kind of authority they can really put on teams in that area of the map.
There's a lot of territory control that's coming out from our squads right now. 2-2 splits, 1-3s all across the area. Really just trying to make sure that they secure the locations, just given how valuable the center is going to be for this. So spreading out just a bit more, making sure the fact that you punish anybody, force anybody from rotating too close is going to be high value, provided that we do see centered up circles, as it is going to be long spotting out Forest trying to come in over here to the east.
Yep, Taego sneaking on up, having heard the vehicles of Master and Olympians getting up close. They know for a fact that there's at least two in the compound, as our eyes are drawn towards Expendables. And yet again, Falcons in trouble. They came in with limited info and they jumped straight into a mix-up of Expendables and Dynamo players.
This is a weird situation, right? There are so many teams that are already in this position, so whenever you crest up to try to get the information that they didn't have because they did emergency pick up into this, means the fact that every single squad around can just kind of look up, spot out their head going up there, and take some pot shots into it. Now, Danoa being close was a problem, but now Falcons just having to leave that high ground, move much closer into where GP is going to be. Technically, that's where we did see the TE line coming out. As PO, they've got the same idea on the opposing side of it, as Delwyn's going to take some shots into him. Is he just going to scout it, or is he going to have to stop?
So far he's able to get away, but he still has Tanwu to get around. Does he time it right though? Tanwu can't figure out where Pio is planning on going. Few shots will be fired, but none will connect. As the endgame leader for Gen G should be able to get out of here alive, even having to be jumped out of the vehicle, try and get back to safety. Issue is, when Pio gets shot at, he's usually alone, and now he's going to have to play on foot to get back to safety. But as you can see there as well, Taemin is up on the hillside, kind of so also applying some suppressive fire should it be needed. But for now, no reason to give up more info on where they are. Pio will get away.
I mean, you do have to admit, Pio is probably the PUBG god of moving in the most unpredictable of ways.
True.
So even if you don't know, like the other Gen G members are like, how are you going to get out of this one, Pio? How in the world are the Expendables going to know how he's going to get out of it? But he managed to find a way. And this is, I was going to say, this is a good angle coming up from question mark to kind of harass this, not allow this to go through.
Exactly. I was just going to say, not only is it a good angle, but it's also going to deny that emergency pickup. So third on 5, what do? They don't have an emergency pickup, Matt.
Well, they've had 2 every single game, it feels like, so they may already have another one prepped and ready to go.
I said it during the pre-show as well. Third on 5, I think they're going to be, I'm going to maybe make a new term here, out-voted coming into this. Teams know approximately when third on 5 likes to do this. At the end of phase 1, right as phase 2 pops, they'll go for it. If you know where they loot, if this is going to be question mark doing this to third on 5 every single Miramar game come forward, I mean, that's breaking up third on 5 playstyle completely, because that's what they were heavily relying on, and especially with the circle swinging this far south, third on 5 would have loved to be in Los Leones right now.
So much Los Leones in play on this. You talked about those splits in the control just a moment ago. Now it's going to be a lot more about the regroup. Look at how many teams that are on the edge, realizing that they do not want to be there up into the north, starting to try to path just a bit more down to the south. Taego already making the play. Looks like they're trying to regroup into Los Leones itself. To the north, we've got 4 Angry Men. We've got Cerberus, T5. Now in vehicles having to make a rotation. We'll have to see how that one goes. I feel like this is a bit too bold just to cut straight in.
The entire north is an anthill on the move, trying to maneuver their way further south on the southern side. In the meantime, very few teams down here, but the few that they are quickly finding one another. 755 falls in the hands of Delwyn as once again Expendables gets things going early on.
755's out here scouting by 762 is what it's going to feel like, as we have so many different variables looking down here. Los Leones does look like it's starting to get a bit more occupied. Sonics feel like this might be going their direction, so they're going to play that western outpost that's going to be around there for him to deal with up to the north. T5 still just trying to bisect right into Cerberus, and that's not going to feel too comfy.
Navi has made their way into the city, but up towards Graveyard, third on 5 has somehow managed to survive with only 1 loss through a Cerberus setup. They heard the cars coming in behind him. Cerberus instantly just parks off to the side, get behind the car, get ready for the fight to come their way. But third on 5 again, able to make their way on through, and so far just 1 casualty.
Where did they go? Hey, they've got 4 Angry Men here. Once they crest this, they're going to have 17 running a 2-1-1 split. Twisted Minds, Spyro still going to have that high ground vision in them on some fashion on it. So T5, their trek is going to have to go on for quite a while and have to make it through at least another 2 members of 17.
I mean, third on 5 has been able to rotate in a direct line for the better part of the last many games. So maybe they're just saying, if we just keep going in a direct line as the plane would have gone, and we'll be fine. Issue is, when you're not a couple hundred meters in the air, it ain't that easy. And I think that if they didn't know already, then at least they should have found out now.
C-17 making a small shift over, trying to prep to see if the vehicles are going to continue, but having a vehicle explode on you means the fact that T5 might just be playing that low side in the hill. And with Twisted Minds being a bit more aggressive, shifting to the south, that might not be too bad right now.
Outside of this fact, outside of the fact that this circle has swung towards the south, which of course makes it tricky enough, we also have to take into account the unplayable terrain that we will be shifting away from in phase 4. All of the big mountains and hills you see around Los Leones, pretty much on all sides, will be shifted away from as much as possible come phase 4. And that is what teams are currently trying to prepare for. That's why you're not seeing anyone on the far southern side, not seeing anyone on the far eastern side, because unless if this next shift, which can go anywhere, shifts in those directions, you're just not going to vouch for it. So there's a much bigger chance of this one swinging somewhere northwest, somewhere northeast, which is why you're seeing pretty much half the server, if not the entire server, posted up there as compared to down on that southern side.
We've got 2 sides of the same bad terrain location whenever we're looking at this, right? If it goes to the south, Los Leones, urban ending. If it goes to the north, pretty barren, lots of fields. And if it stays just kind of centered up, giant hillsides. So we're getting a bit of everything you kind of don't want.
There is a terrifyingly big chance of this one going smack back into the center of Los Leones. It doesn't have to include all that much of the city in order to be forced to swing in there, as now Twisted Minds, Lou peeks on over. Little Ghost, you saw him trying to reposition his vehicle just before. Now it's probably the time to get out of it and get to safety. Smoke deployed, tries to drive away as a circle. Goes half with unplayable terrain. I'm seeing Los Leones here all over the board.
The hillside just north of the Falcons going to be somewhere that people are going to have to contend with. That's a very awkward place to try to play around. Danawa in their shift in position going to be heavily rewarded. But now, 4 Angry Men, Cerberus. Meanwhile, we can also see that it's going to be Forest having to crest in. Gen.G, remember we did see them kind of explore Los Leones. Yeah. Now going to have to give it a much firmer eye.
Yep, Gen.G will gonna have to commit to something at this point. Sat down on that southeast side as 17 able to regroup, have to figure out what they want to do too. I'm seeing this circle as potentially going down towards that southwest side, not completely, but centering on Tanvu essentially, which would be very, very difficult for a lot of these, if not almost all teams, to play around. Taego in the meantime trying to fly up towards the center. They were one of the teams to force off Expendables Falcons from this spot earlier, and now they come in and try and claim it. So a smart approach on their part to try and claim the spot they've made space for on themselves.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to get rewarded by getting into that position. Unfortunately, T5 is going to be moving right below them. I think that's more unfortunate for T5, but we'll have to see how that one goes. They've got 2 members of 17 up to the north. 17 still holding a very wide 2-2 split, and FaZe going to be right next to them holding what is roughly a 2-2 split. So if you're in the north, you're going to have to deal with a pretty hefty gauntlet.
Then one of the reasons I think they're able to maintain this right now, as we see Forest try and send it into the city, is they're waiting for the next circle. No one's going to full speed send it into a compound right now, if you're then going to have to also leave that compound and go into Los Leones after. Everyone is waiting to see Phase 4 pop. Does it go south? Does it go northwest? If it goes northwest, you can be pretty sure that 17 are going to group up as fast as they possibly can. But for now, they're going to wait for another minute and a half and hope that no one is going to go over aggressive.
A big part of this is going to be trying to keep your vehicles safe. You can see so many of the teams, that's what they're playing for right now, putting their vehicles in the best positions they can, not regrouping into these 2-2s because they don't want to risk trying to make that shift just quite yet. Looking at this question mark, I think that they've got their eyes set on that southern Los Leones area, and there's nobody down there.
They're banking on the southern shift, and I don't fault them for it. Even if it doesn't work out for them, they have a very empty city to try and drive through as everyone else is getting torn apart. Again, question mark. A very EMEA Gen.G to compare two teams in terms of the early passiveness. Don't want to aggress unless if they absolutely have to. They have started packing more of a punch with Bestolodge being added to the roster, so they can fight if forced to, but if they don't have to, they won't. And that's why this rotation is going to play perfectly into the favor of how they like to play PUBG.
Immerse kind of creeping up here right now, seeing if what's exactly happening in this area. Not wanting to make too big of a commitment yet, but at least going to be able to use that side of the hill itself to try to keep his team in play and inside the circle. But they do have their eyes set on another long building. We've seen the downside of pushing EU players inside of long buildings, though inside that last game.
I think for Dana or for 0-5 right now, I can't even talk for Cerberus. They need to really be smart about this one. Here we see the flush come through onto Falcons. Hard for them to get anything going with Scabby and Master set up where they were. But Cerberus, regardless of where the circle swung, they would have to take the fight, and it does go north. City not going to be worthwhile. Everyone's going to be fighting out here in the open as Immerse pushes on over.
Up on top of the building itself, trying to make sure you use that information. Gotta be careful. Corexi is at range for him to deal with. Duckmai is gonna be coming in with nades. Gustav on the opposing side of it. Jeans just having to be so careful. So low on life right now. He's gonna crest up that hillside, but Duckmai not wanting to push too much yet, but 4 Angry Men also hears this.
Exactly. Cerberus got to be very fast about this. Either we aggress or we fall back, because as you were just saying, Matt, 4AM are here. You cannot play outside any longer without the risk of being shot in the head by 4AM set up on the other side. And now we got hushed from Game PT on the other side as well, trying to flank on down. So for both these two teams, I think they'd be better off trying to just get out of this position. That's what FaZe is trying to do, but it's not going to be easy. The flanks around the side almost works out for him as he finds one, but goes down instantly after.
At least getting some type of exchange between Haisaki has to stop for a moment. We got GP now wanting to do that harassment in, while Moss just wants to pick up the point. Anything that they can get right now. Vex, though, making an aggressive shift down this hillside, thinking maybe he can get an angle on Haisaki. And wow, this is just becoming an entangled firefight. 4 different teams now involved.
Yeah, both these teams thought that if we can just aggress on this one fast enough, we'll be fine. FaZe probably saying, Cerberus, could you please go somewhere else? But it was already too little, too late. All the teams want a piece of this one. As this is just, I mean, shooting fish in a barrel, essentially, with these two teams fighting down ground, another team set up above with no risk of being shot from behind, with perfect angles on the two teams of FaZe and Cerberus.
And if you're wondering why GP as well as 4 Angry Men are involved in this compound isn't inside the circle, so you can kind of gatekeep it out. Moss finally going to find the last bit of FaZe and take them out, but it's going to come at a very hefty cost. Meanwhile, to the south, look at what we've got going on. Everybody trying to leave Los Leones itself as Forest is finding themselves. They've got Expendables right up on top of them. Navi on the other side. Gen G when they're approaching question mark on a similar pathing.
That nade just bouncing off the staircase. Could have easily found two, but not quite so. Forest gets to live with this gas. I say that, not gonna happen, Master. First one to fall. Munto does go for the rest here, fully commits to it, hoping that Navi will do a little bit of helping in trying to contain them outside. Gen G has to wrap on in from the side as well. We'll see for how much longer Forest gets to stay alive.
Taego just doing some refereeing on that hillside that we saw Falcons try to take. Taego now holding a bit more comfortably. Forest going to go ahead and get eliminated as they're just... this is just, I don't even know. This is like being pinched from 3 different directions right now. It's going to be Navi still trying to get some of what's going to be going on. The Expendables feeling quite expendable right now as they are just getting hit from every single direction.
All the teams that tried to commit to the city early on now really feeling the hurt of that northern shift. You can see question mark and DG98 trying to fight out here in the blue, but it's phase 4 soon to be phase 5 damage. It hurts like hell. You do not want to be here for much longer. That is for sure. They're burning through first aids by the second.
The longer that DG manages to survive here means the fact that the other members for Gen G can kind of entrench a bit more and wait for question mark to come into them. Plus, they're going to be coming in weakened off of the blue zone damage. So the longer he can manage to sit out here, rat it out, be a thorn in their side, it's benefiting his squad. Finally, though, he is going to go down.
Deuce should fall in a second as well. No more heals left available. Nothing he can do. DG falls. Bestelodge is 4 first aids away from dying too, unless if he can somehow wrap around this, somehow backfill into this fight. Not assuming Gen G is going to be paying too much attention to him, at least not right now, but we'll see if maybe Bestelodge can make something happen.
Gen G and Game BT right now just racking up the kills. Game BT sitting at 6 to work around, but Gen G wishing they could pick up a couple more. Problem is Navi's defensive line is just going to be stalwart.
I'm loving the positioning from Navi here. The way that they're set up, the way that Example has perfect vision down towards the southeast side. They're fully committing to this too. They already have Mailman in the warehouse inside the circle. They don't need to overgrits. All they have to make sure is once we start focusing circle center, we cannot risk having anyone behind us that we haven't accounted for. So right now, their entire focus is on let's try and make sure that Gen G either we take him down, which would be great, or at least force them to go the other way. And there you can see it. Mission accomplished for Navi.
Down in the bottom right, you can see that is going to be Game PT holding back 4 Angry Men. Twisted Minds running a wide 2-1-1. Perfectix playing very far to the north, seeing if maybe he can get a piece of whatever's going to be happening here. If you mind, Bopsang ahead, seeing if maybe he can get some more out, but he's going to go down crazy. Now revealing their position. But 4 Angry Men, this is just, again, the same situation we were watching before. This is just going to be trying to get kills. Nobody feels like they're going to be making it into the circle alive.
Curious to see what 4AM can do with this position. Coming into the tournament, we praised them as potentially being a new king of Asian region as a whole, and we'll see if they can get it started here. Babsang hit, first one to Paul, to the MG3 of Xiaopian as they instantly after crazy finds Taego.
4 Angry Men doing a good job on navigating what is a close-range fight. Is it going to find enough? Goes for the spray, does manage to take him down, but now they've got to run down that hillside where Twisted Minds and 17 are both waiting.
They do have space to maneuver. The issue could become, though, if Gen G starts looking in this direction as they crest over that hill. That could be troublesome for them. More points racked up from Taego down in and around that hillside. We saw them emergency pick up onto the hill earlier, and now with all these teams starting to get in close around them, it's really starting to pay off.
I feel so bad. 4 Angry Men don't have an easy path to deal with, so they realize this. Okay, we're not going to go to the field. We're not going to really deal with the road. Instead, we're just going to try to crest ourselves, push down into that hillside itself as question mark's last member. Also doing a similar thought process, but he's going to be a bit outnumbered in this.
Question mark might fall here, but in very different fashion to how they went down in the previous one. The battle is against the blue right now. Oh no, 4AM. Xiaolu getting run on over by HSMM, and that is just the worst timing possible. Nothing he's going to be able to do to get him to join inside the server. And EJ now from up the hillside, we said, when does Gen G up to join in on the fight here? Now they do, and 3rd on 5 of not being allowed to emergency pick up in, driving straight through team after team after team have just got themselves a dead center circle shift towards the south.
All of our teams that were caught on those edge firefights, you can see just limping into this circle, and if that's even if they can make it. Question mark couldn't even find the easiest pathing to work with in there because there was no easiest pathing. Crazy just kind of juking back and forth. That with the multiple setup that we see coming out from Twisted Minds, the North just kind of belongs to them and 17 Gaming, with Gen G just refereeing the hillside of safety that Crazy so desperately wanted.
Crazy is still alive, and Genji's running with her backs turned, but good thing for them is that they do get to get up over the hill before Crazy gets an angle. Now, this fight is bound to happen as Genji either needs to make their way further down the plateau below, but that would just put them at such a vulnerable position. I feel like they need to take the fight to Taelu. It might not be in their advantage, and we know that Genji, if it's not a fight they pretty much know they're going to win, they won't take it. But here, I don't see them being able to go anywhere else but into the open arms of Taelu.
It's so hard to push into that hillside, and the way it kind of raises up there at the end and makes some dips for you to kind of play in defensively. If you're on top and somebody's approaching from that angle, you kind of have some cover to really work around. And Gen G wants it, but they know it's not going to be the safest. 17 already hopping in vehicles. Looks like they're going to send it down. They already know that that's going to be a bit more open. Twisted Minds, though, they're moving into that Danoa compound line. They are going to be revealed backside from 17, but Sonic's already here as well.
Really great timing on the push there from 17 as well. They see the vehicles from Twisted Minds come around. They cannot allow them to isolate on the compound. They need players that are already inside the circle to create a safe zone for the rest of 17 to wrap into. But here, as you said, comes Sonic. 0 kills so far, similar fashion to the previous game. Do not over-aggress. Let's just get minutes on the board. Let's get this grand finals going. And so far, Sonic just does that.
Taelu, it's a nice nade on to Pio, but they do not want to relent this position just yet. They know if they crest up the hillside, those rocks and the fences work two different ways. Nade's gonna come in, also hit onto EJ, and now just one member up for Gen G and Timon, and there is nowhere easy to go with this one. If he runs back down that hillside, he might bump into Crazy. Navi gonna be waiting on the other side. 4 Angry Men is going to get eliminated, and that does at least open up some pathing for Taman to work with.
How much damage can Taman do here before Navi will potentially peek on over? He's sat there, he's holding up above, has nothing to work with. Nothing to work with at all. Xiaoyang peeks around, they see him, but now again for Taelu, they have the high ground. They're inside the circle. If you start hunting here, 17 might just take you out.
I like this. Make it as clean as possible, but it is going to be 17 Gaming now getting that harassment back in. This is why they did not want to move from that upper position. 17 Gaming can now pin them down a bit more than they were wanting to have happen. Taelu still has the high ground, but now cannot exploit that as they're having to be in cover, and
Yep. The ruler is out. The math is being done. Tickleton, the Mortar Master, is setting up headshots to come on to Taelu over the top. As we'll see in just a few seconds' time who's going to get the barrage down on them. 3rd on 5 gets to stay. Dead center in the concretes they have available. Navi on the southern side, inside 2, but they will probably want to make more space for themselves.
Didn't hear where it landed at, but this is an open top compound, so not necessarily the best place to be in a mortar war if we end up seeing that brew up. 17 Gaming does look like they're eyeing more into that Taelu line now that they've taken the shots. Looks like they might be potentially thinking about that high ground, and yep, there goes Little Ghost. Going to stretch, use the opportunity that's being provided from the low ground cover fire, gets into position. Opposing just on the, honestly, on the exact opposite side of this hill is going to be Navi that was thinking about that, but they're getting shoot away by Sonic.
Issue for 17 is here, even if they get the hilltop, how do you get off the hill again? It's not a game-winning rotation, but it sure is going to be them racking up a lot more points off it, because now with them racking up, if they can apply enough pressure to Taelu, that would be them forcing a fight between Taelu and Navi, something they could then potentially third party. So we'll see now, Little Ghost doing what he can to force Taelu into Navi, to force a fight to happen between two other teams, but it's really limited what he can do from here outside of just lobbing nades on over.
Well, that said, also, Taelu can't look back down this angle. The other members of 17 are trying to fend in. Little Ghost does hit the knock onto one of them, but cannot quite exploit it too much more. It's going to see, maybe do they use the opportunity of this? The other members for 17 do want to start pushing that far, I guess, over to the side of it, but you can see there's no easy path for them to shift up except for where Little Ghost is at, and he's already kind of revealed himself.
You say can't exploit too much more. All they needed was one knock to allow for the entire team to wrap around this side of the circle. Shen now set up here alongside Xiaoyang to try and fend off against this 4-man push. It's a very narrow angle for them to come through, but Sushu peeks over and finds the first.
There was a gamble on trying to figure out where Taelu would be defended up at with getting Shen down. Now they can start to brute force this more. Suju realizes this. Navi caught up with Sonic
Sonics right now, they can't crest in the hillside. Now they should know this is the last bit of what's going to be going on. But if they push up too much further, they do not want to reveal themselves to the lines of fire. There are potential nades coming from the other side. Hit the shots. They're going to get it, and 17 gets the high ground.
Nice double from Sushu there to claim the high ground again. They have to get off of it eventually, but that's not really a thing right now. In the meantime, towards the west, Danoa and Twisted Minds fighting on the north side as Sonics opted to wrap down the other direction, but multiple teams in a very nearby vicinity here. This is going to be chaos and chaos galore as these teams creep further forward.
T5 is going to be fighting in the shade of the bullets. 17 taking some shots into what's going on with Danoa. Twisted Minds can't get too much more out of it. Danoa, you can see, trying to look up the hillside, see if they can get some shots. Twisted Minds is going to go down to the south. We still have Na'Vi and Sonics both kind of playing around some very awkward positionals as 17 now gets vision on everything. They are literal kings of the mountain.
17's mission right now is do as much damage as we possibly can, preferably in one direction so that we can hop on down. Look at the jump they have to make eventually. The circle will allow them to make a bit of a move, but with no one fighting right now, 17 has to find knocks. They have to force the aggression. They have to invite other teams to third-party one another. But right now, the knocks aren't coming through despite a lot of damage being done.
17 hasn't really found the numbers that they've been wanting. Sitting presently in 9th. Sure, it's just the second game on the first circle. The first game was kind of wild, but this is a big opportunity for them to pick up a lot of kills.
Oh, yeah.
The issue with it is they don't have a lot of this high ground to work with for too much longer, and if they continue to push themselves more into the west, they're going to reveal themselves to Sonics, who are just playing a very solid rock right below them.
The good thing for them is that Na'Vi has to move. Danoa has to move as well. That should be kind of the ignition that's going to spark this explosion that's going to be the center of this circle. So let the circle do the damage for you. And of course, if you can, find some knocks on it as well, because where is 17 planning on jumping? They might just want to do as much damage as they can, find flushes, and then concede to blue. But for now, of course, their minds aren't there. They want to get kills from the high ground.
Danoa making the shift down, and 17 just has the bead into it. Nowhere to really go. They're just going to have to sit it right down this line. They did know that Mime got knocked just a moment ago in that centered position. Na'Vi now having their path and cut off in front of them to see, having to counter move around this, but it looks like Danoa is going to get right into this position next to T5.
It is a full-on 17 against the world here, as they're still the kings of the hill, but now with teams being forced close to one another, nade range is within reach as well. Little Ghost finds example down below as he gets a knock on the other side. Multiple teams now starting to fight one another as Third on 5 are starting to feel the hurt from the blue zone nades too, but Xiao Bei over the top, able to take down one, but he has to make the run on forward. It's not going to happen. He's going to fall to blue.
They can get the damage out, but every single time they go for a peek, they are being instantly punished. Look at there, and they're having to look almost straight down. They want to get some damage into the Sonics. The smokes are not providing it. Spot out the feet of Na'Vi. Can't even hit the shots into that one just quite yet. Every peek is painful for 17, and they realize this is going to be a problem to get off of. They need to take down somebody now.
Oh, does Tiggleton wish that he had a mortar right now as they're all set on top of each other, but here comes Little Ghost parachuting on in. There should be no way he stays alive, and indeed he won't settle. Able to take him down as 17 now, feeling the hurt from being up on that hillside for too long. But again, it was all part of the plan. They wanted as much damage done as possible as Na'Vi falls instantly after. 17 goes out, and we make our way into the top 3.
Sonics has done a great job on resetting. They were getting harassed on so many angles, most notably Danoa and 17 with that Na'Vi situation going on. With this reposition coming out from Danoa, they are the benefactors. They got the time to get back into their positions. They're creeping into this one, and they now know Danoa is going to be right up on top of T5. T5's prepping up the nades, though. Danoa is about to have a red zone on top of that.
Sonics don't have to do nothing but let this one play out in very similar fashion to the previous match. They can sit back and allow for chaos to unfold as Rossington accidentally nades his teammate. Just 2 left alive on the side of Third on 5, trying to prevent Sonics from going back-to-back in the first 2 matches here.
Smokes are down. Spray is coming up. Tiggleton now the last one up. T5 found their aim when they needed it. Trying to just go for a blind spray, does connect, and now 1v1. T5 does get a res up though, so that's going to equalize this, make it a bit more complicated. Not a lot of time to work with. It is going to be Tiggleton that spots him out.
It got dangerous for a moment there as H-Twin shoots Trimsy from behind, but out victorious they come as the fans rejoice. The Sonics fans are in the building, cheering on their NA team who just went back-to-back wins in the very first 2 matches of the Grand Finals.
Not the highest kill
kill counts, but the kills that mattered. And that's what Sonics was focused on. And with the way that these circles have just been so awkward, I don't fault that. Lean into making sure everybody else is fighting, kind of herd them into the fights. Sure, you're not picking up the kills that you want, but they are feasting on damage.
Again, as I said in the previous win, use the circle to your advantage. Allow for Blue Zone to become your weapon against the enemies. They played full control. They knew exactly what they had their opponents. They set up a plan and they executed it. I'll say almost to perfection. The whole team nugging and stuff. Not really what we want to see, but they came out victorious.
What do you mean? North America getting in 3 and having 2 members go down? That we never seen that happen before. But also, T5, respect. I mean, they didn't get their emergency pickup. They had to make a very desperate push into this one. There was a lot of fighting going on very awkwardly around them. They navigated it well, and they almost won that firefight at the end.
Is this the realization for 3rd and 5 of, wait, we can just drive to circles? We don't have to fly? Wait a minute, is that an option too?
Bro, my frequent flyer miles.
We're seeing, of course, here the chaos that unfolded during this match. All these teams that gambled south. In all honesty, I couldn't call it either. It could have swung south. It ended up swinging north. For the teams that did not get the better hand of that shift, they were in trouble down towards the south.
And whenever we look up to the northern area, kind of shifting into this, there was such a dichotomy and difference of just how much cover was to be had. You can see people just forcing themselves to play into this hillside because that's really all you had to the north. Meanwhile, in the south, you had some compounds, you had a couple of ways to navigate. You could kind of move through these lower positions to kind of creep your way into there.
Exactly. We are going to hop over to an interview with Barney and Sandstorm. So stick around and let's hear exactly what our players have to say after match number 2.
Welcome back to the main stage, where myself and Sandstorm are joined by Shrimzy from Sonics. Don't scare us like that. That ending was kind of scary. But okay, stepping onto the main stage as first place from the winners bracket, and then coming in with a back-to-back win on the opening day, you guys must be feeling absolutely amazing. How are you feeling? I know that you managed to secure your waffle breakfast this morning. Yeah. Kalaris was worried that you may not have the sustenance for today, but how are you feeling, man?
Well, I didn't have the waffles when I got there this morning, and he said, I'm taking you off the fantasy, and then I was begging them. I was like, please bring out the waffles. No, but seriously, we feel fantastic. H1's calling great, everyone's shooting well, so good so far.
Well, let's talk about the opening map. Did you guys feel at all nervous holding those 2 compounds in that split south? Because you were holding them for quite some time.
I personally was very nervous, but the team seemed very calm. So, I mean, you know, got to rely on your teammates all the time, and they did a fantastic job.
Who kind of made the decision to like make that split and hold it for that long as well?
Well, H1 and mine were on the same page the whole game, just keeping it the whole time. You know, mine was with me in the compound the whole time. He was like, we have to stay no matter what, we're staying. We have to pressure teams, and it worked out. So, you know, they're geniuses.
And talk us through, you know, the final moments of that second map. Did you step in front of H-Win and he took you out, and then it was kind of all up to Tig?
I'm just going to say it was not my fault. No, I'm 100% kidding. It was definitely my fault. I walked right in front of him. You know, we made a mistake, happens, and, you know, thank goodness for Tig, you know, it's insane.
Goodness for Tig, eh, Sandstorm?
Yeah, honestly, that was stressful. Must have been. بنرحب اعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين باللاعب شرمسي من فريق سونيكس بعد ما جابوا باك تو باك وينر تشيكن دينر في اول مباراتين من الجراند فاينلز. عندنا 4 اسئله، خلينا نروح نشوف اذا بنقدر نخلصهم على السريع. بدايه بالسؤال الاول كان سؤاله لشرمسي، هل كنتوا او كيف كان شعوركم بما انكم داخلين على الجراند فاينلز وانتم كنتوا ابطال الوينرز براكت؟ كمان هل كنتوا خلينا نقول يعني شعرين بالتوتر ولا هيك شيء؟ ما كانوا متوترين، الكل كان مرتاح، الكل كان جاهز للبطوله. سؤالنا الثاني كان لما كانوا متمسكين بالكومباوند في مباراتنا الاولى، هل كانوا متوترين برضه بهذيك اللحظه؟ فعليا عندك لاعب شمسي كان متوتر، لكن وين كان عم بيهدي الامور والكل كان جاهز للحظات الاخيره من المباراه، خصوصا لما كانوا اخر 3 فرق. الفكره كانت انه بس يكون اخر فريق انه يفوت بالفايت. سؤالنا الثالث بخصوص مباراتنا الثانيه لما الشرمسي مر قدام اللاعب هوين وبرضه اخذ نوك، بالنهايه كان عندك لاعب تيجلتون اخر لاعب موجود من الفريق. فايش صار بهذيك اللحظه؟ هي كانت يمكن اللحظات الاخيره من المباراه، الكل دائما بيكون على اعصابه الاخيره، بس بالنهايه تيجلتون طلع بالكلتش. واخيرا وليس آخرا كان سؤالنا الرابع. Actually, can you remind me of the 4th question?
The 4th question? Oh, I can't even remember, man. Shrimzy, thank you so much for joining us in this post-match interview. It's been absolutely awesome talking to you. What an amazing start as well to the day. And we can't wait to see what you guys do for the rest of the day. And with that being said, we're going to throw it back over to the desk to continue our first day of the Grand Finals.
a lot to take away from that, but even I understood something in Sandstorm's translation. Back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner here for Sonics. Huge stuff coming out here from Sonics to start off the day. I mean, Sonics, Na'Vi, and Danoa were present in a lot of these finals moments, but Sonics with a back-to-back is huge for the grand final.
And even so, it was a rough one for them, right? They were just like, okay, we're going to have to stay in this dip, try to survive for as long time as possible, because 17 Gaming, they were just raining down hell from above. But they knew, we can just hold out a little bit longer.
Again?
And then, oh my god, of course, the man on the match, Kidia, Tiggleton, again, back-to-back here. Only 3 kills. We had some more pop-up games, but of course, again, the winner has to get the man of the match here. But as I said before here, again, they just knew they had to hold out, and they knew that they're going to be in later in the circle than 17 Gaming, right? So in this case, they're able to come out on top and get 16 kills and win that. But it was for Tiggletons, that spray and the sprays through the smoke, first of all, getting a knock.
Huge.
And also getting the spray down of 2 guys after the rest until 3rd and 5 was just crazy.
Yeah, very well done, of course. As I say, Sonics, Danoa being up there as well, 17 being up there. They had to go through a war to try and get themselves some points in this game. One that didn't have to go through a war, though, was there a Fun 5. They did have that compound for a long time. Kudos to them, you know, being able to hold it down, but the points kind of came to them more than anything.
It did, yeah. Danoa did send it in, but of course here, it is going to be Sonics on top. I actually thought they were going to be further ahead, but Danoa held on super strong here, only 6 points behind. A little bit of a dip down to Na'Vi here in 15, and then it evens out. Of course, it's only just 2 games, so we'll see a lot of shuffles once we get further into this games.
And also, how on earth did Barney know that I knew that Shrimsy didn't have his waffles until they brought them out again? This is ridiculous.
Maybe it's because you talk together.
That's
but also another question is like,
illusion.
no, the other question is, how don't you have a Sonics player on your fantasy team at this point here? I can't believe it, Jay.
Yeah, that's crazy. How come you didn't pick Shrimsy as your captain Avenger?
I don't know. At least I have him, then I can change him for tomorrow.
Well, you're not going to change him because he's doing really well. Anyway, we've got Doritos here as well. Go to Instagram.com/DoritosArabia and you can check out the yummy Instagram on over there. But yes, I mean, maybe I should have taken a Sonics player. They're pretty good. But what's also great as well is Razor. You can check out @RazorMina over on Instagram as well. Ta-da! Ta-da! Ta-da!
Nice.
So, talk to me about these games, though, because, again, like, Na'Vi was not having the easiest of times in this circle, but they still got towards the late game.
And in general, it's a rough circle, right? Because once you see Circle 3 pop, they have a lot of unplayable terrain that is going to be affected by land ratio in Circle 4, so they're like, okay, how is this circle going to go? You have some high ground spots, and then, again, as we talk about so often, you have to realize, and the sooner you realize, we're not going to be able to win this game, so you're going to have to try to play it based on that. And you can see that from 17 Game, we're like, we're not going to come out alive from this rocket. Let's just try to absolutely wreck everything we can and try to clean up as many kills as we can. So it was obviously good to see. And then on the other side, Sonics are like, the call from Etrian is going to be, we can still win this. They're going to be out before us. Just try to survive, play smokes, play cover, and eventually that happened, of course.
You may have noticed a code that came up there as well for skins that you can check out throughout the day as well. Make sure to keep your hawk eyes keen to the screen to be able to spot those and redeem them on in-game as well. But as you were saying with 17, obviously Tyloo had that spot up top.
Right.
It was an, again, emergency pickup. Dropped down into there, did Tyloo. Were able to hold on really nicely. Shen seems to have come alive again here in this finals, but 17 wrestles it away from them. 17, they've probably come into this finals angry. They were second back at PGC. We've got themselves first place PGS1, and now they're trying to defend that title. They're looking good.
Yeah, they're definitely looking good. I'm excited to see if they're going to be able to keep this up here. Of course, Shen, impressive, I gotta say.
Good.
One of the kind of MVPs outside the winning teams, I feel like, for this game.
All right, well, thank you very much, Avenger. Time for a break. When we return, we've got more coming at you from PGS2 here to see who's going to be the grand final champion.
وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up in. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Tsunami means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Tsunami.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with that 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
are you ready? Because we're about to get our first ever international grand final Taego. But on top of that, we just got information. We're not done adding new maps. Vikendi is going to be hitting in PNC.
Absolutely phenomenal that we're getting so many varieties kicked right in our faces here at a global tournament. Because who better to show us which need to be done? We're at a global championship with all these new things than the best players in the world.
Oh, and taking a quick look, presently in that first place position is Sonics, who are just slow and steady wins the race is the strategy that they're bringing out right now. We know the fact that the squad can frag out, but it's just the opportunities presented itself, and you take the opportunities as they do.
And that's the thing, right? For Sonics as in particular, they are a team that has multiple times been punished for over-aggressing, punished for wanting more than what they needed to try and claim. Here they say the circles are working, not necessarily right perfectly in our favor, but we can work with it. Let's not force fights. Let's just force the other teams to make those mistakes by just showing presence, by just shooting a few shots at the opponents nearby, force them to go the other way. We can just clean up in the end. So yes, a 6-kill game ain't the incredible Sonics fashion that we know, but it's 16 points early on in the grand finals.
Well, off we go, making our way over to the new map in Taego, as it has been pretty spicy on circles, as Shipyard was a thing that happened last time. We've also been getting a whole bunch of those kind of open rice paddy finishes, but I mean, I just am still loving to see the players play this map.
And we started off with what was a horrendous plane path, and now, well, the plane path might just be horrendous, but the plane itself is in pretty bad shape. They say it's a 10% chance, but we've seen it time and time and time again. The plane, my friends, is on fire, and that means the majority of players will have to jump out earlier than what they usually would.
Take a quick glance, though. It's at least very, very centered, right? So we don't have too much to be concerned with. Most of the teams can get to the locations that they want to. It does make it a bit complicated, as we might see a dust up for a vehicle here or there, but even that hasn't been too detrimental. Nobody wanting to make the overcommit even on a vehicle fight yet. Instead, it's just no, establish our points per game first, everything else comes later.
Actually, I've been rather impressed throughout the entire tournament with how little some of these teams have opted to properly hot drop. I feel like the last couple of years of global championships have proven to us, when you hot drop, you might just, you know, follow the tournament early on, and here it's just not been that case.
I don't understand. We have Sonics and 17 in the same lobby. Why aren't they fighting over the center compound as they always do, right?
Exactly. Well, I feel like they've learned. Them two finishing out in the top of the brackets in the past, I think, was a pretty clear call that, you know what, it's not really needed to go aggressive like that at all.
Meanwhile, we've got some, I don't even want to say hot drops, but just potential brewing weirdness between what's going on with 4 Angry Men as well as the Expendables. At least managing to get some type of loot before they move into it. Gingy's just going to be on the outskirts of this, with 17 not that far away.
Tangled up, definitely. Circle! Holy moly, that's the Southern Shift if I've seen one. Not something I was expecting off of that plane path, but definitely Tai Lu sat very centered down towards Sangam right now.
And everybody, whenever you're looking at the map, remember that red line marks where you can and can't play. So just roughly think about it as water. We're back into having another, what, 60%, 70% water circle?
Yeah, maybe he got jealous of the Miramar circle in the previous one.
I guess
and they were
so.
like, we want that too, and well, here you go. That's exactly what you're going to get. Xiaopian, HSMMM, trying to force a fight here. 2v1 fight, preferably against 777 of Expendables. But as you can see, he does have teammates just across the road. So how fast does Tanvu and Dog Juice get to become a factor in what could become a 2v1 fight here?
This is a weird situation, because we do know the Expendables isn't afraid of fighting early. But given how southern this plane path is, neither one of these teams really want to dust up at this stage. They want to make sure that they're getting into position quite early inside of this one, as we saw whenever we looked at what was going on in Shipyard. Even if you do get to the circle and you get to the right spot, it's going to go problematic for you, as now 4 Angry Men under some harassing fire, but it looks like they should be able to regroup pretty clean for now.
I think that allowed for 777 to cross over as well. You can see him, he's left the compound most definitely. Delwyn is trying to creep in as well. I think Xiao Lu is realizing this now. Oh, Iron Sights Mini, not optimal for ranged fights to be had. But 777 got out of the compound, but I'm not sure if the remaining 4 players are aware.
This is one of those situations where you want to try to make the game, you want to try to get the fight over as fast as possible, but you can't overextend into it. You can't push too fast, otherwise it will all just come apart. Because let's not forget, they know everybody from that northwestern island is going to be coming down here, and this is a pretty common pathing route. We do have Danawa that's already crossing the bridge just outside of Yongshan. They might be coming down here. And Expendables, they don't want to overcommit into this one, so you can see they're just having to kind of retreat as they can.
Crazy is trying to peek on over, but he's... I love the fact that Time was just baiting the attention there. They know they have players in better angles, and every single time Crazy tries to peek on over, Delwyn is there, 777 is there, Doc Juice is there as well to apply pressure in return. And now Xiaolu spotted, and
the open, and a double headshot connects from Darkjuice. The Orc reigns supreme as 4AM is off to a really tough start here in game number 3.
There is a lot to be said about Darkjuice, Tan Vudelwin, but 777 managing to survive in these very peculiar situations time and time again has been a recipe for success.
Yeah.
He often finds himself kind of the odd man out. He's not always necessarily winning, quote-unquote, the firefight and getting the kill, but he's staying alive, harassing, forcing people in defended positions, and the rest of Expendables just exploit it every single time.
Yep, it's not easy for 4AM right now. You can see the way they're positioned on the other side, but down towards the circle we go as very dead center. Na'Vi and FaZe, two of the big teams out of EMEA, take a fight to one another. Example barely gets over the rock before Corexia is shut down.
And this is a symptom of the circle, as now it's going to be FaZe having to contend in with this positioning that Na'Vi is trying to exploit. We've got a lot of our rotations starting to come into play. At least this time around, people have a pretty good idea on how the pathing and the circle is going to lay, so that leads into a very centered position just kind of north of that school area.
Now, as we hop back up towards Expendables and 4AM, keep in mind that Danawa is hearing these shots and they're somewhat nearby, but there hasn't been knocks in a little while, so we're not sure exactly how much info do they have, what do they really want to go off of, but there is a good chance for them to third party should they want to here, especially considering how far from the circle we are. The double nade lined up, Darkjuice finds the knock again, and this is just 4AM being torn to pieces.
This is just clinically clean every step of the way. They are just dismantling every line of defense, any aggression that 4AM wanted to try to make. Now with just one member on, what do you even do? There's just a flood of people coming at you, so well exploited.
And this is what we've come to really, really love with Expendables. Their ability to just move together, always know where they have each other. At no point throughout this entire fight did they seem like they were in danger. Not the same thing except for Question Mark, though, as a Doozy is the first one to fall, as I believe Falcons must have been the ones that pulled up on Question Mark here.
Hometown Heroes lined up against Question Mark right now. A Doozy, the defender from the previous games, now already out. Dante trying to navigate the footsteps that are around him. Seeing if maybe he can get some more out of it. Silzen takes a baseball lead, and he's going to go down now. That just means 2 members up for the Falcons having to contend with this.
Yeah, and the 2 of the big hitters from the Question Mark team trying to make something happen here. Is now Perfectix and Twisted Minds trying to look in this direction too if it couldn't get any worse. Shots are being fired in from the other side. Bestalog is now realizing he gets the knock on one, but instantly traded by Perfectix. They are now fighting on multiple fronts.
I mean, Capitan have got to be careful as they're trying to defend this up. Dante, though, has got a risky position with this Lou, getting this back flank and everything that's going on, but Tulins as well. Question Mark now kind of pinched in one of the more awkward situations. They want to finish out what's going on with Falcons, but it's just Twisted Minds that's just coming and taking a stranglehold on this.
They do this so well. Their ability to just hurt people together. Let their bad angles play into your advantage. Just sit there, hold it. If they want to do anything, you're going to be in full control. Once they try and cross on over, you're going to take them out mid-transition. MX now realizing as well they need to get inside a building. They're starting to get, especially with the off angle and Lou up on the northern side, there's nowhere they can sit where they aren't in a kind of a fear position of being taken out by Twisted Minds players.
And this is a very strong position for this circle. Very centered. It's got good sight lines coming out of it. Looking at this, you would assume that it's not very easy to defend, but it's pretty easy to defend. It's just you can't have 3 teams on top of you when you're trying to do it, right?
Exactly. Again, I mean, Twisted Minds now kind of playing a 4v4 in terms of them being against both Question Mark and Falcons here. Both 2 teams have just set up saying, guys, we had this good thing going. We were in the middle of a fight. We were, just 4v4, straight up fair play team action. Here you come ruining all of it. Could you please just back off so that we can continue our fight? But I don't think that's what Twisted Minds is all about.
I like the regroup coming out from Lou. We can see this with the eye in the sky that there's nobody else around, but he has to be careful because he has to assume that somebody's going to be coming from the north any given time, given the position inside this one. And right now, there's kind of a whole bunch going on over into the northeast as all those teams are kind of rotating in over there, most notably the Expendables. But I like the fact that he realized, okay, I'm kind of revealed over here. If I stay here for too much longer, I keep taking these shots, a third party could potentially take me out.
Exactly. Constantly maneuvering around, constantly trying to get those off-angle positions in your favor. In the meantime, towards the west we go as they're on 5. Looking towards Cerberus. They know they have them, or not necessarily aware of the team in front of them, but know that there's a team up front of Athenbong looking for a rotation to wrap around that southern side. But with so much water still in play, you're really limited in how much you can really maneuver down towards the south.
I also do want to point out for everybody that's watching on the map right now, if it ain't broke, don't fix it strategy coming out from Sonics. They just went up and put their backs against the wall. They're waiting to see how these circles go. Pio, though, he's going to just jump out in the thick of this one, gets completely surrounded. He's going to get taken down.
The rest of Genji coming too. They're full speed sending it into this one. Master got one. Will he get more of it? Yes, he will. Finds the second as EJ falls. And just like that, what was a somewhat questionable pull-up from Pio in a 1v3 situation could potentially work against him because Scabby's over the hillside, finds the third. And just like that, now it's just DG left on his feet, finds one. He's somehow able to fight back, but nope, not gonna happen. Scabby finds one more, and that's Genji down and out.
Here come the Expendables. They hear what's happening over here, seeing if maybe they can take an opportune moment, get some flushes in. They do at least have a beat on a Master. They're going to pick that one up, and man, that's just, it's very far out of the circle again. It's just so everybody rotating next to each other and just seeing an opportunity.
Again, lack of knowledge on this map. Taego has only been in play for, let's say, 10 games for some of these teams. They are very, very inexperienced in terms of what are the rotation timings, what is the right pathing to do. It's not your Erangel and Miramar that you know inside out. These things are bound to happen on new maps.
Do that on Miramar or Erangel
Probably
too.
Pio would potentially feel, you know, he was feeling it on that day and he'd go for it too. But even then, the fact that we're seeing so many teams collide mid-rotation is a clear sign of these teams still lack experience on this map, and the perfect rotation path and timing has still yet to be found.
That was just a cluster of, yes, 3 teams. I do agree there. Is that just, this is the pathing that we've got to take. And the awkward standoff between Falcons, question mark, as well as Twisted Minds continuing, and nobody else really around it. I think that the rest of the lobby's kind of done with this fight. Even 17 and FaZe are like, nah, you guys just do you. We don't want to get involved in that.
Everyone's waiting for another couple of seconds for that next circle to pop before doing anything drastic. Game team, in the meantime, flying their way on in as the new, oh my lord, these circles just keep getting worse and worse. Song is center phase 2. That is not something I would have expected to see in a very long time in casting Taego matches, but here comes every team moving down south.
Look at that, Na'Vi, Tyloo, FaZe, all got their eyes set on the prize that is going to be Song. Now then, are we going to see Sonics potentially moving to the south, or are they just going to keep their backs up against the wall? It's been working well for them so far. T5 also playing in that southern position. Got to be careful. Twisted Minds look like they want to go ahead and regroup, get Perfectix out of that awkward situation that's going on up to the north. Danawa, though, they're leaning a bit more into that eastern line. Outside this, we also do want to point out that Force still has one of their members up, as well as the Expendables still need to come into the circle.
Also important to keep in mind that this next circle could still include water. Like, we're not done shifting out of water yet. This could get even more brutal than it already is. The Twisted Minds again continuing their wraparounds, but instantly punished as the flush does get taken away by the team from the other side.
I mean, the only winners here are going to be Twisted Mind. They just, they don't have to move much into the circle. They've already kind of gate kept it out. They can kind of dictate what's going to be happening over here as the remnants of both squads fighting it out. Capitan seeing if maybe he can get some more kills out of it. Twisted Minds, you know, Perfectix just on top of him. Question mark is going to get eliminated. Capitan at least out-survives them, but we're not even at placement points yet.
And this is the thing for Twisted Minds. They like to play this style, but they usually don't have to do so before 1 or 2 phases later than where we currently are. So the fact that they get to say, oh, we just get to clear our edge in phase 2, that just gives them that much more space to maneuver, gives them that much more control on that northwest side. And they're going to be all kinds of happy with this. Most important now, though, even though Capitan is a big threat, they cannot take any casualties.
He can't even get in a vehicle to get away. I mean, he's getting headshot over here. He tried to, Capitan does hit one, but he's not going to get anything. He wanted to try to escape, but he was already so low on life, man.
Nice flick, though. Nice flick from Capitan to take down Spiro. Maybe make Spiro think twice about peeking on over like that any time again soon. But will fall down. That's 4 teams eliminated in what actually so far has been some pretty calm beginnings to Taego. This one right here, just a whole other ball game.
Yeah, I mean, the circle, right? That's what we're looking at. People are just going, okay, I need to get whatever points I can because I'm probably not going to come into this one too comfortable. Songam only really has 2 teams, technically 3 if you count the suburbs with Danawa right now. Scappy has managed to find himself a pretty like hidey hole position right up against, I mean, he's got his back up against that wall, and that's about the safest point that you can be playing from and kind of looking in. This is Songam right now.
Yep, exactly. Everyone's made their way on in. Only Twisted Minds needs to creep a bit further forward, but the edge of the compound is in play too. And now Scabby looking down towards his APAC brethren. I'm not sure if he's going to be going aggressive on this one or just allow the rotation on through. Now he's seen 2 vehicles. Had he only seen 1, maybe that's him going, sure, you know what, I can take 1, flush him, and maybe stay alive for a little while longer. But now that he spots 2, maybe even more so, he wants to reposition himself.
I mean, he's got a pretty decent plan to work around right here. High likelihood. There's still going to be some of this wall that's still in play. I like just playing as passive as possible around. Get the information, find out who's going to be next to you, and then just counter move around it.
The main issue for him is, as new as this map is for most, he is set in what would be the direct next point for Expendables to go to scout further forward. They have the hillside. It's perfect vision for the entire city, for the entire southern side. He knows this is where they're going to go to scout next, unless if this next circle hard shifts towards the north. But you can see the vehicles already. Expendables, they're going straight in his direction.
Looks like he's just going to have to figure it out. Do I just hunker down? Circle goes right in the song. No big surprise. Bump into him, going to cross over. Shot's going to come out from Dutchu's. Not going to be able to take him down. Instead, Ship's passing in the night and just trying to get away. Scabby has to be careful that this fight doesn't get too scrappy for him, as it's just sending it into the hillside. Problem is, Navi has now seen this. Yeah. They hear what's going to be going on. Is he going to get away with this? And catching some airtime, it looks like he might, if it can ever get his vehicle to right itself.
You know what? I mean, credit where credit's due. He got out of there. He got into the city. And if this circle shifts into the city, there might just be placement points up for grabs for Scabby. So a dicey move, but rewarded with at least a building in Songam for now.
Find a bathroom, hide, old school PUBG tactics time, right? Find yourself a shotgun and just hope nobody goes near you.
Yeah, exactly. Songam slowly getting more and more occupied as the teams out on the ridges and edges of this circle are looking for options to move further forward. Also looking for tractors. 777 just found one, as now Expendables starting to creep on in towards the city too.
Trying to path into this one. They know that the solo pathed into here, so they know that it's pretty open. They didn't see him just instantly die, so good read on that one, using some information off of the kill feed to make sure that they can find a pathing into this one that's pretty safe. While all this is going on, I mean, it's kind of interesting to watch all of these teams just suffering, trying to find some way to get into the circle, and then meanwhile you got Sonics that are down there probably just like playing tic-tac-toe or something.
Curious to see now as well, I mean, if we look away from the city for a moment, how FaZe, should this next circle shift west, are planning on playing it. They lost Corexi very early on, and that is a big hill to try and maintain control of. If you're playing like a 360 control split, that is going to be very hard to do with just 3.
And I love the fact that we're now getting a chance to talk about this, right? We've got the Song and position area that is going to be a lot of fields around it. Kind of difficult to navigate. It does have a kind of a defensive line that's going to sit. Up to the north, you're kind of getting an idea of what we're looking into, where Taego and that hillside that you were just talking about is going to start off at. FaZe have a lot of vision in this, and oddly, this is a pretty similar circle to what we saw towards the end of the last Miramar.
Sure is. Sure is. Sonic's trying to essentially replicate what they did in the previous 2 games of just letting the circle do the magic for them and then slowly creep on in on the edge. Twisted Minds were doing the same thing as now more and more teams are starting to maneuver.
I'm pretty sure that was a spectator bug, guys. It's fine. It's fine.
We'll call it that, and then for Expendables, at least they'll be, you know, I don't think I'm going to go anywhere near those vehicles, at least for a little while longer.
They're just not settled yet. Here in a minute. They're just kind of rowdy in and of themselves.
That's what it is.
T5 also inside the circle. Cerberus playing this one a lot more quiet, and no surprise, they've got they have one of the strongest compounds you could potentially have if the circle goes this way. It's just so close to the edge.
And that's the thing, right? But also they know that they're not alone out there. They know they have players on the western side. They heard the fight with Twisted Minds early. They've heard Third on 5 and Sonic shoot towards one another. No reason for them to over-aggress, at least not for the next 10 seconds. Wait this one out, because Cerberus is as good as any team on this server at sweeping edges. Issue is Twisted Minds, who I would arguably say are equally good, are right next to them. Circle, dead center Song Am. We got cheated away from a Los Leones finish in the previous game, and Taego comes in, so no worries, guys, I got your back.
Have you ever gone to Impala and said, you know, there's too many buildings here. I want less Impala in my Impala. Well, that's what you're getting right now, is there's going to be a field to the east, a giant hillside to the west, and not really a ton of buildings to work with as far as an urban ending finish is going to go. FaZe doesn't even like their high ground position anymore. They're just going to send it down. There are a couple of crates that have already positioned into this. T5, no surprise, already passing into it. The problem is, if you mind, Game PT already has the lineup in, but cannot get the knocks that they wanted to. So now Nade's going to be coming out. Is it going to be enough to stop this push? If Third on 5 just coming in with full-on gusto, man.
TP heard the vehicles. They went went to try and shoot them instead of just lobbing some pre-nades out the window. Not ready for this one whatsoever, and somehow, just like that, Third on 5 are allowed in with only 1 casualty taken. A bit of a mistake on the side of Game PT. Now let's see if Papsang hit the janitor, and Hush can make something happen here, because they have to take this fight. They just cannot back off. Nice nade over the roof. Finds the first.
There's an awkward situation also brewing to the west of this where Twisted Minds and Cerberus have bumped into each other inside their rotation and not comfortable. So both hopped outside their vehicles and are waiting to see how this is going to be going down. Cerberus getting the shots in onto Perfectus, using that hillside to navigate it quite efficiently, and it's going to be Twisted Minds who did exactly what you were talking about. They wanted to sweep down this hillside, and it was Cerberus right as soon as they were getting ready to go that spotted it.
Yeah, casualties on both sides already, so not a favorable situation for either of these two teams. As Spirit now starts trapping down in this direction once more. Immerse, shots fired, nothing connecting as fights start escalating on the western side of the city once more.
Sonics also made a send in over next to the Expendables that you can see is not necessarily going the best. Cerberus, though, Hamas has to deal with Batulins that is so close, just trying to use this hillside. Nade is out. Batulin's going to toss it out. Hamas going to get smoked down, and it is going to get some damage, but Hamas, we've seen him. He'll brave that angle 50% life. He does not care.
Really nice reaction play for him coming through and trying to stay alive there. Taego as well. The duo out of Cerberus, the heavy hitters out of the APAC region, trying to get damage done. Sonics fall, that's elsewhere on the map. As we can see on this eastern side of the city, Expendables able to stay alive and potentially able to get all four back on their feet should they be able to get one more up. But now Immerse falls down to the hands of one, and on the other side, damage is done and Flush is almost taken away. No, not going to happen. Batulin's able to confirm. Nate bounces a bit too far.
This Taego now sweeping in. They want to pick up whatever's going to be going on. Twisted Minds do get the moral victory of taking down Cerberus, but what do you do about that Taego line now?
Yeah.
Nade's going to be coming out. They don't want to spend too much time here because they don't want to lose that high ground position. So it looks like Taego is just like, hey, you know what? We know where he's going. Let's just wait for him to come to us.
One thing is not losing high ground position. Another thing is if you get knocked in the blue, there's a pretty good chance you're going to go down. So why risk it for one extra point when they can just go into the circle, sit and wait this one out? Smart engage by Taego, not over-aggressing. But again, as we said about Sonics earlier, playing it smart.
It's a good throw on that Molotov to force Gustav out of his defended position. He's going to get spotted. He's going to go down. Na'Vi starting to just become more and more kings of the song on positioning as the circle does continue to crest and push down into this position. I want to point out, Scappy's presently center of the circle.
He is very much in the middle, no doubt about it. The issue for me is as much as it goes into the city, it is also swung east of it. And we have open fields out there with 17 Gaming just sat there saying, well, I mean, none of you guys took the compound early. Now we got it, and we are going to be doing all we can to make life miserable hell for anyone trying to wrap out east of this town.
Down up to the north, they're playing from that road. Hey, you know, it kind of worked for them before, fighting on a road, and as they're going to have to path down into the no man's land. 17, like you were talking about, with Little Ghost kind of in the forefront position there. This is... We have 17, and technically it's going to be Taego that are kind of gatekeeping out Song if this does go, because guys, we're only in circle 5 right now. We got 26 alive at circle 5. That is nuts.
Not something you see too often, but of course, quadruple southern shifts do make for a pretty difficult game of PUBG. Danoa, one of two teams that have to make a move here. Them and Taego are the only two not inside the circle, but in the meantime, inside the city proper. Hush single-handedly trying to fend off against Teradon 5.
Oh, just too many different angles in that bit of a corner, though. So T5 continuing their just breach strategy, and hey, it's working for them right now. Sitting at 4 kills, they're picking up the kills that they need to get into position. The problem is the next set of opponents, that's going to be the Expendables, who are kind of, they're feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, curious to see if Expendables are going to try and claim more real estate. They have pretty much full control of the east side of the circle, or east side of the road in the city, but a little hesitant here. Flashes are being lopped on over, but don't get any immediate responses on them. So I think they're just going to try and wrap further north again, clear a couple of more buildings, get yourself some buffer space. They're hearing fights going on up here, and now they want to see if they can position themselves better for the circles to come.
I love the fact that Duck Juice is regrouping over here. He saw Taego make his reposition to the south. And so with that, now we've got the northern corridor and what we're going to be looking at. 17 Gaming trying to venture out over here right as soon as Danoa is coming inside the circle. But there's no cover to be had for really either one of these teams, and led to a very peculiar firefight where you're just kind of using some dips, bouncing in between it. And I mean, knocks are coming out, and there's no easy reses, but there's also no easy flushes.
And this fight going on right now is part of the reason why Expendables opted to go up in this direction. They're starting to flex out into the open field to try and third-party all of this that are currently going on. Look to see Expendable names in the kill feed in just a moment as Millman peeks on over, finds Loki. More players to be found from behind, though, as Millman, once again, I mean, so much damage done on multiple teams here.
And Onyx coming in. It looks like he's trying to be the hero, see if maybe he can get an angle onto this one right now. The problem with it, look, Ghost has that high ground position in what is, sure, a pretty flat location, but just an extra 10 meters is massive in this style of situation. Jumping out, he's got to use just a bush, a tree for cover. Now just trying to hunker back down into it. He does get some damage out, does get a knock, but he is going to go down.
Nothing he can do there now. He just
is set up perfectly to try and keep them all out. You can see now 777 from Expendables with the flex out position, trying to go, oh, we want a piece of this too. Now we don't shoot us, we're shooting at the guys in between us.
Look, we can be friends. we'll stay
least for a
on this
little
side of the
while longer.
road. You take over that side of the road. As long as we just kind of meet in the middle at some point, life's going to be good. Na'Vi, though, they do have to be careful. They still have Batulins that's eyeing a line into this.
He's been creeping his way out from the blue for the last minute and a half, and here he is. And for Expendables as well, with this circle shifting further north, they're opting to fall further back down on that southern side, in which there was a control of before, because now Taego is here. The threat of any teams coming up towards them on that northern side is no more. So now, on the southern side, Taego is the next team for Expendables to really worry about.
And Taego is just, you can't say they've been given anything in this one. They've been having to deal with a lot of these circle shifts, navigating it very, very well. They are playing down to the south, which is kind of the safer areas to be into, as Batulins has managed to make it into this safe zone. The problem is there's still another one in front of him. Fortunately, though, Na'Vi is very focused in what's going on with 17 Gaming, and Taego is still... Actually, Taego does know where he is, and they're taking pot shots at
It's
it.
as if everyone but Scabby has opted to play up and around the roadside. They want to make as much space for themselves as they can, with the exception here of 17 Gaming. Somehow still 4 alive, able to survive that entire Danawa onslaught. And not only do they survive, but they get level 3 gear with it too.
We also do want to point out right now that Tanvu has actually crossed the road.
Yeah.
The only squad that has members on opposite sides of this road is going to be the Expendables. And the reason that this is important, we've seen it so many times late game. That open, flat area of a road, you guys know, you've played through them. It just feels like the harshest thing in the world to try to cross a road late game. So having at least a foothold over there now could give them something to work with no matter which way the circle goes.
Also, in case it swings out towards the east, they're set up perfectly with Tanwu being able to feed info across on teams coming up close towards their position. So smart to have a little bit of a lurker set across the road, a spy, so to speak, on the other side of the wall here.
This is just such a tense standoff. You can hear everybody just kind of leaned in, listening for footsteps, trying to feel it out. They're just kind of leaning in, just looking at doorways. This lets you know, okay, we have no idea how many people could potentially be on top of us. You can, until you hear the footsteps, until you hear the firefighting, but right now, with the fact that this is such an urban finish, it's all been the fighting on the outside. Everybody third-partying into the firefights inside the fields. So that's the only bit of information you really had to work with.
Not only is it a city ending, which of course allows for more teams to stay alive throughout the mid to late game, but we also saw so much chaos in the early to mid game, which means that that a lot of those teams would be eliminated already. Tanbu finding a few shots, finding a knock onto Little Ghost as well. And this is all damage that might not seem like much right now, but one extra knock is an extended bleed timer. And a helmet gone, as you can see, instantly after Little Ghost gets rest, but down once more. All this damage being done towards 17 is going to make their rotation that much harder. Good thing for them is, at least for now, they don't have to go anywhere.
Just look at the firing lines that are set up. 17 Gaming, yes, you're talking about they are technically entrenched in position, don't have to move just quite yet, but Navi's line is really just set to catch them no matter which way it goes. The Expendables line, same freaking thing for them to have to deal with. Taego, coming in from the south, has been spotted out by Ayla. Going to take some shots into this one. Smoke's going to be revealing this, and I mean, that does also mean that a lot of utility is being used at this stage just to try to navigate some of these very, I guess, hectic angles.
Yeah. All of Taego embracing that this will most definitely be an urban ending, unless if we see the wildest eastern hard shift in phase 8, and even then it's going to end in and around the road. But I like the way they're approaching this. Go full together, don't take anything for granted, spread out, take control. What I'm worried about, though, is we haven't really seen use of any blue zone nades yet. Now, I know teams had to rotate early because we went far down south, but I would still imagine that some teams are sat with them, waiting for that late game to come around.
I'm just getting nervous based off the way that Na'Vi has their line up. Everything's kind of cresting in and really compressing down to the south. Taego does manage to get themselves inside the zone, but they're going to have T5 so close. Tanvu's just going to be a bit ahead of that. Na'Vi is running a very split line. 4 different members in 4 different buildings, but they also have 2 solos that are right behind them.
All you need is one to apply pressure to force those teams around you to fight. They know there's still plenty of teams alive, most of whom are wounded already. So if you can just showing presence in one building, because at this point in the game, no one knows how many is sat in each respective building. No one has had any chance whatsoever to call that out except for Na'Vi. They've been sat in this split for quite a while now. They have full control, so might just sit around and force teams to fight one another so that whenever the fights come to you, it's a solo. It's a duo instead of a 4-man team sprinting straight into you.
Good day for shotgun fans out there, as it looks like we're seeing a couple of them be brought out. Scappy, you can see, has been just by his lonesome for a while now. Just everybody be quiet. Let me listen for footsteps. Let me see what's going on. The two solos out of all of Songam to kind of contend with are right next to each other. Probably, what, about a good solid 15 meters apart?
Sat there waiting for anything to happen. Scabby just on the other side now, I think, hearing the footsteps of Petulance as well. Petulance, of course, well aware that there's quite a bit on the line in this stage of the tournament. So even if you don't get kills here, just the more you stay alive, the more chaos unfolds without you, the better off you're going to be in the long run.
Time to make the play on Hatsawant. Playing this one, gets the shots out, does get the knock on to one. He is revealed, he's in the open, but he has some support from his teammates. Moving forward with the shotgun, trying to go for the blast into it, can't quite connect. Finally does find one, but now it's all going to be T-Block going apart, but the nade! The nade just rips him apart.
Both teams taken out as the follow-off nade gets the last player from Third on 5 as well. Not cleansed by any means for Taego or for Third on 5 there. A lot of shots missed. Of course, flashbangs not making things any easier whatsoever. But in the end, both those two teams, mutual destruction, take out each other.
This is great for TE. Now they can cross the road. They're going to shift into this position we saw just a moment ago. Na'Vi, everybody that's hanging out in the north is just like, what the hell just happened?
More space for everyone, and it's up to you to claim it. The issue is now with Na'Vi trying to maintain this split. Teams are getting so much closer to them. They do have Upa, I believe, even closer to Expendables than where they're seeing Milman right now. But no, it's Alia, sorry. But any knocked player on Na'Vi, there's pretty much guaranteed that no res is going to come through, because as you said earlier, Matrim, they are sat very, very split apart here.
Got to be careful with this, and they think that they have a pretty solid defense on it. Meanwhile, 17 Gaming looks like they're going to go ahead and hop in their vehicle, try to regroup behind the building before they make whatever shift that they need to. Keep in mind, they do have a recess on the opposite side of that road, but it's not good. And given the fact that they've been having to contend with the Expendables for so long, Expendables still do have a sightline into it. As you can see, yes, there is a ridge there, but it is not comfortable in the slightest for them.
Because the roof is available to Tanvu down the southern side, 17 can't get out, they can't play it. I'm curious to see how many smokes they've actually. You can see Little Ghost, 4 nades, sure, that's all great fun, but no smokes. Xiaobei just used his last. They need smokes for cover in order to get that cast into a position from where they can play. Xiaowu uses his second to last, but here comes the push around from the other side. Expendables know that 17 has to go down south, go down towards them, but 17 has to make a play now.
It's like in so much trouble right now. They're just trying to go for the sin down the hillside. It's already on fire. Maybe just try to use it for cover. It's going to be some shots that are going to connect. Little Ghost is going to go down. Vehicle is going to get exploded. There is the cover to be had, but there is also the Expendables. 777 doing what he does best, pushing aggressively.
Exactly. 777 alongside the rest of Expendables, flexing back across the road once more. We saw it in previous matches how good they are at just instantly reacting to the info being fed across. Just as 17 comes out of the compound, Expendables instantly there to meet them on the battlefield on the eastern side of the road. Xiaobei, Xiaowu still alive, but you have to imagine that's just going to be 4 seconds as they're now envision as these smokes start to fade away.
Molotov Blue Zone nade's going to stop this push. Expendables don't want to go too far. They know the fact that they have Tanvu back behind them. It's keeping an eye on what's going to be going on. Scabby does manage to take out Petulance. There was an awkward solo 1v1 over there, but we can see that the remnants of 17 are trying to hold this one. Xiaowu just looking directly into that pathing, waiting for someone to come in. Delwyn has that ridge, but 777 stacked together. Luckily, no grenades going to be landing on the side.
777 alongside the rest of Expendables would have really wanted for this fight to be over a long time ago. One good nade here could be the downfall of 3 players, and they seemingly, at least for a moment, have forgotten about Na'Vi. One nade here could be the downfall of all of them, and Alia with 1 nade lopped on over takes out the entirety of Expendables.
And now it is just come apart. 17 Gaming just trying to hold whatever they can, see if maybe they can survive through, but there is nothing that can be done. Na'Vi with that wide split, controlling the game for so long, gonna walk away with the victory too.
Alia saw the commotion, they saw the smokes deployed, and they knew one good nade could be the downfall of an entire team. And just like that, what looked to be a good outcome for Expendables was them torn apart. Look at the smiles on their faces. Na'Vi off to a good start here in the first day of the grand finals.
I think that we even got like a slight smirk there from Uba.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Just for a second,
it's a rare one, but they do come around every now and again. When you get a quad wipe with 1 nade, I feel like a smirk is deserved.
Oh man. That was the nade that got them the game. That firefight between the Expendables and 17. Na'Vi just realizing, nope, our win condition is just to wait, man. Wait and let them kind of do it. We exploit whatever they have bringing out, and just so well played on their side.
Na'Vi finally getting things going in the finals as Alia finds it. Now it's Hopper to the desk.
What a victory here for Na'Vi, and especially Alia at the very end with that insane nade to finish things off on the other side of the road. They had a great spot, though, to play it from, and Na'Vi is victorious, Avenger.
Yeah, we're pointing out, like, okay, these guys are fighting, but Alia's high ground position could just look over that smoke and see, okay, I'm going to chuck in a nade there, but I don't think he expects to get that many kills out of it. So obviously, really fun ending here. Song Am, it's a rare one.
Yeah,
I've actually not had the pleasure of playing one myself, but you can definitely tell how it's just like a pseudo urban ending, because you have all the houses on your on the left side, west side, and they have all these kind of open fields with a lot of ditches and everything you can play off. And you can see definitely with both Expendables and 17 Gaming, they're able to play super close to each other because how the fields are laid out like that.
Yeah. No, of course, and I mean, for the fact that Alia is eventually able to shut this down, the thing is that the center point is on the other side of the road from these teams. So even if Alia doesn't take the initiative and shut this down, they then all have to walk into the guns of Na'Vi anyway. So it was going to be Na'Vi with the cream of the crop choice here for this one, as they were able to finish things off. That being said, though, I mean, as you say, kind of an unusual circle to really get this going down to the south. All of these teams trying to adjust to this. We saw some teams all the way up against the edge of the very bottom who tried to transition to Songam, didn't quite work out here. Once you've got an urban position like Na'Vi had during all of that, it's a pretty strong hold.
Yeah, for sure. And as we often say, you know, like, don't go into the city unless you know it's going to end there. And in this case here, we saw a lot of teams that actually committed because we saw how both the water is in the unplayable area that's going to shift away from. So they're hoping for this ending here. And then all of the teams was on the west side. We saw FaZe Clan trying to crash in there. But in general, just here, 17 Gaming, another good game for them. Third place, Expendables stepping up here to the case. And yeah, it's good to see Na'Vi being able to come into this and maybe slow down Sonics a little bit. I was talking to one of our fantastic guys out there. Like Jackie's joined us, and he's like, please don't win too early. I don't want to, they shouldn't be running away from it, you know?
No, I don't think we've got any worries of that.
I told him as well. It's 18 games, somebody's going to catch up.
Yeah. Now, the thing is that is Na'Vi back on group stage form? Because group stage form, we saw them second place constantly throughout that. And then they kind of went to winners and kind of, you know, didn't do too well. But what do you think now? Seeing a third place, they were in, I think, on podium in second game as well, and now a first. That's big.
I would say so here. I think the carrot on the stick is big enough for them to like a big motivation. Big motivation for them to come in here. But of course, 11 kills coming in their way, and they're staying 4 guys live for super long time. Twisted Minds, of course, yes, they got some kills, they got some placement there, but it was kind of a scrappy way to squeeze some more points to get in out of there. And 17 position here with Expendables. But look at that, Alia at the very top. But we have to say, example, we have 1,000 damage, a classic ADR farm from him.
Oh, there's so many times where I'm like, I always go with example for my fantasy, and then I gave it up, and now I'm looking at that, I'm thinking, oh no, example's back. But Alia is able to take man of the match by Kadia. I may have given this to example myself, to be honest, but you know, that's how the cookie crumbles here.
Alia had a really good showing in the winners bracket of PGS1 as well in that case, and in general, he's just been able to step it up, and of course, it's good to see them being able to step in here. 18 kills total, actually taking overall damage, survival time, and kills so far for Na'Vi after 3 games. Very impressive.
Now, one name that is not present there at the moment is Cerberus, which I thought, you know, they maybe come in. Of course, yes, Sonics technically is not there as well. As we take a look at the points coming in from this, once again, Cerberus had another rough game. They've not had a great start here for the first 3 games of Avenger.
No, and I was hoping, you know, they were not gonna let that first game kind of shake them a little bit, but you can definitely tell it's not the same situation. But then again, 3 games deep, sometimes you will just have these circles again.
Sometimes,
as we see the total leaderboard here, Na'Vi, of course, being able to jump up now that Sonics, they bombed out with 0 points in the last game.
Yeah, they were one of the teams that were in the south below Songam and were not able to transition in effectively. So, of course, it was hard for them to get points for this one. That allows everybody to start doing the little catch-up. And big names down to the bottom. You've got Genji down there, Cerberus down there, 4AM down there, FaZe down there. Now, what is important, again, is that because we're playing 18 games, there's huge opportunities for these teams to catch back up. And actually, it's kind of exciting, because I do feel like those 4 teams probably can do a bit of a catch-up. All 3 of them can do a bit of a catch-up. So there's still a lot to play for.
Yeah, but also the quality of the teams we have here, right? We know, unless you're like 60 points ahead of second place, you just have like these teams that's going to come out and they're going to drop, you know, your 10, 12, 15 kills in a win, and then they're going to be like, okay, that's a 25 points catch-up right there.
Erangel on the cards next, 3 of them in fact, as we get geared up for this. I will say, having gone back and reviewed VODs and things like that, I love how teams are starting to use Mortar on this. I mean, it's again a contentious kind of subject, but the way in which I've seen, well, Minardo use them from before. Tiggleton is one of the guys that's been using them in the late game. I think if you're not using them, it actually maybe disadvantages you quite a bit. You need to get your grip to grips with this.
It's really prevalent on the map that you know so well, because you know exactly every dip that's being played, or especially in your areas where you often go to in your compound. You know, okay, this dip is the counterplay to that compound. So if you just spend, you know, half a day saying, okay, let's go through Erangel, let's know all these. Yeah, let's get the measurements, and that's why we saw, of course, Tiggleton. He's going to have this like measurements. The next thing is trying to get this like taught yourself. All these spots that are super playable. You have your dips that are extremely played often here. So, but yeah,
it's a bigger subject we can talk about later. But for now, let's get to Erangel. The grassy pastures on the way here for PGS2.
Teams off to a great start that you don't want to see getting the ball rolling. Na'Vi coming in with a win. Now Sonics back-to-back in the previous 2. And Expendables as well, despite them being torn to pieces by a single nade, are really feeling it right from the start. I'm Toby, joined by Matchroom. We're taking a look at Erangel for the first time here at the PGS2 Grand Finals. Matt, what a hell of a song arm finish we just saw.
We've been treated at the start of today.
Oh, definitely,
to be honest.
definitely.
It's very southern lean inside of our circles, but it's odd. Whenever we've been going over to Erangel, we've been getting a lot of that area around shooting range. And I'm kind of curious if we see that pattern continue, although we got an Everest, we got 2 schools, and we got chopsticks. I'm pretty content on Erangel.
I was just going to say, we got double military as well. Actually, you know what, come to think of it, I feel like we've been pretty blessed with a good set of variety on this map now. For Game PT and Forest, I see Babsang head hop for a vehicle. He is going to be the one to claim it, but does he drive away? I hope he does, because Master is going to... Oh my god, if he does that would be the sickest nade. I mean, honestly, Elliot just got 4 kills with 1 nade, but nope, not going to happen. Even with the bounce off the tree, Babsang hit, gets to honk, his way to safety.
It never stops being funny. The I took your vehicle.
Wait, can I just for a moment, as we're looking at the map here, ask Falcons why they're split Prison and Novo?
The only thing I can think of is based off of the plane pathings and the way we saw it be very north-south, maybe just in the middle.
Sending 2 players across in case it's a Amelia Island. We already have, yeah, you know what? It's just not something you see too often. Honestly, right now, pick one, Falcons, because you have players in Novo and you have players up towards Lumberyard. It's not going to go both areas, that's for sure, but I think if I was to put my money in anything, I'd probably start rotating towards Milton
Did you just challenge the way that the circles have gone and said, it can't go?
Well, I mean, now we know it's going to go Novo. That's what's going to happen.
It could potentially keep that in for the longest time just to mess with the players. The way
You're not wrong.
This is also an area that everybody should be pretty familiar with, but with the way the circle leans a bit more to the south with Military Base Island, that does mean that the Lumberyard hillside does make kind of an awkward pathing for a couple of these teams to have to deal with, most notably whenever we look at the Milta or the due north pathing into Milta proper itself. And I wouldn't be surprised, yet again, if this is going to be a very, very heavy game for using emergency pickup, is it can get you kind of past that danger zone.
Definitely could be. Definitely could be. As we take our eyes to Sonics again, finding probably the best start you could possibly hope for in a grand finals, winning 2 in a row. Now off to a what could only be imagined as a pretty decent start here in Erangel. They got plenty of opportunities. They can follow in behind Na'Vi down towards farm, or they can wait for a while, then potentially wrap down over Sosnovka Island as well, which is something we've seen a lot of teams out of Ferrypier, out of that western side of Erangel do in the past. Say, you know what, there's going to be commotion by farm, there's going to be commotion by Milta, let's just wrap down south around, and if the shift comes to us, that's phenomenal. Even if it doesn't, we're wrapping in on the edge, and that's edge-heavy Sonics is what we've been seeing all day.
I do want to point out, though, there's a team that I know that a lot of us have expectations for, specifically whenever we were looking at the winners bracket side, right? Who's the team that goes to Milta proper itself, and who's the team that's directed center as FaZe now has themselves the opportunity for a big, big game.
They sure could have. It's always interesting, I feel like, because you know when you have your Pachinki and you go, oh, the Pachinki cheese and win, or when you have a circle that goes straight down to military and there's one team there, oh, the military team should have a good game. I feel like Milta ain't always the same case, because A, the team that loots there doesn't necessarily opt to set up shop. They would usually, in circles like these as well, wrap further north, try and wrap out towards the east as well and try to take some control. In this case, though, FaZe have Gustav up on the western side, but Na'Vi, as you can see, coming in from one side, and you have Cerberus starting to wrap down from the other. So for FaZe right now, split 2-1-1, it could potentially become a little dangerous for them to try and maintain this split. But now, let's listen in to Taego and hear what they have to say coming into the grand finals.
因为我们是第一次进总决赛，所以非常激动。因为我觉得 PCL 赛区的队伍都很厉害，50%要么是冠军，要么不是冠军。我觉得我们现在状态挺好的，我觉得就保持现状就好了，保持好现在的状态。
PCL is the strongest league in the world. Okay, Tyloo. Okay, Tyloo. I see you.
On top of that, well, there's a 50-50 chance that we win due to that. That's like the double down on banter, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying they're here to fight, and in all fairness, I mean, they've been doing pretty good. Doing pretty good at that up until this point, so I don't fault them for it. Currently set in 8th, but everything is so close, of course, that it can still easily go their way. Silson got stuck on a sand dune, and I hope that no one saw that. Especially opponents.
Yeah, I think the FaZe is going to kind of let him go right now. The regroup does look like it's going to be effective as Falcons do find themselves together. The 2-1's taking some shots into 17 as this is going to be kind of along that northern area, looking kind of in the death road positional. And with this 17 game, we can just kind of play the opposite side. So a lot of bolts going to come out pretty much to shoo them to go. No. The side's ours. You can go wherever you want over there.
This is such a smart setup from Twisted Minds too, and they do this every now and again. Oftentimes they'll be one of the later teams into the circle, so you don't get to see. But here it was perfectly set up. Petulance is the first one to shoot, despite being the one that's the furthest behind, which means that he starts shooting. And then if, for any reason, 17 goes, haha, there's just one player there. He's so stupid for shooting us. Let's jump out of our cars and hunt him down. You have the entirety of Twisted Minds sat there waiting for them to get out of the cars and just instantly find off angles, taking them out. Now, fortunately for 17, they didn't jump on the bait there, but that could very quickly had gone very, very much downhill for 17 Gaming had they jumped on that one against the bait from Petulance.
It also should be noted that Death Road is kind of a thing that we should be keeping an eye out as this moves forward. Oh yeah, teams that who plays the north, who plays the south of it is taking some shots at Expendables. Never going to come free of charge, right? They're always going to tax you for that one.
Yeah. Definitely. Tickleson able to get back down to safety. Cover of both trees, hills, and vehicles as he gets banded on up. In the meantime, Expendables will continue their rotation on forward, but where are they opting to set up shop? Same again here for Game PT, trying to make their way in from the north. They got question mark just ahead of them, so could potentially cause a bit of commotion, but for both these two teams, neither of whom like fighting early. I would imagine that even if they do, spot each other, they'd just try and stay clear of one another.
Similar play styles, similar colors even on the map as they, it seems like they're comrades in arms and different mindsets. Yes, they should kind of spot each other in just 1 second, but I mean, this is, is QM look like maybe going more into that Lippo line? It is inside the zone, right on the edge, might not be the worst. GP, we have seen them kind of go over here before too.
Expendables. Oh, I thought for a second they were going to drive up to Cerberus, and now they're flexing around. If they commit to the shack this early on, I'd be a little worried on their behalf, because that is a phase 1, very hard commit to a spot where you're pretty much guaranteed to have your tires popped. But where are Expendables planning on going again? I mean, Expendables is a team that's been farming edges. Right now, they're just bombing at dead center.
Oh, man. Are there enough people shooting at them to make them stop at any specific location? FaZe Clan now taking those shots in, as we did see Falcons and Capitan trying to shoot them into Milta itself, and I guess that's all they wanted. Let's just crash into the warehouse, keep our vehicles safe-ish. I guess they're already smoking, but ish.
I mean, credit where credit's due. They get in, they take no casualties. Vehicles, sure, I mean, you can get new ones in the city. Only thing I don't say worried about, but confused about is how they do like to rotate in and around the edges in the early game, but here they just send it full speed towards the middle.
We do have 4 angry men that are approaching on that eastern bridge. FaZe is playing to the south of it. Not necessarily a bridge camp per se, but enough to make 4 angry men. I guess, for anxious men and not wanting to move too much into this one just quite yet until they feel comfortable. They can play that, I guess, eastern side and kind of wrap in where we saw Falcons do a second ago.
They can wrap east around, they can wrap west around. They should be completely fine in this spot. Again, I mean, FaZe only has 2 players in James and Corexi on this southern side, so even if FaZe do see them, I don't think this is something they would fully commit into. Sonics, again, opting to just take what they're presented with, and Tickleton finds himself a mortar as he starts moving his level 2 vest down the stairs.
And this is just what you do whenever you're playing the edge and there's nobody around you, right? You just kind of bring your loot back over to your teammate as efficiently.
He could just drop his vest, run up, take the other one, but again, I mean, out of fear that someone somewhere has a perfect angle on them that he isn't aware of, gotta respect the Kevlar swapping down the staircase.
We don't always necessarily see the setups too for if somebody crashes, let's go ahead and put in this here, and like you'll kind of set yourself up so that way you can grab like a couple of things very, very quickly on a crash. And 4 angry men, you can see bypassing Corexi now, and again, pretty safe. And if they played it south of this, they might bump into TE if they cross the road, but that's about it.
Again, early commitments to Milta proper. First we see it from Expendables, then we see it from 4AM. Now 4AM is a team that I would consider to go more center heavy early on than the other. And oh no, Capitan, you already had one tire pop, mate. This just ain't gonna be it, is it? Boop! No, it's not. Salute finds the headshot. Good thing for Falcons is that it should be resable. As, yeah, I think DraftKings is making his way down towards his teammate.
Quick glance over at Gen.G in 13th place, and I feel like most of those are off of kills, as that's been kind of their MO moving into these stages. But over on to Erangel is a map where we can often see them flex out and have a lot more of their strengths and what they can kind of showcase into this. They are playing just to the north of where we saw Sonics just a moment ago, as 17 is going to be to the east of this position. And I like this compound quite a bit. If the circle does go this way, and given the fact of how much is milli and water and stuff like that, there's a decent chance that it could. This is very strong.
Now, I'm not saying that creates predictive circles, but if they do, then we're in for a treat in just about 1 second. Let's see where we're going. We're actually going south. There's no way that just happened.
All right.
Holy moly, FaZe, get in your cars and get going, because this buffet is completely for yours for the taking.
Look at Gen.G. They're like, okay, this isn't the path that we really wanted for this plane, but maybe we can shift into Noble. Everybody now has hop inside of vehicles. It's just going to be wild on this bridge. FaZe has got the inside track on it. As you can see now, it's going to be shots coming out from, it's going to be Na'Vi taking those into Twisted Minds as they're trying to make their rapid. 4 angry men hopping inside their vehicles as well. The Expendables in their position inside of Milta, getting ready to make their jump back down. 17 Gaming as well as Sonics both pathing over into that western bridge just to bypass the lunacy of what's about to happen.
Chaos and chaos galore is about to commence as FaZe has upped the setup, Xiao saying we ain't going over, and because we don't, you won't be able to either. Xiao Pian, unlucky to fall out of the car there, will be knocked on down, but everyone now, this is going to be one of the biggest funnels we've seen in all of global PUBG, because there's only one way to go, and that is across this bridge.
FaZe doesn't even want to stick here. They see how many people are coming. 4 angry men have to deal with Twisted Mind that's going to be back behind them. Cerberus also pathing into this area. They both shifted off into the gas station. They'll now try to take the fight. Meanwhile, Sonics, 17, they're just taking a leisurely drive over to the west, feeling far more comfortable about it as Taekon gets a knock.
I mean, Cerberus came in thinking we're going to be the ones to sit here, but there's already 2 teams in front of them, and now Twisted Mind's feeling the hurt of the push coming through from Cerberus. Him as trying to run on down. It's just Spiro lifting his feet here as he tries to stand strong. He's going to fall down as well. But Tulins is so far away from this, there's nothing he could possibly do to try and help out his teammates as they fall.
While this is going on, Ty Lu has managed to jump into an emergency pickup as well. They're going to be navigating over next to Gen.G. Question Marks got themselves a boat that they're going to be taking, as well as the Expendables. 17 Gaming going to be stopping over on that western bridge. They do see Sonics. Sonics are just going to commit into a very southern wrap. 17 Gaming are like, okay, they're not stopping. Good. Let's just go and get out of this. My God, 59 still alive, but this is just the Wild West right now. It's just fight for what you can get.
You were the one complaining. You said about, Taego, bad circles.
I said the fact that whatever you said, like it's going to go down to Novo, you just cursed us. Don't give that to me.
Absolutely insane. Na'Vi able to fly across. Gen.G probably the best gifted team off of this, because they were already in the air doing their emergency pickup, flew towards Milta, and instantly swung their parachutes towards the south when they saw the new circle pop. And now, Game PT, the last team to try and follow through on the emergency pickups here. Where do they go? Because everything is going to be taken already.
T5 not wanting to go into the air. They're just going to path over, trying to camouflage themselves into the blue. It is going to be 17 that's already going over onto the military base hillside just to the north of military base itself. They're going to take the ferry. I got to say,
this ain't a bad play.
This feels like a bold choice, Cotton kind of move, because there's going to be a lot of people on both sides of this that can take pot shots into it.
Now, whoever is running highlights here, just bring up the clip of Dano jumping off the ferry and getting 2 players knocked in doing so after this one comes around. It's definitely going to be dangerous for them to cross over by the ferry, but good thing for them is that we know Novo shorelines are free, and essentially all the shorelines outside of where 4AM is currently posted are going to be available soon. So many teams now forced to try and go for the emergency pickups and cross it on over. And because of that, I think this is team number 5 that emergency picks across. Because of this, majority of the teams have actually managed to get across.
Yeah, Circle goes to the south. That's not too surprising given the way that this is all laid itself out. I do want to point out that we do have a lot of moving factors in Falcons, Forest, as well as Dano still, and it ain't stopping.
Falcons were in Novo. Falcons had players in Novo, but swung towards north side of Milta, and now they have to come back again. If only they knew at the time that this would have been the place to be. Now they're the team, the absolute furthest from the circle.
Here comes Cerberus. They're crossing over the bridge. 4 Angry Men are playing pretty close to it. Remember, we saw them just make their jump over. It's not really a bridge camp per se. Man, that is like one of those old like fair games, right? You're just trying to cook the nade perfectly to land it down inside of one of the largest bowls I have seen inside this map. Is crazy. Play it safe.
Might find a knock on one, but there should be no way that he gets the follow-up. As I say that, Taego just exactly went around the crate there, and therefore easy flush for Crazy. But Crazy has to figure out how to seek it out of this position to a no. Haisagi runs himself over. Worst timing in the middle of a fight on the bridge for him to fall.
And now while this is going on, we are going to have Dano cut in below this, use the distraction of what's going to be happening. They were in trouble if 4 Angry Men did not get distracted, so they're definitely benefiting off of this very peculiar firefight that's happening. Let's not forget, Radio Tower still also has Taego in it. These are going to be just a bit past this one. We have, if you mind, Game PT that's going to be over there. And I don't even know, man. This is
everything you wanted, Matrim. This is everything you've been praying for every single day coming into this tournament. Here you go. You better be happy with it.
Yes, I am. Genji, you can see now picking up 1 down to the south. They're going to push T5 back away. Don't forget about 17. That's going to be the opposing side of them. Sonics, the only team that's really playing to the west at all, are taking some shots in. Falcon's probably going to be pathing over here as well, but everybody is playing Radio Tower Hillside or Novo right now.
Nice shots coming through 4AM down below. It's such a difficult position to play in full control of. 4AM grabbing underneath, taking him down as 3rd on 5, trying to push on through. 17 is sat there ready and waiting. Again, 3rd on 5 without the emergency pickups. Just cannot find a proper entry to this one.
Oh, and it's just going to get worse as now Falcon's going to be pathing into this similar angle. 17 Gaming already taking the shots into them. It's going to make it a bit more awkward as Uju just trying to hold it. Does get the knock on that one. Little Ghost providing some support as well. Falcons, they are going to just hard land into this position, and Silzen just clinging to life, the last one up.
I mean, 17 Gaming full control on that push coming through, and crucial that they get the knocks as fast as they do. And luckily, not fast enough as they are spotted from above. You can see Xiaobei full speed forward is trying to come down and rest his teammate, who should be able to get back to safety.
And here we go. We've got Dano, who's managed to hop off of the ferry, and they're going to have to make their way west into Question Mark, the Expendables, and Forest, all in Novo right now.
Not too often you see so many teams down in and around this area, but of course this circle did not exactly make for easy and well-timed rotation. Circle swings west because why not? Just go as far away from Novo as we possibly could.
Silzen trying to find some magic here as he is going to get Amy back up and get an aid back over onto this. 17 Gaming does get their res as well, but don't forget about Sonics, who are kind of watching this. Sonics pretty much, again, have the only team that are in the West. We're from Crossroads over. That's kind of the only thing they have to work with. All of these teams down in Novo, though, have to separate away from each other, and good luck.
And that's the thing, right? Right now, it's all about trying to make some buffer space from yourself. Try and force teams to roam away from you, or if they want to take the fight, get that fight over with as fast as you possibly can. Expendables want to deal with them on the other side. They have to try to make the play now. In the meantime, Question Mark tries to run off, but Dante can't get to safety fast enough.
And remember, most of the teams that are playing Novo, they did the emergency pickup into this, so they don't have vehicles. This is foot push. This is fighting. I mean, what? We've got Fairy Pier teams. We've got 2 that landed over here. This is just going to be fight your way through it, and Question Mark is going to be the one that's trying to hold the line. The problem is it's just such a target-rich environment for the people that are trying to come out. Forest is going to be moving up to the north. They managed to separate away from the Expendables. Expendables kind of see what's going to be going on with Dano as well as Question Mark, but it's going to be how close and how cleanly can either one of these 2 fights between Dano or Question Mark take this.
Loki needs to buy himself so much space here in order to get his remaining teammates across this street, and so far it's working out for him. Dante is still knocking spots. Adusi on the other side, great damage coming through, but not able to find the knock. Soul will fall and right on the corner. But Loki swings on him.
Nice little dance there to avoid the shots connecting as much as they could have. The rest of Danawa trying to make sure that they flush in, get some more work into it. Nades going out. Loki feeding that information over. Doozy on just the opposing side of that box. He's going to get spotted. He's going to go down. Best of luck. He has nowhere that he can go.
One-man army, and Loki just stands strong, denying any sort of access for Question Mark to cross on through. Salute now on the other side. They know that they have to deal with the threat. Someone no, Tanvu! The damage dealer in the end. Best of luck finds the other, and despite a valiant effort, Danawa falls in 13th.
Now we've got more that's brewing up into the more in the north, as it's going to be Forest that has to move into where 4 a.m. we're at just 1 moment ago. Navi moving into the Taego hillside at roughly the same time. Expendables have leapfrogged all up in front of this one and are going to have to deal with Game PT that is just right on top of them. Tanvu, you can see, not really capable of moving due to the amount of nades that are just landing all around him.
Game PT really trying to force this one early, and I like it because they know they have fights to come inside the circle themselves. So finding 777 quickly is going to be crucial in them trying to prevent any sort of push through here from Expendables.
The curve of that nade on the hillside, so dangerous. Duck Juice, Tanvu, we've seen them pull off some magic before, but they've got a ton of people from. Hella is going to go down, but look at this. Every single time you take a firefight, you have to assume that somebody else is already counter-moving around it. Fight in the north also just continuing to be messier by the moment. If you mind, Game PT, Daku just up here, raining in damage on the Expendables, and I don't know how you get out of this.
And while all this has been going on, Navi has claimed Observatory to themselves. Now, the circle has swung west, but they just took out the entirety of Tailu up that hillside. You can see the killed players up there on the hill. Navi coming into this one so incredibly strong as well as Duck Juice sprays on through, but cannot find one of the Game PT players.
And Game PT can't make any move because FaZe is still committed into their defense of Crossroads itself. They're taking shots right into their butts right now. Forest, last one up for them is going to be Master. He's kind of looking at what's happening there. Expendables finally going to get eliminated, but keep in mind, Gen.G with their awkward rotations just a moment ago are inside the circle. 17 has a foothold in the circle, and Sonics, again, the only team west into the north of the Crossroads roads.
Credit to Game PT here. Solid hold, holding out the entirety of Expendables while being shot at by Navi from up above, only taking 1 casualty. Not something that's easy to do, but Babsang Head and his troops are able to pull through and stay alive. But issue is, this journey ain't far from over.
Navi defending in. They're like, nope, we want to make sure that we get some more KP out of this one before we have to walk into the death trap that is going to be brewing at any given moment. FaZe did send 1 member in Jeans over pretty close to the Gen.G defensive buildings. They're kind of playing the satellite buildings, tower buildings, whatever you want to call them, that are just to the west of Radio Tower itself. Bob saying, hey, though, dude, I love this. Look at how he's navigating right on this very just huge decline so that way nades can't hit it.
Navigating, sure, but the issue for Game PT is now that Navi has been allowed to fully reset. They're set in a perfect position from where GP should have no chance whatsoever of wrapping on over. They have to wrap north around, and as soon as they come around the side of this hill, they're going to be fully visible to FaZe from down below. You can see shots coming through. Melman, easy peasy for him. Game PT out in 8th, but great hold initially, just too much to muster, trying to make their way further towards the west.
4 a.m. is going to be sending it off into the distance, into the far west. Sonics has now crossed over into more of the satellite tower and the buildings complex over here. This is a very complicated area to play just due to the fencing, the walls, everything else like that. And you can see that Sonics realizes, okay, this is where 17 is going to be playing. Let's step over, let's get control over this. Then the south pretty much is ours. They do have to be cautious as 4 Angry Men is now finally one of the first teams around them for 500 meters in quite a while, but Xiao Bei can he defend up? Suju is going to be down, does manage to pick up one of the Sonics members, but the shots are going to connect for the follow-up.
The 1-for-1 peak on over as Sonics do come out victorious in the end. Have to fully reset as fast as possible though, as Adrian right now currently the only one tasked with defending the rest of the team. Here comes Melman down the hillside. He goes parachute full speed forward, able to land, you'd have to imagine, but the rest of the team on bikes trying to make their way down
towards him in the crater down below, and just like that, somehow all of them get down here. I say safely, but Elliot broke his ankles on approach.
Hey, he at least got to a resible position. The problem with it is FaZe, who's been kind of locking down this area for a while, they still have a lot of nades. They still got a lot of Molotovs. Hard Hat Man himself doesn't have to put in too much work. Just got to put out a couple of throwables. Doesn't want to peek too much just yet, but that's because Gustav's going to be following in. That bull is just going to be cooking with nades, with Molotovs, and Mel realizes he got to get out.
I know. I think this is FaZe realizing that we want to keep these nades for as long as we can. We know there's a late game still to be played, but a little worrying that James just ran up there thinking that he could take this on 1v3 by himself, considering the fact that he had nades to his disposal, wanted to get as close as he could before having to use any utility. When the shots came in return, they knew, great, we got to use them here. Finds the 3. Good cleanup from FaZe, who now gets the circle too. If they can hold off Gen G, they're going to be in a very, very good position to claim the win here as well.
Boy, we got some international usual suspects in our top 4 right now. FaZe, Gen G, Sonics, and 4 Angry Men. 4 Angry Men off on a no man's land, kind of by themselves right now, and that's kind of the way they want it after what all happened around that bridge. No surprise there is Gen G still just trying to figure out, okay, how is FaZe moving through this one? Pio's finally going to spot them out. As Sonics, Gen G pretty close to each other in this compound.
Oh, it's like watching 2019 PUBG all over again with the teams that we currently got alive.
That's true.
As Sonics, the first team to have to make a move here, trying to creep further forward. Of course, they know that Gen G will eventually have to make a play. Therefore, that is what we're going to set up for. We don't worry about forward. We don't worry about FaZe right now. We have to try and deny any sort of crossover for Gen G, because there's such a small chance now that the next circle is going to stay east side or contain any space on the east side of the road. So that's why you're seeing Sonics pretty much ignore what's happening up here with 4AM, but fully focus on the road side itself.
This is Sonics that are going to be taking the low side of the hill, and just to kind of get away from some of these sight lines. FaZe have good vision up into the north, as once we start moving away from where this road is itself and we get up this hillside, there are a couple of divots that you can kind of navigate, work your way through. Nobody wanting to make the commitment yet because of the focus that happened over to the east. You don't rightfully know who's now wrapped in back behind it. Also, the issue is there's a lot of visibility inside this circle, and that's why so many teams are now being forced to play edge. Right as soon as Tickleton got a foot inside this circle, he's already being shot by 4 Angry Men.
Gen G's PO went for the if I don't see them, they don't see me. Unluckily for him, he did get spotted. Issue for Sonics is now, though, that is Gen G making landfall on the other side. Now they have multiple angles to worry about. They couldn't just focus on the east side. With PO across, that is going to be really, really frustrating for Sonics to have to work around, especially because now FaZe is thinking as well, let's deal with 4AM as fast as possible. We take the full-on fight towards them. They know that they're a wounded team. Clean them now before anyone surviving on the roadside comes their way.
4 Angry Men had the potential to make their next rotation difficult. So FaZe pushes forward, gets in that low ground, says, nope, if you go to peek over here, we are going to punish you for it. So yes, 4 Angry Men has a lot of vision. They know how 2 of the teams are approaching. The problem is they can't really do too much about it, as the terrain is very unfavorable for what they want to try to accomplish.
Gen G now coming into the southern side as well. I'm curious to see when Gustav reads that and forces his troops back the other direction. Gen G actually also helping FaZe a little bit in shooting all the way across the circle. Circle swings over as PO now started to creep ever so much closer down towards the Sonics.
PO doing PO things. He's getting right up on top of that. HSMM about to have to deal with some issues of his own. That nade doesn't connect on H1, but is enough to shoo him away from the angle. James going to be moving forward. Yeah, laying down's just not going to be enough. There's FaZe, gets the high ground and gets the vision.
Easy clean up for FaZe, the team that were the first movers onto the island early on in this one. James once again peeks on over, headshot, body shot, connected onto Strims. Here Sonics left exposed. Trying to fend off against Gen G, just not working out for them.
Look at this though, Gen G realized FaZe made that shift up.
Yeah, exactly.
Now they're moving into the north and they're trying to backfill into this. This means that Corexy and the rest of the squad now has to shift their attention into what's going on with Sonics, and now having to get in with the new danger threat close that Gustav has.
It is Gustav against Gen G effectively here, as the former IGL of the team and now support flex player is trying to maintain full control on the eastern side. In the meantime, now he goes, guys, if you want to take out Sonics, you better do it now, because you have to come up here and help me real damn soon. And you can see all of FaZe running pretty much on a line here, full speed down towards Sonics. They know that pressure is on. They know that it's of the essence that they get done with Sonics now.
This is your teammates respecting your play, Gustav. 3 members committing into Sonics. They want to secure this situation. They want to make sure that it is taken care of. Tig takes a massive amount of damage. Kurexi can't quite find the angles, but with the vehicles exploding in front of them, you can see FaZe realizes there is an opportunity. Time does give enough for the meds to come through on Sonic's line. They've also realized that Genji has shifted away, so now here comes the rush. Can they manage to bypass through what FaZe is trying to accomplish as Pio has moved right up next to Gustav?
And this is the issue for Gustav. He goes, guys, I can't do this for much longer. I'm holding them off as best as I can. But he's constantly trying to maneuver down towards his teammates. Issue is, in doing so, he's allowing Genji that much more control. He's once again running off. Pio is on the hunt, but the remaining 2 Genji players are opting to flex in behind Sonics. Genji playing this one very smart, very slow, and not aggressing, but taking the space they're given by the retreating opponents.
And with Gustav stepping away, now Pio up into the north. Genji goes, okay, we got what we wanted. Flex back in, and this is one of the reasons why FaZe wanted to let them have it. Now, a full-on pinch onto Sonics, and there's nothing they can do. They are so outnumbered. Nade's going to be coming in. Even if you manage to get away from Genji, you're going to have to deal with what's going to be going on with FaZe back behind you, and this is exactly what FaZe wanted. They wanted to clear up this side, and now it is just a straight-up 4v3.
The issue is now, because of them both shooting, because of Nox coming on both sides, they know they have Pio cornered alone. They know that they have him on an island, and they instantly push down on it. Once they saw both DG and EJ's names in the kill feed, reading it off as knowing that there are only 3 left alive, they knew they had a 3v1 in their hands. They instantly push on it, and just like that now, it's a 4v2 in favor of FaZe Clan.
Genji kind of separated out, has got to be careful. Each one having to take down 2 different members of FaZe Clan who have just been dominant as we look through some sections of this event so far. Can they find the opportunities? If Gustav pushes down into this one, if he flanks back in behind it, it could spell the absolute end of them. But 3-man stack from FaZe. They got faith in each other right now, and it is deserved.
From full control Genji to down on the stomachs Genji they go. FaZe reclaim control. Gustav somehow able to run fast enough to get out of it, and still just keep Genji baited, keep Pio baited to follow him. Just say, come with me, the fun is over here. Then they turn him and then they take him down.
It is such a hard job what Gustav is doing right now, and he's having to do it against Pio of all players inside the world, and he's doing it efficiently. He's baiting out Genji, forcing them to stall, not allowing them to take the tempo of the game. FaZe is dictating so much of what's happening right now, and so much of it is off of the team trusting in what Gustav can accomplish here.
FaZe came into this match with 2 points on the day. 0 points in the previous one, no placements inside of top 10. This would be a huge turnaround point for them to finally get something going to finish off day 1 with 2 more Erangels left to play. But DG and EJ, they still have something to say about exactly that. 4v2, we've seen it be won by the lesser team before. Let's see if Genji can do something about this one.
It would require a massive misplay on the specs, playing against the Rock. Now, keep in mind, FaZe is having to play all of the angles because they don't know exactly where Genji keeps repositioning, but I think that Gustav saw that. Now he's going to play this a lot more quiet. Wait for the peek out. Goes for the spray and doesn't get the knock. DG's going to go down. Hold him down. Try to make sure that he doesn't take too much out of this. Molotov's going to be a bit too far. Mids to come out for DG. Now it's going to be EG trying to make sure that he can get something out of this one. But EG just can't really find the angles to work with Gustav. Continuing to hold this line miraculously.
He is so annoying for these Genji players. Perfect edge control play, baiting the attention, allowing for FaZe Clan to, with every single step, take more and more control in this circle. And single-handedly, Gustav now forcing them to turn around as James peaks on the second time around. Genji is playing whack-a-mole against the entirety of FaZe Clan, and they are hitting their shots, and now 4v1. This should be FaZe a clear win as the flush comes through onto EJ.
Push on both sides of it, and it's a flank. There is nothing that can be done. That was just absolute perfection. Mind games, control, everything coming up for FaZe.
What a game as well. We see Luke there, the manager of the team. Everyone happy that FaZe finally gets something going again. 3 games with just 2 points to show for, finally turning things around in one of the most absurd hardships down towards the south I've seen in a long time. But hey, FaZe, they were the first team to get there, and they claimed the island for themselves in the end.
I'm still getting over all the rotations getting into this circle, around pickups, the tower becoming a factor, bridge fights. If you want a bit of everything in your game, that last one gave it all.
It sure did. It sure did. You wanted excitement, everyone. Well, here it is. And I'm not sure what we can do to top a circle like that on phase 2 anymore, but I'm sure the game has everything in kind of in the script ready to throw it at us, because it is grand finals, and what better than grand finals than giving in some hardships too.
But see, this is also one of the reasons reasons I love to see some of the crazier circles hit at this stage. I know that fair is good, you know, whenever they center up, everything's fine and everybody can be happy about that. But watching these teams navigate these just ridiculous situations and the logic and the skills that they bring out is just, I love every second of that.
And to go back to what I said on the pre-show too, this was a perfect showcase of what FaZe has done different now. The 2023 FaZe is a whole new roster. It's the same roster, but it's a whole new setup with how they're playing this game. Gustav being allowed to flex out, take kind of the role that James would have had in the past, but he is so incredibly good at not only flexing out from the team, but feeding in for across every single footstep he hears. You can see instantly the team reacts to it there, ready to shoot. He was such a nuisance to so many teams on approach, holding off 3-4 teams at a time from that north side on his own, but staying alive through all of it.
This is a great example of a game where it's not always about the numbers, right? It's not about damage. It's not about all that other stuff. The things that Gustav was capable of doing for his squad and what they allowed him to do, he didn't get any merits that are going to be rewarded on fantasy off of that. It was just a ridiculously strong mental performance, and I cannot wait as we still have 2 more games to go.
Welcome back to the main stage. My name's Banks, this is Sandstorm, and we're joined by Alia from Na'Vi. Now, I guess you kind of already realize why we want to talk to you, because that grenade, we're going to have to talk about it on Taego. Backstage erupted, the green room erupted, the audience erupted. Talk us through that moment. What were the comms like? Did everyone just go crazy?
Ты, наверное, догадываешься, о чем мы хотим с тобой поговорить. Это о гранате, которая была в Taego. Все были в восторге. Расскажи об этом моменте.
У нас, в принципе, было мало утилити. Я до последнего держал, прям до клоус-файтов. И потом мне Мелмон в конце заколил то, что можешь вон туда дать хае, там ТЕшники. Я просто дал туда хае и взорвал 4, все.
And we have little utilities, and I was keeping that. And when Mel told me that there is a target, I just did it.
بنرحب باللاعب أليا من فريق نافي، وبالبداية أكيد لازم نحكي بموضوع النيد اللي شالت 4 لعيبة على السريع خلال ثواني بسيطة، فحبينا نعرف إيش اللي كان عم بيصير من الفريق. رده كان إنه ما كان عندهم يوتيليتي كتير في اللحظات الأخيرة من المباراة، وكان عم بيستنى الكوميونيكيشن، كان عم بيستنى القرار من الفريق، وفي النهاية مل حكى له في عندك أعداء عم بيستنوك بهذاك الكومباوند. بالنهاية النيد الوحيدة اللي استخدمها كانت في المكان الصح، وقدرت تطلع ب4 كيلات بلحظات بسيطة جدا في المباراة.
But you guys are in a very comfortable position after just 4 maps and day 1 of the grand finals. So can you talk to us a little bit about the preparations yesterday leading into day 1 today? Because you look very comfortable.
Вы занимаете довольно уверенные позиции, и у тебя хотят спросить, как вы готовились вчера, что вы делали?
Но в плане макроигры мы играли весь турнир хорошо. Просто нам не хватало чуть агрессии, чуть уверенности. И нам не хватало просто стрелять 2 головы по типам. И поэтому сейчас мы играем более агрессивно и стараемся отжимать позиции и просто драться, наслаждаться игрой.
Previously we were not as aggressive as we are, and now we are just more aggressive and more confident, and we are just, getting the positions.
حبينا ناخذ رايه بالسؤال الثاني اللي هو كان حاليا انتم متواجدين بمركز عالي جدا في الترتيب العام، فخبرنا عن التحضيرات اللي عملتوها واللي اشتغلتوا عليها وتجهيزاتكم لليوم الاول من الجراند فاينلز. رده كان ان هم ما كانوا بالعاده بيلعبوا بطريقه اجريسيف كثير خلال المباريات، لكن المره هاي لقوا ثقتهم وعم بيلعبوا باجريسيف او بستايل اجريسيف اكثر خلال هاي المباريات، والنتيجه عم بتفرجينا من ناحيه النتائج اللي حصلوها والنقاط اللي حصلوها خلال اول 4 مباريات من اليوم الاول. شكرا جزيلا أليا على تواجدك معنا في المقابله، نتمنى لك باقي التوفيق في اخر مباراتين باذن الله على خريطه Erangel.
Alia, thank you so much for joining us in your post-match interview. You've got 2 more Erangels to go, so we can't wait to see if you guys can finish out day 1 of the grand finals in the top spot. So, having said that, we're going to throw it over to the desk to continue day 1 of the grand finals, because next stop, like we just said, it's Erangel.
What on earth was that circle? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here, FaZe is able to capitalize off the back of a ridiculous second circle shift as we move over to military, where it could have, I guess, only been that spot when it comes to military. But these games keep throwing us curveball after curveball. We just had the burning plane on Taego, and now we have this.
Yeah, of course. And on top of that, right, you have FaZe that has the first choice, and then they take the split compound where, you know, like where they have the gas station and everything, and then Circle Harsh is west. The compound that is the best is not taken. And like, how often do you see that, right? But of course, it is James that is going to be the man of the match by Kadir here. 5 kills, James.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff here as we're for the analysis desk brought to you by STC Play, and we've got ourselves good old Jeems looking phenomenal here with the position that they were able to take. I love their kind of wraparound as well onto what eventually is that high ground north of the road leading towards military. It's the perfect spot for them to be able to stage their campaign from, and they get 19 cool points from it. Meanwhile, Gen G, 12 much needed points, 4M. 11 much needed points here for them as well, and Na'Vi, still cheeky Na'Vi with 9, pushing them up to 45 points now across 4 games.
Yeah, obviously a fantastic game for them, but overall, like how the game ended up being, right, it was so scrappy. You see so many teams kind of just sending in, as you say here, 45 for them to be in the very top. Sonic still up there, also good, decent game for them. They got 8 points in this one, as you said, 39. It's kind of shaping up a little bit at the top here, James.
Yeah, and looking at FaZe, that jump is a 10 placement position jump from them, coming up to 6th place now. So it really shows the fortunes of these teams can switch with the flick of a switch here, as FaZe is able to jump up quite nicely. And I mean, again, you know, where they had, and all of these teams trying to somehow scramble to this military side was difficult.
It's really good to have a FaZe clan member as a captain on your fantasy team, if you had it for this game, of course.
Yeah, I guess so. We've got Abdul Latif Jamil Motors as well here, as you can go to toyota.com.sa/en/gamers and check out everything that's going on over there.
Or go in game and check out the new Aston Martins. That's also going on.
You could do that.
That's fantastic. Those skins are sick.
I've got all 3. Do you have all 3?
Yeah, same.
Nice.
Also, I got the color package with the chrome color look.
Yes,
yeah, I like that. I'm really excited to put that on my CMO or my US. It's actually really nice to have like a special car, like a exotic car for the US for like that fits, because it's usually only like the ranked season. They're all like similar. They're not changing the shape too much. So I like that. That's we're getting a new Aston Martin look.
I like the vehicles. They entertain me a lot. And also entertainment focused here for OSM Plus as well. You can check them out with the code GAMERS8. So go on over there. It's amazing that they named a car brand after you, actually.
Yeah, it's kind of nice.
It's nice.
And also one of the best looting spots on Miramar, also named after me, San Martin.
That's right. Yeah, I guess. I hate rotating from it though. There's always teams around me everywhere. I don't like it. I don't like it.
I actually don't like it either. I don't like. I'd rather be like in a big city on the edge. Also, near Miramar, Campo Militar, like that's going to be a good spot. Moved a little bit closer where it's like a little bit viable.
Where are we going with this? Also, there's a code that you guys can redeem in game as well for these new skins that are popping on up here.
And check out the team skins, of course, until August 30th in game 2.
Yeah, the GPT skins that are coming along. One thing I have to talk about before we actually leave this desk. There was a crate landed. We were going wild. There was a lot of great stuff going on during this game. However, a crate landed. It wasn't on the boat, but it was in front of the boat, and it kept pushing it around.
It was beautiful. It was before the circle popped down to military, so it's just like teams getting used to where they're going to be, scouting a little bit. I was like, the crate is moving. The crate is moving. Look at the crate, James. And I was like, oh, it's pushing it. But unfortunately, as Danova got there, it was on the other side, like I said, away from the ferry pier. So they didn't even notice it. Even I was hoping to be like on top, like okay, the ferry coming in, stopping, and then the crate landing on top. That would have been perfect. But yeah, it got pushed a little bit around in front of it.
Unprecedented moments here at PGS2 Grand Finals, suffice to say. But anyway, we're going to go to a break. When we return, we have our penultimate game of the day. It will be 2 more Erangels on the way. So stay tuned here for more PGS2.
وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر. أنا تجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Tsunomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Tsunomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want to be? You want to war? Show me what's up, then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Take everything. Leave them with nothing.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر. أنا تجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
Calling it emergence. This is me coming in the view. The apex, best stepping over you. Calling it emergence. Freedom got me acting brand new. Finally in my bag like it's long overdue. This is on the purchase. Never fall back, never quit. Understood this. Can I get rewards without the win? I deserve it. Perfection with the hand of vigorness. You will never see another like this. Call it an emergence.
FaZe come out victorious in one of the hardest southern hardships we have seen in a very, very long time on Erangel. But my eyes are instantly drawn over to Na'Vi, who have come up to a solid start. An example who is currently sat at twice the amount of damage done to any other player on the server. 3,000 plus. The closest to him is a teammate of his own at 1,600. That is completely insane.
And I believe
believe third place is still Na'Vi, is it not? It's just absolutely ridiculous. They are just putting their foot down on the throat of the server.
And this is where my question goes back to what we talked about yesterday. Is there something called the lower bracket buff? We saw it from 17 during PGS1. Couldn't get things going in the early stages. Couldn't make things go. Couldn't get things going in winners bracket. Then they come into losers. Then they start fragging out. They start feeling more comfortable, and that momentum carries them through to grand finals and a win as well. Na'Vi did not look that solid coming into winners bracket. Now losers bracket, they start farming, and they're just continuing it here.
There is something to be said about the mental after moving out of the lower bracket, right? Just, I feel like I can destroy whatever I want to destroy, as now we are moving into our second to last match of the day. Grand finals has been absolutely wicked good, and I feel like we're just going to continue that trend for the next 3 days.
I do not know how we can up what was just one of the most brutal hardships we've seen in a very long time. But you know what, game? If you have a way of doing it regardless, then by all means throw at me whatever you want. Even the crates got pushed around by the ships. I mean, it was a wild one. This time around though, playing path, a breather, simple. Teams can go wherever they want.
Only real problem would be Zarki, and we only have one team that kind of cuts in that path. Georgia Pole should be kind of easy to get to. Plane pathing also not really touching too much military base, but let's not get ahead of ourselves on that. Kameshki going to be the end of the line. As I was told one time that a lot of the players refer to Kameshki as kamikaze because every single time you go there, you're just going to end up not walking out of it feeling too good.
It's, I mean, it's just so far away from everything. Now again, I mean, if you're Ed's team, I don't see why I shouldn't just be able to hop on up towards the northeast. You'll be all kinds of fine, but of course, rotating down towards the south. It's one of those areas where when circles do go northeast, even if you're pretty early in rotating south, because there are only so many spots available in the area, it's very oftentimes easily or early on taken. That was a weird wording, but it made sense, I think.
Nothing too high fault is what you said, so that's okay.
I'm still trying to calm down after that last game, so.
We're allowed. I mean, that's one of the reasons why we got the breaks going on. Right?
Exactly.
Either players need it, we all need it. Get the reset in here as we're now just waiting to see where the circle is going to be shifting, as there is pretty centered, right?
Center first circle. Again, we're getting back to the standards. We all know that this one is going to ping pong back and forth over Rosak River the entire game and just make it miserable for all the players on the server. But we'll see. We'll see if the game is going to give the players at least a little bit of a break, as at least initially it's going to be pretty simple for, I would say, all teams to rotate into this phase one.
And we have the most glorious of fans you can see sitting there, being excited.
Wave to the camera.
Like, what is even happening? Where is the camera even at?
I feel you. Debate looking at the screen.
You're living my life right now. Do I look at the screen? Do I look at the camera? I don't know.
I mean, clear to see that they saw themselves in the camera, and that's all they needed. I don't need to look into the camera. I just want to look at myself. I mean, that's perfectly fine.
All right, you know, let's live your best life over there. As we do have a kind of a 40-60 split with the river cutting through this one. We might see some weird shenanigans happening around the river, but also we did see 2 school games, and that's pretty
Thanks for bringing it up. Thanks for bringing it up. I was just going to say, I wonder if Na'Vi is going to crash into school this game.
I specifically said, you know, I haven't cast a school game in a long time. I would love to cast one, and then you guys get 2 of them without me.
Yeah, it was pretty entertaining. Now let's listen in to face the victors of this previous game and hear what they thought coming in to the grand finals.
Feels really good to move on to the grand final. Normally in the old phase teams it was a struggle getting to the grand finals, but here we just sort of like breeze through, so feeling very confident. So before the grand finals we'll just basically look at the teams around us and see what they do, see their strategies, if they go center, if they stay edge, and just kind of adjust based on that. So I think Cerberus has had a very strong performance so far, and we also like loot close them on many maps, so they're kind of like on our radar. We're looking out for them the most, I would say.
I think it's kind of effective to say that Cerberus is on everybody's radar, especially no matter where you drop at. You got to keep an eye out for them in the earlier phases of it. No phase pun intended on.
Now, as much as they're on people's radar, they're also in 16th.
True.
It's not been the Cerberus start that they've been able to pull off in the previous stages, because they have been coming out with flying colors in both winners and group stages. But this time around, they're still short of that one good game to pop things off.
Well, they tend to like exploiting that mid game, and with the way that the circle's been going today,
true,
they just haven't been able to find those successes. Instead, playing into a more like defensive strategy. Because let's be honest, we know that Cerberus isn't always the most position or like a position point focused team, right? They tend to like to use a lot of their kills to propel them through different stages, and they just can't quite find anything yet.
Yeah, we've seen the push from Na'Vi up to Taelu in that previous one. Glad that we're getting a show of it, because it happened off screen. So here you can see them, Taelu just not ready for what was coming. In Na'Vi, again, I mean, a warm Na'Vi, a world champion Na'Vi are practically unbeatable. Teams had a chance of beating them through winners bracket, but now they've come back and saying, we want revenge.
And there is something to be said with very odd circles that we keep getting, and a total amount of LAN experience coming into play, right?
Yeah.
Whenever you've played several hundred games on LAN, and then you see a circle that shifts the way that it is, you're more prepared for it than if it's your, I don't know, 10th or 15th time, 20th time, looking all considered. And so it makes it to where some of these teams that are, I guess, newer inside of the scene and all considered have to be dealing with these curveballs and just consistently learning. So don't count them out yet. But it's how fast can they adapt to that style?
Definitely. Plenty of games still left to play, and with there being 18 games, of course, that does make for a little more space for some of the bad games. Issue is that we're not playing for that just top 8 anymore. You want to come out victorious. And when you have a team that like Na'Vi that is coming off to as good of a start as they are, Sonics as well, 1 or 2 bad games too many, and you're not even top 3 material. You're maybe outside top 8.
I grew up pretty poor, so anything is a life-changing amount of money to me. But whenever we're looking at the prize pools at this thing, one position is a significant difference in pay at the end of the day. Especially you get into those top brackets, it's an entirely different environment.
It sure is. And speaking of environment, I think Falcons wish they were a different one, as they've run straight into FaZe Clan. This time around, they're set up close, set up tight, and takes down the first 2 players of Falcons. They we heard it from the Fex interview in the previous one. They're going to play it slow. They're going to see what other teams like to do, as Corexi finds at least attack with the bolt, but nothing more will come off it. They're playing adaptive, they're playing it slow, and they've been playing it very, very smart from the start of this.
This is just a modification off the last game. They saw the fact that they rotated in, they were leaning into that Eastern approach, and now FaZe just being a little bit ahead of the game, picking up a couple more kills, and that's how you get there, right? That's how you get to that huge prize pool, is time and time again making these small modifications for 2 points a game, and then suddenly you're not having to just bite your nails on the last one.
Exactly. And for anyone tuning in a little bit later, not hearing my my praise early on, I do praise map feeds if you don't already have it open, whether it be on a phone, whether it be on a tablet, whether it be second monitor, other browser, you name it, get the map feed open. Do !map in the chat. That way, as much as we like seeing DraftKings get his loot game going, we can keep track of what every team is doing on their rotation towards what is a pretty simple first circle.
I want to keep you guys updated on the Pachinki lifestyle, as 17 Gaming has left Pachinki, and it is going to be Sonics that shifts in. Now playing, I believe that's going to be Church in the northern flat top over there. So a lot of eyes now starting to maneuver around this Badlands area, and that's no surprise. It can become a key component of several games whenever we look on the international stage, and whenever it is, it can get quite messy over there pretty quick.
Sure can, and what better for Sonics as well? I mean, they don't get to loot here, obviously. It's 17 real estate, but to go in and backfill and still now have a chance to play out of a position you're used to rotating out from, you know the timings, you know kind of the different directions you want to go in depending on where the circle takes you. Smart from Sonics to keep eye on opportunity to just go in and sweep that away from 17 Gaming.
Plus, you get the benefit of kind of pinching 17 between you and Twisted Minds. That's not the worst thing in the world, right?
Exactly, not the worst at all. Here we see them on screen. Currently set in a close 2-2 split. Of course, just waiting for that next circle to pop and trying to get as much info as they possibly can before the next circle does reveal itself.
Ditto Mountain getting some love as well, as we do have Na'Vi that's playing over there. Cerberus looks like that's how they're planning out and scouting whatever chaos that they might be trying to eye in this one. But again, a much more quiet styling, and I think that that's kind of one of the symptoms of that play style, right? Is if you're kind of one of those mid-game frag-heavy squads and it's not working for you, suddenly you have to play a lot more passive, and you're playing an entirely different game than what got you here.
I mean, look at the teams that have been winning global tournaments. They aren't the super YOLO early game teams. Na'Vi playing a slow play style in the middle, usually on the edge, then clean up, then wrap center late game. 17 Gaming doing the exact same thing now. They normally have been landing in the center of the map, but are never really in a hurry to take center positions elsewhere. They'll play it slow, then they'll backfill, then they'll take out teams on approach. It's normally the teams that play the smarter, the more calculated PUBG that also ends up coming out victorious.
And the one that can exploit the circles is always the one on top of it.
And for Sonics to go out and do this as well, whether it's something they've done throughout the tournament or not, and to be able to change it up too, because I do see them as a more aggressive team in the region, in NA, or in the Americas region as a whole. But for them to go out and say, here, okay, we got to play a different PUBG because if we want to come out victorious, we got to slow things down a bit.
Because you always hear the players talk about, you know, like, oh, hey, who are you worried about inside this? And then a lot of times they're like, oh, well, we're just playing our own game. Because all the players know the real enemy is the blue zone and the circles themselves, and that's what they're always trying to figure out. They know a lot of times the team that's going to be in front of them, and they know their play styles. But really, it's how can I turn this situation into what is best for me? And that decision-making process is the thing I love about this game more than anything else.
If you mind Game PT setting up an emergency pickup early on here, of course, want to time it perfectly with the Circle 2 pop. In the previous game, they were very quickly at getting towards set Circle 2, but let's now see where this one takes us. How hard of a hardship are you going to present to us? Are we just going to school? Okay. You know what there is? There is a world where this circle or game could become one of the spiciest ever. If we end on what I like to call Bermuda, the island out in the middle. I think I've casted it once in a competitive lobby before. Very rare, but where there's a will, there's a way.
And you say I'm evil. You want them to go to an island in the middle of nothing surrounded by water that's got like 2 pieces of cover, and I'm the guy that likes mean circles?
You know what I mean? Just throw a sword in between them and see who comes out victorious. That's what I'm all for. In the meantime now, let's see FaZe trying to rotate on forward. These dips are great, were better, but now, of course, with mortars available, have become that much more dangerous to claim. So FaZe not wanting to set up a shop here. They're going to continue on forward, but running straight into the pre-nades of the Expendables.
Oh, I like this coming out with FaZe as well. A bit further away from it, but FaZe just turns into this and they go, no.
Now,
You're not going to do that to us.
One knock that came through. Dox was able to find the first one, but instantly traded in return. Correct, he actually found from another team. Now Delbo with an 8 on the side finds Double as well. Just like that, it's only Gustav left alive.
That positioning was massive in turning this back around. Gustav, the man of the match inside that last. No! Get away from the nade! He has to retreat away and has to surrender a good defended position. At least he can kind of get back over here next to his teammates with Scow. Taego comes back in behind this one. The Expendables Delwyn already out. FaZe Clan going to get eliminated. And Taego just sweeps in and says, mine.
Yep, they'll claim everything they possibly can off of just that. They were set on the other side waiting for an opportunity like this one. And here it presents itself. Falcons in a nearby vicinity here, as well as DraftKings and Capitan trying to kind of creep in from both sides. Remember, they are only 2 players left alive, so a little more limited how much pressure they can really apply in this situation as well. What? How did he run over 2 people?
I don't know.
Nongs! Revoke his driver's license!
Somebody's never touching a vehicle again after this is all I can say. They're going to have to retreat away from Sunken City. We do have 4 teams that made the commitment into Sunken City and not a 1 into Ruins. So we're kind of keeping an eye on the movement there. A lot of our teams did wrap up to the north. Most notably, it's going to be 4 Angry Men, Cerberus, Danawa, and it is going to be Cerberus that finds themselves pretty hard gate kept out from this one as Danawa and 4 Angry Men just clustered along the hillside.
Also right now, if you're looking at the map, 21 out there doing so as well, liking the split that we're seeing from Gen G. It's wide, but it's working because we know how well their playstyle is. They will disengage if being under pressure. So even though Taman is set alone in Cube, he probably has his car positioned in a way that he can get out of there easily. He has PO, EJ up on top of Everest as well to defend. So they now know, they have seen Na'Vi make this rotation on through. They've already seen Forest wrap the other way around as DG98 is shooting at them. They know exactly what is on their side of the circle and can therefore play accordingly once this next circle pops.
And with it being more of a 50-50, they have options no matter how this goes. Unless this just for whatever reason goes, Yoink Rajak, right? They have multiple ways that they can play around. They've got tons of information they can work with. Now, I will point out, we do have Twisted Minds that is running from south of school through Rajak, and Danawa with 1 member in Salute in Rajak as well. most of the rest of our teams just kind of playing into the dips that you were talking about is dips free, not necessarily the term that it used to mean with those mortars.
And we're already now seeing Danor use set mortars, and of course they'll be doing the calculations to the best of their abilities to try and figure out how that's going to go through. A little late on setting up the emergency pickup there is for him as the circle does swing up towards the north. If you're Game PT right now, you are grouping up on Hush and Taego. They know that this next circle is going to swing north. You better be ready for this circle to come your way, because if you don't group up now, every single team will be eyeing your 2 compounds.
400 men already inside their vehicle. Cerberus looking to do the same. The problem with it is going to be Danoa firing line making a big problem for them. Taego cutting out of Sunken City. They're just going to go right across what you called Bermuda just a moment ago. Going to be running into Jinji, who's now trying to regroup. Question mark already inside their vehicles. Na'Vi wrapping up into the north. Is with this commitment, a lot of teams were playing that line, hoping that it would go more south. Yeah. Instead, it's just going to have to commit into some really, I don't know, what do you want to call the terrible decisions that you now have to make moving into the circle?
I'm not sure, trying to run across lava stones barefooted, I suppose, as we now see Longs and his 2 remaining teammates doing exactly that. We will not talk about why there are only 3 left alive. But here comes Taego. Again, as I said just before, Game PT, if you don't group up, you will be under pressure. Now they hear the vehicles. Does that mean Babsanghead and Hella regroup with their teammates? I hope it does, but Hella seems a little indecisive in whether or not he wants to peek on over or get back down inside the compound.
I feel like their hesitation comes from the fact that T5's got that compound just to the east of the position of the northern duo and is taking pot shots at the ones into the south. And so instead, they're just going to lean into hoping that they can be scary enough, right? This is where you show your fangs. You make a lot of noise, you take a lot of shots, you switch your weapons, make it seem like there's multiple people over here, so that way nobody goes after what is considered to be probably one of the strongest positions to play inside the circle.
Everyone wrapping up towards the north, 17 far out of the circle to the east, and both Sonics and Na'Vi out towards the west. I'm not sure if Melman disconnected earlier and came back in, because he is here now, but he is very disjoint from his team. Still on the southern side, trying to scout his way forward. Question mark wrapping up in that direction too. This is a 3-way fight bound to happen if Na'Vi hears the vehicles and if they opt to shop. But again, keep in mind, Melman ain't here.
Yeah, I don't think that Na'Vi wants too much more out of this. They were just wanting to slow roll to kind of get an idea on what's in front of them. Sonics, if they get enough, they might want to do something.
Eachwin just nails it. Sit down, Elliot. That kill is mine, and he games it in the end. You love to see it.
Oh, and on top of that, Mel now in trouble, question mark, back behind him. They're going to spot him out in rotation. This is also going to be Taikon in some trouble as he's all by his lonesome. Izaki already down for Cerberus, as Cerberus just cannot find a way to make this circle work for him.
A tall order here for Taikon to try and fend off on his own. He does have Himmers on the other side, who should be ready for this push through from Sushi, but he's currently repositioning his vehicle, and now Little Ghost up at the top of the building is trying to make something happen here. Issue for them is Danoa is nearby as well, but Himmers, despite having a P90, cannot outduel Sushu.
I mean, he just unloaded close range there. We do have Twisted Minds that also moved in the south just below Cerberus to make their life even more complicated. Taikon just trying to maneuver into this. We're going to come back behind him, gets sprayed on to 1, picks up the second one as well. Cerberus now finding their firefighting legs.
Taikon used the 17 smoke against them to perfection. Crawls out of the building, sits in the smoke, allows them in, and then backstabs them. Great turnaround there, a needed turnaround for Cerberus to finally have things going their way.
Downside of all of this firefighting, though, is the circle did shift more into that northeastern or northwestern area. So the east is not in the safe zone right now. It's going to be Haisaki looking down. Suju managed to get some good shots out beforehand, but he's going to have to hit some crazy ones. Not going to happen this time around. 4 angry men also being involved inside the firefight.
By the time this circle is closed in, there's room for only 1 team up here on the northern side, which is why all these teams are trying to force this fight early. Yes, they technically have space to maneuver, but it's so damn difficult for them to get anything done with so many teams around them. So you've got to flex out, you've got to force teams in other directions, but everyone is doing the exact same thing. So now it's just bumper cards on the edge of the circle, which is causing all these fights to occur at the exact same time.
And when I get involved in that, got bumped out of it, as you said, using the bumper cars reference itself. Falcons Capitan, what are you going to do from over here? Is you are now just, no path is going to be looking too good. Jinji going to be over to the west. He's going to have to cut through the Rajak Bridge. I mean, I guess he could technically swim in and try to sneak in back behind Jinji, but they heard those shots just a moment ago and were already looking at that compound.
He is the captain. He has a plan. I'm not worried for him whatsoever. I'm sure that he's going to come up with something absolutely majestic, and we're all going to cherish him for whatever he opts to do.
Can also see question mark about to have some question marks in their rotation. It's going to be Uba that they're going to have to kind of ride up against right now. Rolling right up on top of them. They're not going to be able to, they managed to pick that one up pretty easy, but they're not going to be able to move into the circle too efficiently, as it's going to be Taego that's still going to be holding them to the east. Sonic's not really even eyeing this too much to the north, just due to the hillsides coming to play. Taego being their big problem.
Na'Vi out, Cerberus out early on in this one as well. A little less of a chaotic game compared to the previous ones, but still a game that Cerberus couldn't quite figure out how to maneuver through. 15th place is where they're currently set, as we'll see what happens as they come into the next game. PO, as you said, Gen G would probably spot Kapitan eventually, and indeed he did. Falcons out 12.
Forest just having to deal with problems on both sides. They've got Sonics that they're having to contend with, as well as 4 Angry Men. 4 Angry Men trying to regroup across this hill, moving closer and closer into that T5 hillside. But remember, that does kind of drop down into it, so T5 can't do too much. It's just going to be Danawa and Forest they're having to contend with.
Now, one thing I'm curious to see here with 4AM is that, as some of you may know, 4 Angry Men is now a combo of what was New Happy and the current 4AM roster. New Happy had some really, really good games out of this position, as we see Tanvu find one. He's gonna go down to the circle as well, but New Happy had some really good plays out of this circle. So under the charge of Xiaopian, I'm curious to see how much 4AM can make of this game.
H-Win putting in some work right now. In a world where everybody's running ARs, DMRs, all this other stuff, sometimes the Bolty can just put in the work. Question mark, though, having to contend in as they've got Gen G that's creeping up right back behind them, but it's just the Sonic line that is just so hard for them to navigate.
So difficult to really commit to a peak. As you can see, as soon as they try and look on over, they're instantly forced back down again. They have to do some damage in return, but with H-Win hitting the shots that he currently is, not a whole lot is really being applied in terms of pressure.
Just don't peek this hill. Everybody, as long as you just don't peek over here, everything's going to be fine. The circle has moved into the northeastern area, and that's going to be where we saw 4 Angry Men at just a moment ago with T5. The bottom part of it's going to be Game PT that's going to be inside of it. So Gen G, and just keep it going, H-Win.
H-Win is just not done. Already spent 9 bullets, a lot of which has been converted into knocks. Phil first lives to write home about that first bullet. We'll see if the second one coming through will find the knock. It's mini pixels. He's got available, but 61 damage straight to the chest. That should be a vest gone. They know there's damage done. They know he has to commit to the heal. Mime is running up close, running up forward with flashes in hand, trying to deny any sort of reset here for Phil first. Dance is knocked as well, so nothing that Phil first can do. As I say that though, Mime spotted as H-Win can't get the angle.
Phil first making sure to make this as painful as possible. The cost has been massive for Sonics over here. 2 members now down. Blue Zone coming in back behind him, but don't forget Taelu's up that hillside, so this has to end sooner or later, and H-Win just not finding the angle to make it work yet. Phil first being a persistent thorn in his side, realizing, hey, I'm going to pick up these skill points. I'm going to at least take you down with me.
Phase 5 damage hurts like hell. H-Win has to continue to move forward, 42 HP and counting, as he knows that every single shot from the other side could be his downfall. Xiao Yang will get the better of him in the end, and Phil first able to stay alive at least for a little while longer.
Well, yeah, here comes Taelu. Multiple members.
He's got a jammer pack as well. So
they know where he is. He's trying to go for some type of loot. Does almost fight that one back, but he is going to go down. No winners to be had in the west, except for Taelu.
Nice cleanup there for Taelu out towards the western side. Forest had a chance to aggress on it, had a chance to peek on over, but not knowing exactly what to expect from the compound means that they are going to play it safe. Also, they have a whole other worry in 4AM on the other side, so smart that they don't over-aggress in that one.
Taelu having to deal with the new threat of Gen G here in just a second, but you can see that Twisted Mind's doing a good job on helping him out with that one. All the way across the circle, making sure that that rock is going to be about the only thing that they can get out of this whole situation is, like, no replay coming back.
He actually just flew straight into his face with a kind of valiant effort, just full speed fly into the shack. You don't need any emergency pickups to fly. You just need to jump out of the vehicle as fast as you can, and unluckily for him, didn't work.
So we've got a lot of teams playing Edge, and that is no surprise. The center is not necessarily the most comfy place to be playing from. Twisted Minds got vision all the way across into Gen G, and T5 is going to be looking down at what's going to be going on with Game GP.
Taelu is looking to flex out of them, loving this reaction play from Forest. They heard the shots on the other side. They knew that they were going to wrap in that direction and master. The one player from the team was actually opted to aggress early on in some of these situations. Is the one to push forward. Olympus shots fired. Easy cleanup duty there for Forest Gaming as they take out their threat towards the southwest.
Starting to get a pretty decent game all considered. Now it's going to be, if you mind, Game PT is going to be moving it right back behind Gen G. Mortar is going to be landing in. Danoa, though, having to contend in with the 4 angry men, or I guess 2 angry men and 2 ex-happy men, as it's going to have to be navigated here pretty closely.
Yeah.
4 angry men, though, has got to be careful. As they wanted that nade so bad, but it is going to be a Hella that manages to pick it up.
Again, a Game PT that dares to go out aggressive, dares to go out and make a play. I love to see it. We didn't see a lot of it throughout the earlier stages of the tournament, but now, even though the circle isn't in their favor, they actually flex out to take control. Love to see it.
Forrest wanted to try to get something on the 4 angry men, but they had to read into it. HSMM putting in the work there. Champion got to be very, very careful, though, as the rest of Forrest is making their way down this hillside. Not too many options to work with. They are going to be sending it right into his sight line, though, and Lou's going to come in, provide some support inside of that, and now Forrest options are getting smaller and smaller. What do you even do? Gah, 4 angry men. What did Forrest do to you? They're just like lumberjacks out here.
I'm not sure that that was the play for Moon to just full speed send it down the hill. Of course, he wanted to get his teammate back up on his feet, but they had time to work with. So again, as we've seen with Sonics, as we've seen in Navi in the earlier stages of the tournament, let time work in your favor. 4AM are going to be forced to push into the lines of sight of their opponents. Now they do come out with a kill, but could have, I think, easily at least stayed 3 alive had they played this one a little smarter and a little more patient.
This aggressive move from 4 angry men is so good because now it is going to force Forrest to play much more to the south instead of the east. With that said, I don't know, they're going to throw out smokes, and now they're going to start trying to move into this.
Yeah.
4 angry men still need to move to the south, but while this is happening, Danoa has left the center of the circle and shifted all the way to the east.
And in the meantime, down towards the southeast, as you can see in your pip in the bottom right-hand corner, Twisted Minds are trying to fend off against Game PT, who have flexed out of the compound, who is on the push. They've already taken out on the entirety of Gen G with nades, and now Hush is trying to get so much closer to Twisted Minds. Issues, as you can see as well, the nades are the smokes are fading out. They don't have any more cover than the few vehicles and trees that are right in front of them.
We've got a stack of teams in this one that are still right on top of the leaderboard, still just trying to make their way into that top side of it all considered. Twisted Minds, GP, 4 angry men, as well as Forrest. Forrest going to go ahead and get eliminated there, but if you mind, Game PT now going to have some options to work in, and it looks like that option is going to be to try to make sure that they shut down anything that Twisted Minds is bringing. They're going to go for the regroup. Spyro's going to go for the spray, cannot quite get it, but 4 angry men now just pinched down to the top. It's Danoa, what are you going to do?
One good nade here, that could be all of them gone down. The peek over the side, Hush finds one, finds the second as well. Will be traded in yet, but now it's all onto Babsang Head. Issue is, he is 1 ridge too far behind and can't get over on the other side in time. He does have a molly. If he could land perfectly onto Lou, he might be able to get something of it, but I'm not sure he's going to commit to it just yet. As I say that, he peeks on over, looks on forward, but Lou is there, ready to defend his teammates.
Ooh, man, this is just so narrow for Twisted Minds, just clinging to life. The circle doesn't even give them any love to work with. T5, comfy, cozy, comfortable, just doing whatever they want right now inside the circle. They've got the compound, and everybody else is having to deal with the absolute lack of anything to work with. Look at the circle in front of them. It is just some hills to kind of navigate through. 4 angry men, they don't have the cleanest path, and Danoa is going to be on the opposing side of it too. So
I think after this tournament, everyone's going to be asking Third on 5 what's their morning routine, what's their in-game settings, what do they do in order to always be in the right compound at the right time, because here they are doing it once more. Just 2 kills on the team. It's been a very quiet game, but a very Third on 5-esque game in terms of them not really having had to do all that much but sit tight and let the teams around them do the majority of the damage. Issue is, from this position, you're allowing 4AM closer, and if one knocks comes through, you can be pretty sure that 4AM are going to full speed send it into the compound.
The thing that 4AM is so nervous about is that this compound has windows that look this direction. Yeah. That's how come they were down on their stomachs. Danoa kind of holding that angle is forcing them to play more aggressively into this. T5, though, needs to be careful. They're going to send out Pathpong to see if maybe he can get some type of an idea on what's going on with 4 angry men. He's left the compound itself. He's navigating in through this one. While this exchange of bullets is going on, Twisted Minds going to hop in their vehicle, try to wrap around. That is going to grab T5's attention. So if 4 angry men wanted to try to make anything happen, they've got to try to do it within the next few seconds.
Yeah, sure do. First one to fall is going to be Lou. Spiro should be folding immediately after, as that vehicle is not bound for this world. A rock for cover and a blown up car in just a few moments as he's trying to sit tight on the edge of the circle. Car will explode. Will it take him down with him? No! Just exactly not, as somehow Spiro is still alive despite the entire server shooting at him.
Danoa has moved very aggressively into T5's line. They are right down below them now, and they have got to be cautious. If they manage to step up and distract T5, that means that Spyro can actually try to make some type of play out of this one.
Yeah.
The HSMM going to be going down. T5 now starting to stretch out these legs, get a bit more, but Danoa has gotten so close to them.
I don't mind this flex at all. They've taken full control of the South. They know that it's very limited what Spyro will be able to do from where his current is at, and anticipating that this was going to be the shift as we see 282 damage being sent towards Xiaopiang. Assuming that this was going to be the shift, they now have full control of the final circle. Third on 5 has to leave the buildings, 4am are out, and so are Spyro from Twisted Minds. So Danoa trying to play this one to get the win.
Zhao pretty much going to have a med degree after the amount of meds and healing he's had to do over here. 4 Angry Men finally gone off of this, as it's going to be Danoa turning their focus back into Twisted Minds, or get rid of that problem. Now we are in a straight up a 3v4 T5 in the north, but Danoa with circle control.
Yeah, they have the spot. They have Loki in the off-angle position as well. Most importantly right now for him is do not get knocked. He has the tree. You can see he's ready for any 1/3 on 5 player wrapping around the backside, essentially covering everything that the players up close in Anonix and Soul can't. So he has to stay alive. He has to really maintain full control of this position and see if some of these smokes that are being deployed now from Therodon are bait smokes, or if they're actually trying to make plays off him. Does he see him here? Oh, Rusted's on the other side.
This is exactly what I wanted to see T5 do. Move back out around the building itself, step back down. Soul's going to get the knock onto one. Those shots coming out from Austin is going to reveal the fact that they were trying to push that smoke. Loki is going to try to defend up. With Anonix now down, it's going to get more and more compressed right into this hillside. Seeing maybe they can get the flush out of this with throwing up whatever they can. And now T5, full on retreat. They want to move into this with a numbers advantage, but that is costing them the control. Soul navigating through, has spot, diffusing the shields, going to get the knock onto one. Can he get past the bong as well? Just having to jump down, drop, make sure that he cannot get spotted, and even the feet are protected.
Oh, able to take him down as well, able to get the reset on as well. Dangerous lives, Third on 5 are living here, but now down to just Loki left alive. Issue is they've both committed to reses, so Loki should be able and will be able to get Anonix back on his feet. Again, keep in mind, Third on 5 will have to get out of this compound, will have to move south, and now Loki and Anonix are sat there ready and waiting for it.
They've surrendered all information. T5 is walking this one near on blind. They had to commit into the reses on both members. So with this, they're now moving out to this wall, seeing if maybe they can touch something, if they can get some type of aggression. And Nox reading that, mirroring it down to the south, knows the fact that they're going to be coming in from that western side, gets a beat into it, takes a couple of shots, but saw the numbers and how fast they're going to be coming out. Path and Pong moving down into this one. Is he going to be able to spot it, or is Nox going to hold the line?
No utility to work with. It's all just dry peeks from Loki as he peeks alone, finds the double. This ring around doesn't work, but there is Rosichet, able to find one as the second one comes through. He will get himself the double, and Third on 5 prevails.
I do not mind if you're going up against Gen G that you decide, hey, we need to make sure we get these reses because we're going to need to trade. Stepping out, and you can see they made them fight for it.
What a great attempt, though, from Danoa to try and claim this one. Again, setting yourself up for success early on. Coming in the center, trying to take full control there. Keep Loki as a flex player out on this side, but also massive credit to Third on 5 for not only winning the game, but so quickly realizing where the threats were coming in from.
I know, Danoa did such a great job in defending that one. I got too excited there for a second. Misspoke and said Gen G, my bad, I'm sorry, guys. Got in my own head for just one moment. So with this one, I gotta say, that was a T5, got into a great position, but they're now starting to exploit the in-game more and more efficiently. And if they can continue to string this together, get in the circle, read it so well, they're going to have a recipe for absolute success.
That's Theraphon 5 here with the win after having a pretty decent compound to be able to stage this win from up in the north as we take a look back at the Erangel here. Here's the highlights and the analysis brought to you by STC Play, and I've got Avenger here to talk about this one with Theraphon 5 having a good position.
You do indeed, and on top of that, it's another rough circle here, James. You had like a basically 50-50 water circle or something like that, 60-40 maybe even, and it goes north. You have so many teams that have to move, and you have so many teams that are on the edges, right? Because it's too late to kind of wrap to get all the way north to push in, and then you just have the teams that are they're holding the edges from the north side. But yeah, scrappy fights here, you could say, and yeah, for sure. In a case for Third and 5, you're chilling in a compound, and it's just so hard to breach or do anything about it. when they have all their utilities still.
Yeah, usually it's one of the stronger compounds for people to be able to hold from this kind of position, but as we take a look at some of the later fights as well, we see that some of these teams on the edges not having the easiest of time. Dynamo trying for this breach, Soul trying to go for big plays, but as soon as he's forced to lie down behind that car, he's all but pincered in. It's not easy for him to do anything here against Therafon 5.
Yeah, the question is really if Loki and Soul had went together instead of going for the rest, and they were like taking advantage of the knocks there, if it could have been a different case. But no, it's just too hard, especially if you're in a 4 versus 2, they like trade rests, but they trade 1 for 2 rests, right?
Yeah.
So they just get up too many, and Third and 5 is able to hold strong.
Yeah, very, very easy peasy for them here in this game. I'm actually, now that I think about this game and how it all unfolded, with Therafon 5 just having that compound and just chilling for quite a while against it, it was just very difficult for a lot of the teams to really make this rotation. As you're saying, in terms of the circle and how all these teams had to move, you're seeing Na'Vi and Sonics and all these teams that are currently at the top trying to go for those big Western wraps. H-Win was doing a lot with that arm, which I was loving throughout this game.
Yeah, it was really good to see. Of course, him popping off. He had 3 kills. One of them, fantastic shot. We catched it. We caught it on catch it. Yeah, of course. It was good to see, of course. But again, when you take that long and the fights are taking this long, right, it just delays everything and you're not going to be able to move into the circle. Your macro just is completely thrown off. And then that's why we're saying, like, then the guys, as soon as they realize they're not going to be able to win the game, try to focus and try to get some of these points here that you are going to be able to get from the fight. But Phil first, he popped off as well and denied that complete push there from Sonic.
He's very clutch as Phil first. Let's take a look at the top 4 though. It'll be Therafon 5, it'll be Danoa, Twisted Minds, and 4AM manages to get into here as well. Once again for 4AM, I feel like this is much needed points. They were languishing down towards the bottom slightly. So yeah, you might have only got 4 kills on the board, but it's a few extra placement points too here for them.
Yeah, it's good to see, of course. Of course, it's going to be Third on 5, and it's going to be Rosa June that's going to be your MVP, of course. There's no doubt about it at this point here. 5 kills for him to clutch like this so many times where he's like, okay, the peak that we saw as well, fantastic to see here from Third on 5, of course.
Yeah.
And another case where you can cheer on Thanadol.
Yeah, here is your man of the match, brought to you by Gidia, and Rositid will take it. I mean, that final moment where he's going up against Loki and Iononyx here, very, very impressive stuff to be able to take that victory after Loki and Iononyx. They're not too easy scalps to take, but the res up here for them to be able to still be too strong when they were going up against a 3-man from Therafon 5, who usually, I think you would still say that Danoa was going to win that fight, but it's not to be the case. Rositid comes in, 18 points go their way. Danoa gets 9. We have 9 as well for Twisted Minds, and eventually 8 here for 4AM.
A good lead here for T5. We don't really like it's a big game. Only team to be in the double digits for this case, of course. Linear down the way, and
3rd place
doesn't really change too much for the top 2 spots. But 3rd on 5, as you say here, being able to jump into that 3rd place. Danoa still holding on strong with the 38. And again, our top pack is shaping up a little bit here, James, with Danoa on 17 holding on to the 31, and then it kind of drops off a little bit. But still, if you are in this mid pack here, one good game, one double-digit win is still going to propel you all the way into the top 4 quite easily.
I'm going to be honest, coming into groups, I didn't have many expectations for Therafon 5 here, but in winners they looked great, and now here in the grand final, moving up into 3rd place, consider they've had some decent compounds, yes, but they're able to defend those locations, lock them down, and they're doing well with it. This could be, it's quite the upset for me almost in terms of results so far.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, holding on, if you're able to get a good rotation off in circle through 2 or 3 and you're holding on to the compound, staying alive as many as possible, you're able to throw more bodies in the end versus the teams that's been scrapping for the fight, right? Biggest surprise for me so far, we're 5 games deep. I gotta say, Cerberus in 2nd to last place here with 12 points is just really, really far behind here. I'm sad to see it, and I feel like, and we were talking about it after the first game, I hope it doesn't shake them up a little bit with them not having, winning all the fights. They've almost won every single 1 versus 1 and 1 versus 2 clutches.
Well, that's the good thing about being in the grand final. We have 18 games as opposed to 12, so teams could turn on a little later on into this. You can see the playing path as well as that cute little doggy here from the teams as Delwyn and the boys looking all right so far. Nothing's absolutely spectacular coming out from them. I mean, the Expendables as a whole, I think, again, APAC region as a whole has been fantastic to watch. If it's not one team stepping up, it's another, like T5 being able to do it.
Yeah, I've been really happy to see what they're able to do here, for sure. But again, as I said before, Cerberus, I'm hoping that they're able to swing back, because their highest highs was just so high throughout PGS2 that if they're able to hit that in day number 2 or even day number 3, then it's definitely something that we're going to be remembering in terms of the fights we're going to be seeing from them.
Yep, it's definitely not where we expected them to be with only 12 points over us, but as you say, there might be the potential for them to step up here. You can just see that we were just getting that restart of the timer getting on here. What's your thoughts coming into our last Erangel of the day?
Just impressed so far with both Sonics and Na'Vi, of course, staying up and, you know, starting the day like this. The morale boost that they're able to have and, you know, push that into the further days is going to be fantastic. The last game here is going to have quite a big importance. If you are able to, as one of these teams here in the very top, if you're able to snatch a big win or snatch a double-digit kill, you're going to be able to push yourself quite comfortable into the top spot. And having that lead going into the second day, you're just going to be able to build on top of that. And that could potentially, like, as we've seen in other tournaments before, once you're able to build a little bit of a lead, if you have like a 20 points buffer going into the last day, or 25 even, you're going to be off really, really well, and you could potentially secure yourself a top 3 spot.
Sat pretty, looking good. Let's see now the final game of day number 1 of the grand finals. Let's head over to commentators here for all the action from Erangel.
Thank you so much, Kalaris and Avenger, for the great breakdown here as we get ready for the final match of the day. Day 1 about to conclude as we have 2 more left to play. And so far, as Des said as well, the biggest surprise, I would say, is really Cerberus sat all the way down the bottom, considering how many great things we've seen from them throughout the tournament so far, Matrim. It's clearly not been the start that what we deemed kind of the top APAC team would have wanted here.
Yeah, this is I don't know. They're playing it in a different style, and sometimes it can take some time to adjust to that, so we'll have to see. But I feel like, yeah, okay, we've got 18 games today. That's 18 games across this weekend. But you're pretty much sacrificing 6 at this stage, and you're not getting too much out of it. I almost would love just to see them lean back into what was kind of working for them beforehand and try to get some more out of it. Plane path coming through, you can see it's pretty friendly, except for our western southern area. But I do want to say, coming into the last game, Na'Vi, Sonics 1 point apart. I like it.
Yeah, it's pretty damn spicy. It is pretty damn spicy, this leaderboard, as we head on into match number 6 of the grand finals. Falcons alongside third on 5, flying down towards, I would assume across, but at least towards Lumbayard. Never have I ever seen a hot drop in Lumbayard, and I would be very surprised if that's going to be the case here. Can you at least just switch?
Well, I don't know if
there's going to be too much of an option. For US? Are we actually seeing a hot drop in Lumbayard? Yeah. This is, welcome everyone, a world first.
Let's see if Emmy can get up onto that angle in time. Now just trying to get the spray out and cannot quite do it. Hey, guess what?
It's a military circle. Nah, you know what? It's going to end in farm. Just because of the hard shits that we've seen so far in this tournament. We're going to hard swing up there again. I hope not. I do not mind this being a military circle. At least this time around, it's pretty proven right from the get-go. And for Falcons, who have been looting down towards Novo in the past, probably wish they had sat around in the plane for a little while longer.
It's always the time you think it's not going to be military base that it goes military base, right? We all know that feeling is. T5 does get their vehicle. They're going to come over here next to Milta. There's plenty of looting options here, but they might also just choose to stay collapsed in together, maybe try to run past FaZe. James is kind of holding down the position. That could cause problems for them if they just want to commit in to going to military base and going and getting their loot there. But I don't know. This is T5 having some weird decisions that they're going to make.
I mean, they're going to loot a little bit, find an emergency pickup, and they just fly their way towards military base, sit in the compound and chill things out for the next couple
of days. How do they find so many of those things?
Again, I mean, we need to know their in-game settings. We need to know what they had for breakfast. We need to know their yoga routines. We need to know everything in order to master the minds of Therodon 5, because so far, what they've been doing, while not too much, has been very, very effective.
17 Gaming, the rest of the crew is going to be just to the north of Na'Vi, who's going to be gate camped out. Potentially on this one is we do see Sonics, who are going to Ferry Pier, not going for the whole Pachinki situation. They've already shifted to the bridge itself, realizing the fact of what's about to go down. This might just be an early cross, just try to go get some meds. Already prepping up, you can see 17 like, nah,
Gonna go early.
We are not dealing with that mess.
Makes perfect sense. They've already been through that gauntlet once before, so might as well just play it smart. And they know they're not going to be early on the rotation anyway. They know that Sonics loot down around here, so even if they wanted to try and make an early play, Tickleton with his bazooka and his Tommy gun would probably get the better of them somehow.
Best of both worlds, right? This is all you need to win a game.
Yeah, and no best of helmets either. So clearly Sonics had another plan in mind. Let's cross early. Let's get over and cross early and get ready for this game to come over on military.
Na'Vi going to make their cross. No real contenders that they have to worry about. FaZe already crossing on that eastern bridge. bridge camps, not necessarily a thing of the past, but not necessarily also having the same impact that we used to see given the multiple options. Question mark and a doozy already in the southern section of military base itself. Got a foothold. Remember, they've been over there in Primorsk, so they've got some boats to work with, and I like the fact that they're taking multiple of them. That's a old school strategy. Make sure to pick up as many boats as you can and to make it as terrible for everybody else to have to try to cross as possible.
Teams playing the classic SKS Vector setup here, as it looks to me like FaZe are setting up for a bit of a bridge camp shenaniganery position here. It's been a, I won't say the greatest start for FaZe here in the finals just yet, as Falcons and Therodon 5 do run into each other, despite the fact that they actually landed and got away from each other. Here they are again.
All right, here we go. We've got Cerberus that's looking like they're going to make their cross on the bridge at roughly the same time that Twisted Minds is going to be coming in back behind them. Duck Mai, he does have the foothold position, so Twisted Mind's going to have to slow down for just a minute and probably let them go. Question is, what does Cerberus do? Are they just going to commit into the cross? And it looks like that is exactly what they're going to do. Pedal to the metal, it's time to go. How strong is the bridge camp from FaZe as they are waiting for this to go down? Look at the positionings, they're so close.
Here they come, full speed forward they go, Vex finds the first, will more come up, and yes, Correxy there to find the second, as Stuxmy with just 1 HP, able to drive off into the distance, no, not gonna happen, Vex denies.
And Tycon rolls off, wishing upon wishing that maybe they decide to swim. While this is going on, guess what happened? I don't have words.
This is just the Cerberus day in a nutshell. Taego. I feel so bad for you, my friend. May you rest in peace and come back stronger tomorrow.
Hey, look, it's a 3-headed dog, not a 4-headed dog, and he'd already lost 3 of the heads, so I guess it was just time to be done, right?
It was, you know what, this rotation was not meant to be. I think that's what the game was trying to tell us. As now Twisted Minds, wrapping on over, will try and backfill in. Oh, get the real replay here of Silson going down, just because, it's... Today, man, today. These games have been absolutely brutal. Here comes MX, the solo player, on this position as the remaining 2 teammates are far out towards the east. I say far out, but up in the mountain, and Anonix wastes no time in taking him out.
Oh, Danawa just in I mean, they're just down in a barrel right now. There's no other way to say it. They've got to be very, very careful off of it. You can see 2 members down pretty low on life, stepping away from this one. But hey, guess what? 17 Gaming now descending from the heavens, realizes the fact that something's going on over here, and they're trying to move aggressively into this Na'Vi line. So Na'Vi better be careful, otherwise they might find themselves in a problem.
Sure do. Danawa creeping on up on the other side here as well. Only Soul is up close, but Anonix and I believe it's Salute are applying pressure from the other side as well. Melman, a lot of damage taken straight to the chest. As Soul now has to think twice about this play. He knows he's solo over here against the majority of the Na'Vi roster, and yes, he's backing off instantly. The read comes through from Salute, from Loki over on the other side. There's no reason for him to be that close to an entire enemy team.
So Sonics have managed to make their cross. TE has managed to find a boat. They're going to be coming. Gen.G, remember we saw them kind of set up just a moment ago. Bob Senghead and the rest of his crew for Game PT also need to make their rotation. Tai Lu wanting to take this one a bit more cautious, but they do have to be careful as 4 angry men are also approaching this area.
Yeah.
But I think that they both kind of spotted each other out and led to an awkward standoff over here for right now.
Yeah, at
Angry
least...
men might bully it, though.
Yeah, at least Tai Lu has seen 4EM. I'm not sure if that's the same case the other way around, because Tai Lu did see something just now, but they're going full speed forward here. I'm not sure if they're aware of there being a team just up ahead of them. As a matter of fact, I would pretty much guarantee that they don't, because then Xiaopian would not be driving this fast forward. But now he sees a car, and I think that's him instantly stopping here.
I think that they spotted some of this, but they're just wanting to go ahead and move into this more aggressive position. See, maybe they can force them out and, yep, take the shots. Tai Lu realizing the fact that they don't want to stay for too much longer. Tai Lu does have one of their members that's already across the bridge, so those peppering shots right now, getting just a bit of damage here or there, could be a much bigger problem. FaZe, though, is having to contend in with what's going on with his Na'Vi split as they're kind of holding back what was going on with Danawa, but now moved very far up into the north is, yep, there we go. Vex got the first hit into it. Are they going to stop? And it does look like they might be trying to go for a res situation. Is this is going to create a bigger problem, as don't forget 4 angry men also do want a path on this bridge.
Caught on the bridge now not the place you'd want to be, with both entries being closed as we speak. Vex trying to find the flush and one as Jeems now falls down. That's from way up high. Falcons, the remaining two players on the team, actually gets the flush as well. Jeems a little, I don't want to say greedy, but tried to flex out, try to get an off angle to confirm the knocks that they've already gotten, and pays the price because of it.
Taego just trying to right a terrible ship on this bridge, and they are getting the time to do so. 4 Angry Men is not necessarily in the biggest rush to get in this situation, and the way that Taego has managed to kind of defend into this, they might have the time to at least mentally reset, if not get most of their health and meds back into a good position. Meanwhile, FaZe is kind of having to continue in with this Na'Vi situation, so it's left Falcons to really be the harassers onto Taego.
One bullet draft kick was all we were needing, but a little more needed now as Shen does get back up to 75 HP. It's pretty interesting when we look at the map here as well, as 4AM and Taego continue their stalemate, because almost everyone except for Gen G has opted to commit to the eastern side of the Millie Island, despite the fact that there's actually a pretty big portion of the western side in as well. Crazy, few more shots fired as Shen once again gets back off to safety on the other side. As I say that though, there is a little bit of an angle there, but can't quite find the shots.
And Forest right now, the beneficiary of the fact that this bridge fight is going on for so long, because they're just trying to sneak their way over to the east and hope that nobody notices it, and they are going to get away with that. Taego now making landfall, and this is one of those situations where you're just like, oh, we're finally off of the bridge.
And then it hard shifts north.
Potentially, the way the circles are going. No, it's just going to go down into that southwestern area. So military base proper is the way that we're going to be setting this game up.
Yep, sure is. In towards the base itself, it goes 17 Gaming currently in that best position. They've got full control of what is the east side of military base proper. Taego, wrapping around that northern side, want to replicate what was a very victorious game for them in the previous bracket here in military as well. This time around, though, this one's going to swing a bit further towards the south than where they've been before. But for now, either get out of the car or find one more, because this is not something I'm comfortable
I don't
with.
even know if there's like the ability to find too many cars. Remember, we've seen so many people doing emergency pickups into this.
Yeah.
We've got another one that's coming in right now with Game GP as they are, Game PT coming in as they are going to be right up above 17. Na'Vi repositioning the south. A lot of our teams that were kind of leaning into be more of a gauntlet on this bridge camp, moving much more down to the south. T5, one of those teams in rotation, and they're going to bump into the Expendables.
Full-on pull-up mode. The issue is for 3rd and 5, I think they're expecting there to just be a solo on the other side, but that's not the case at all. Taego finds the double, instantly swings around, no, gets taken down by his own nade. And now for the rest of Expendables, they have to figure, do we commit to this one, or do we run around the other side? Of course they go for it. Duck Juice instantly finds one.
Just full-on commit onto this. You've already got the damage out. You've got them funneled up next to each other. Ocelot, though, does manage to find Delwyn, punishes it, but it's going to come in time, as now Delwyn should be able to get rezzed. 777 Duck Juice do manage to finish that one out, and they do have to be careful because Force did also just make landfall pretty close here.
They've made their way across, and I don't think there's any I mean, there's no reason to believe that Expendables would be aware of this, so they're probably going to play expecting to be back 3, but here comes Dallin, they grab it all the way around the southern side, straight into the Gen G split, and punishing EJ before he's able to get away. Surprising, and again, something we've seen a few times in the past as well here, from Gen G, just not able to respond to some of these pull-ups early enough. They like their splits, but whenever they get contested in them, they tend to come out with a loss.
4 Angry Men finally off the bridge and now making their rotation. They're going on that Novo pathing, so the Expendables might have a new set of targets to deal with in just one moment. Gen G, though, with their split, they do have a lot of vision. PO being up in the north, also kind of that safety anchor in case they need it. Also sets up a good crossfire, as Danaway is going to find out right here. Loki getting eliminated out. The rest of Danaway now hopping inside of vehicles, but this is just brutal, man.
Nice shots.
There's nowhere to hide.
Nope, not at all. Maybe this was the trap. Maybe EJ was the bait all along for them to fully commit to that position, and now they want revenge for their fallen teammate. Melman, we see him get a knock that's elsewhere on the map, and a flush to confirm as well, as that nade lops on over Salute all of a sudden is finding himself very, very, very lonely.
He's trying to just get his teammate out of there, at least get to another set of wreckage to see if they can get the res onto this. 17 and Twisted Minds kind of caught up in some stuff. I think the Perfectix did see this reposition, though, and Gen G just not going to stop, man. Yeah. That was the worst trade deal in the history of trade deals, as a kill, one kill onto Gen G for the entirety of your squad in the early game.
Yeah, not optimal by any stretch of the imagination. Gen G gets to live, but now with one player down, they have to be a little more conservative in how they're trying to maintain their split. PO is still sat far on the northern side with more teams coming in. You'd have to imagine that it's Gen G grouping up a bit more soon.
Being quiet.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if Aegis win. When is he gonna shoot, if at all?
I think he's waiting for the rest of 4 Angry Men to see how they come into this one. And so now Forrest is going to take the shots in, reveal themselves. That's going to allow more of an opportunity. 4 Angry Men going to shift into the north. Scappy, who's been playing this one much more quiet, gets the pounds in, take the shots, but doesn't get the knock onto Crazy. While this is going on, remember that we still have the Expendables while the circle does pop more into the west from here.
Yeah, Forest Gaming has the tree buff as we fight our way close from tree to tree here on the eastern side of military. Nice initial shots from Scabby, who couldn't quite find the knock. I like the idea of him playing the off angle there. Just could not find the knock needed to push for the forward. The issue for Forest Gaming is they still have the remaining expendable players set inside the circle from them too. So even if they do get the kills here, it's a hard transition. And Scabby misses the first. Second time around though, back-to-back headshots connected as Crazy falls down.
And this is a big problem for 4 Angry Men, as now they're going to be wrapping to the north. Falcons still playing that radio tower line, might spot them in just one moment, but looks like they're starting to make their way down the hillside into the north. The Expendables, though, watching all of this go down. They're going to start moving in. 777 got the line in. Olympus going to try to go for one, but it's going to come at a massive cost. The Expendables now getting more momentum inside this firefight. They're going to be able to crest in. Dutch Juice not too close, but Delwyn's got a beautiful angle to work with.
Nice trade back and forth. Phase 3 damage hurts, but not enough that you can't get the rest and heals on through. Issue for both these teams is that the circle is closing in as we speak. So far, Forest only down one player. They would like to keep it at that, but Delwyn will try and do what he can to deny any sort of approach. Issue is for him, they lost the track of 4 AM, and the two survivors of what was a 4 AM ambush come out victorious.
And now, what do you even do at this stage with all that's going to be going on? You've got Sonics that are setting up a defensive line. Scappy is finally going to hit the last shot onto the Expendables. Duck Juice is going to go down, but we've got some hurdles in front of you. Now 4 Angry Men are already going to use this opportunity to shift in. They're going to keep you now, what you were doing to them, as well as Sonics in that southern area.
Little do Forest know that this was just the warm-up.
This is true.
They now need to continue further forward into an absolute slaughter whenever they get over that ridge line.
And Falcons heard this and shifted down to the south instead, so that's going to be another contender to make their life absolutely terrible as we move now into the bunkers and FaZe making rotation.
Yep, Gustav trying to pull up here. Ali, a solo player, trying to maintain his position. They have Millman fixed on the other side, but Ali and Millman together stand strong. Gustav, though, is there with a response. Issue is the split from Na'Vi weak enough that they can push on through. It's just Gustav alive here, as we saw James die earlier in this match. He will be able to get Corexia back on his feet, but here comes Example.
Just a full-on commit, and they do not want to give any time on to Example. Cresting the hillside, Mel's already got some shots. Means that Corexia's going to have to just hunker down for now. What do you do, Na'Vi? Do you just believe in your gunshots? And yes, it looks like they're going to. Corexia, though, he believes in himself. He's got Taego, but it's going to be Example. Hits the shots, gets the knock onto him. Gustav coming back in, similar pathing, knows the fact that that is a very weakened player up on the top and wants to try to exploit it. Melman, though, coming in back behind this. Can he find the angle, or is it all just going to go over to Sonic?
Exactly. You're safe nowhere when the hills are still in play on the southern side. Forest Gaming drives on by. Sonic says, oh yeah, sure, we'll take that away from you. Thank you, Master. Falls on down. His points are claimed by the team on the other side.
Forced just recycling points at this stage. Lento trying to roll through 4 Angry Men, just too many targets, going too many different directions, trying to focus in, figure out what's going to be happening. Circle continues to push into the west and making it more and more complicated for all these teams that are playing around Novo and Radio Tower.
So 2 military games today. The first one was won by FaZe, and now they fall in 12th. And we'll see as this circle swings hard west. I didn't even notice that before just now. Question mark, full control. Twisted Minds out here as well, but all these teams that are currently fighting on the east side having to figure out how the hell do we maneuver west when there's practically nothing to play on that side of the circle.
Falcons, just stop, man. No, there's not going to be too much more good off of this. 17 Gaming not going to commit into too much of a firefight just yet. No surprise off of it, seeing if maybe there's going to be more vehicles come in. Falcons, just they're getting away with it, but they're not going to get away with it too much longer as they're moving into the Gen G line too.
Had they just had wings, they could have taken off with how much of the runway they were trying to run on down, but in the end, down they go into a dip just on the other side. They're inside the circle. There's that pretty safe PO still, an annoying off angle. And again now, I mean, when I'm seeing this Gen G split, knowing how late it is in the game, I'm worried that if one of them gets knocked here, there's not going to be any chance for them to really capitalize or try and get the rest back on up. A little dangerous. If you ask people, we'll see now. 150 damage onto DraftKings. Capitan down to low HP as well. This should be DG's easy peasy cleanup duty.
I mean, the high ground position from here is just so brutal to work around. Capitan, though, gets a great nade in retaliation. This could be exactly what he needs to cling to life. That's all he wants to do. The problem with it is it's going to be PO in the west. This is an extremely difficult peak battle for him to try to go for. His PO knows that he can be a little bit more brave, hits the shots in, and look at how low Capitan is. He has to retreat from that angle for right now. PO's just going to keep on raining in nades, but how much more bold can PO get on this one? Is he's just walking out in the open. He just doesn't even care. This is max PO things right now, and Capitan, he can't even exploit it. It's going to be pants.
What are you doing?
Whatever they can. Capitan is trying to hold him. It finally goes down.
One of the biggest cluster moments I've seen in this entire tournament is Gen G somehow stays alive with 2, but what a mess of a push onto Capitan there.
Gen G having to contend now. It's going to be Twisted Minds coming in. They did leave Lu back behind as Sonics is kind of on a similar angle for this, so they want to make sure to defend it up. You can see Taego catching some air coming into this one. They're going to be landing right on top of Gen G and PO. See how he's going to be able to navigate that one. As this is a very weakened squad. 17 Gaming is going to go ahead and go out there. If you mind, game GPT going to be coming in that as Gen G going to get eliminated. No surprise. That was they just didn't get a chance to recover after a very peculiar push.
It was not something they would run a ride home about, no doubt about that whatsoever. Look at, again, question mark's position here, full control. They've been sat down here for the longest time. They hard-wrapped south around and have gotten to reap their rewards off of it. Now the circle swings north. We can still play south of the runway proper, the plane graveyard in that southern side in the Rich Lions, but when or when to question mark go for it, because you'd have to imagine that that's the team that would want to play that position.
Yeah, GP going to go ahead and take a loss there. Not too much more they can really do. Daku hoping the fact that maybe Scappy, somebody else can come in, provide some support, but this is just bullying coming up from Twisted Minds right now. They know exactly what's going on over here. They know that the strength of this position has already been exploited. They forced them out of the area. Instead, just a throwable battle coming into play right now as Daku just look at this. Where do you even hide? He's just trying to use the slight slope and hope the fact that the nades roll down the hill.
Oh, one nade does roll down the hill as Spiro gets knocked perfectly. So has had enough of it. Is he going to make the slow creep on forward? Let's see if he can find him. Flash locked on over. Instantly blinded, but not to enough of an effect as he will fall. 23 bullets. Needs to find some extra on the side here of the corpse of Daku as Twisted Minds tries to stay alive.
And a big part of that was while that was going on with Twisted Minds, that opened up this pathing over here. Navi is going to go ahead and use it. They're just going to hop inside of a vehicle, use that wall, see if maybe they can sneak by. But also, with Twisted Minds making that reposition, meant the fact that Sonics could now move into the circle. It's going to be QM, odd man out. They do have control over the south, but there's not a lot to play down there, just some trees, really.
It is a pretty open area of the map, no doubt about it. A good thing for question mark is because they've been able to maintain their split for as long as they have, they know for a fact that there's no one in between, and they know that they don't have to worry about their backs whatsoever. Just look forward, look towards Sonics, look towards, well, literally the entire north, because they've cleared the south long ago.
Quiet settles in right now as it's just going to be QM and Sonics exchanging shots. Taego feeling very good about their reposition a moment ago as really nobody contending against them right now. Example also with his reposition pretty good inside the circle, but remember, we're still just at phase 5 with 16 alive.
I was just going to say, you were crazed out about 23 alive in phase 5. Here you go, 16, and it's probably not done counting down yet. As question mark creep their way ever so much closer to Sonics. One spotted on the side, that's H-Win, will fall to Dante's. Mini 14, there's now shots flying in return. Mine finds one, but instantly Tailton gets traded by a doozy.
QM wanted this when they wanted to pounce at the last moment with these shots. Also, Twisted Mind moving in more aggressively from the north means the fact that Sonics realizing this doesn't have the safety that they thought. They're hopping inside of vehicles. Looks like they might just be committing into this one, and they're just running right into the bullets that are being thrown their way. Sonics, with no options, tries to make the best of a bad situation, but instead, they're just delivering some loot.
And this is the thing, Adusi and Bestala weren't even there, so now full speeding over, trying to get the rest up on their fallen teammates. If they can reset and get back up to 4 life, which they should be able to, this should be a very, very, very good game for question mark, better than it already is.
Let's not forget about Scappy, though. He's still alive, right over there next to Twisted Minds. He's being sneaky, just kind of creeping in, using that wall for protection. Twisted Minds got to be careful. They might find themselves having the best laid plans of mice and men being undone by a rat that's going to be hiding right next to him. Example, though, gotta love that circle is he's just going to do the big chill-in right over there. Taego, they don't really care. They've got plenty of terrain that they can play to move forward. Really, it's just question mark in a questionable position.
Yeah, they're going to have to try and maneuver their way forward. The good thing is they know, I mean, they were part of taking down Sonic, so the spot that they had, they can go and play from. And they know for a fact that that's inside the circle. But of course, one of the reses on up before any moves are to be made. Now, Scabby, as you said, how much damage can he do? I think none, because 755 has seen him. And now Scabby has to crawl forward, leaving him more vulnerable to opposing players around him. And just shoot Scabby. Why is he not shooting? You're getting shot at. You're getting a pedicure with bullets. And for some reason, still did not want to hurt the chances of
Here it comes, though. Question mark. They need to make their move, and they use that slight distraction to jump inside the circle into a position that's not necessarily the best, but it's the best of what you can do. Dante going to be down, and a couple of bullets could be coming his way, but really this is about the repositioning in the north, right? Yeah. Twisted Minds backs up against that zone wall right there. It is going to be Shin playing much more to the north and wanting to find a way to aggress into this Twisted Minds angle.
Now with two teams kind of, I don't want to say caught, but playing in the northern side of the fence line here, it's going to be very hard for either team to probably get out of example. Can dodge and weave here and stay alive. There might just be a top 2 waiting for him. We're seeing more shots being fired, more shots connecting as Example is trying to make himself as small as humanly possible. Unfortunately for him, there are no containers that he can creep inside. He's going to have to prone this one out, try and stay put. Just stay as low as possible.
Well, the benefit for it, though, is Taelu is kind of more focused in what's going on with Twisted Minds. So they hear those shots. They see what's going on. They know where they're going. But they really want to deal more with what's in front of them. And that's kind of allowed him to creep over. Uh-oh. Well,
he's dead. There's only so many angles one wall can.
And now we've got ourselves Taelu up on the top, looking down into Twisted Minds. This is the positional that they wanted. They wanted to get some high ground into this. They wanted to be able to exploit kind of what's going on in the terrain over here. And Shin, with this angle, is going to make it hellaciously hard for anything to come out.
The way that I'm seeing this one is that Question Mark has this completely in their pocket. Now, Question Mark can and shouldn't get over aggressive here. Even if the fights pop off, just sit back, wait it out. Doing it effectively is the same way that Sonics won the previous 2 games. Neither Taelu or Twisted should be able to leave the north side of the road without fighting each other first. So you know there's a top 2 guaranteed, and it's just on to you to figure how do you want to third party this. But do it at a distance, do it smart, don't go over aggressive for a couple extra points that could potentially be you losing the win.
There is a very weird standoff that's going on right now, as we do have, that's kind of been the theme of the day. Weird, right? All of the circles, the way that they've come into the end games. But Question Mark, they don't have the most cover to really contend in. They're going to send a doozy into the position that we just saw the last member where now we kind of hold down just a moment ago. And with the way that the circle's popping, it does look like more of a Taelu Twisted Minds fight to kind of break itself out. Question Mark can use that to their advantage. Yeah. That wall has some cover to be had there, and a doozy has at least a foothold for them to work with. The question is, whenever Question Mark moves, they need to do it the moment some type of fighting happens between Taelu and Twisted Minds. If they just gun it now, they are just going to get torn apart.
There's no good reason for Question Mark to try and make a play now, as much as the viewers in the stands would probably want to see it. There's no good reason for them to try and go aggressive before the next circle pops. Now, the only thing is, for the remaining 3 players, they need to get inside the circle. Preferably get over to where a doozy is. So get into cars and hope that on your transition there, you will be fine, as that nade is going to mean that Lou probably won't be fine for too much longer.
And exactly, right as soon as that nade goes off, they hop in the vehicle, they're cutting across, they realize that this is their moment of opportunity. Perfectix taking the shots in, and that's going to be all that story wrote. Just one nade to get them into this position, that's all they needed.
Exactly. Now, set perfectly, but for how much longer? New circle is going to pop in 1 minute and 30, and for now, Question Mark can just wait this one out while seeing Twisted Minds and Taelu move ever so much closer towards one another.
This is a very open circle with a wall cutting through the middle of it, a slight recess that you can kind of play from, and a lot of firepower still up and alive. So it's one of the reasons why defense is the better strategy for a lot of these squads, because you can see every single time you go for a peek, you're going to get harassed from the angle that you were not looking.
Exactly, and the main issue for both Twisted Minds and Taelu right now is that neither of them can really prioritize looking towards Question Mark, because they know they have a team set right next to them. So as much as they want to shoot down towards Question Mark and force them to think twice about peeking, Question Mark aren't really worried about shots coming their way right now.
And this is only phase 7. We still got one more to go.
Exactly.
This circle could go anywhere. If it shifts down into Question Mark, that means that this is going to make their game so much better. But mathematically, there's also a pretty good chance that it's not going to favor them, and they're going to have probably one of the hardest pushes that they've ever had to make.
Exactly. They're going to wait this one out. At least another 30 seconds is going to go by, I would imagine, before any knock comes through. Twisted Minds taking early control of the southern side of the wall. They're smart play in case anyone's trying to flex around that wall, trying to push down and get an off angle. That is them denying that opportunity.
we're looking at Twisted Minds and Taego just in the muck with each other, and that wall provides so much opportunities for movement as you can kind of block out some of what Question Mark is going to be bringing. So getting in there early, getting that foothold, making sure that there's no easy movements coming out from Taego, because look at the firing lines that they have on both sides of it now. Perfectic still just holding back, keeping an eye on what's going to be going on over there, but most of Taelu's attention has been shifted down into Question Mark right now, and I get a bit nervous as the circle does kind of go 50-50.
The thing is, now we're reaching a point where we know the game is going to end on the road, but technically it's Question Mark to move first. The other teams can sit up against the wall, they can play around the back, so Question Mark now is in a position from where before they could play pretty passive, just wait things out. Now they need to do as much damage as they possibly can before having to make a move up towards the north in just 25 seconds.
And that's why Twisted Minds' move into that wall position earlier was so important. They've cut off the path to make it into the end zone. That means that they're going to have to contend with Twisted Minds, or you're just going to walk right into a shooting range and contend with it.
Yep.
Question Mark, not the best of options, as it looks like they are prepping a bicycle push.
Got to get the bring ready and good to go. As Doozy, I think he's seen a tree or a truck further up the hill that he wants to go towards, or a rock, maybe even better, as he swings left and right, jumps on off, and he is safe.
Oh, kitchen. He took it a little bit off-road there, right? Taking it up the rock is, with this, the pathing for Question Mark, far, far better. They've managed to get into the foothold position that they so wanted. This game, now so much control that they have to contend with. While this has been going on, Perfectus keeps creeping closer and closer into Taego. That is his job. The rest of Twisted Minds just has to hold this wall, and the moment that Taego has to move aggressively for it, they can come after them. But they also need to get the inside track on this wall. They are a bit further back from Taego, so that's why they're now committing into the crawl. They want to make sure that they're not going to have to be the first ones to move against it.
Trying to get off angles here is what Twisted Minds is opting to do, but doing so without being exposed to Question Mark on that southern side. They've heard them make the moves, they've seen them try and transition forward, and are currently relying a bit, I feel like, on Taego to go out and force them off the angles. But Taego ain't really all about that whatsoever. They'll wait this one out, wait for Question Mark to make the final move north.
10 seconds, and it's all going to have to start coming to a head. Multiple members from Taego backs up against the blue. They're trying to see if they can get some harassment on Question Mark. Question Mark now using the vehicles using that bit of cover. They've still got more to work with as well. Not necessarily waiting for the biggest moment for them to have to make that move. They can just kind of navigate through the wreckage, get into a position. Where are they wanting to put this vehicle at? And it looks like it's going to be opening up that secondary firing line. They've now got a crossfire into what Taego's going to do, and suddenly Taego is the odd team out, as it's going to be two different squads setting them up in a crossfire.
And now we're reaching the point of what you were saying just before. You have to engage on this fight as fast as possible, and that's exactly what they do. Try and force this fight in their favor. Try and cause the narrative of this fight to go in their favor, and that's exactly what happens. They push up close. Now they're within nade range. Now they can take out Taego instantly and turn their attention towards Twisted Minds. Take them down before they get to leave and play the rich line to perfection.
Here come the nades. Twisted Minds, they need to play from a very disadvantageous spot. A Doozy's got himself high ground, looking up over the smokes. The rest of Question Mark taking control over the circle. The dot is smack in the middle of this road, and now it's going to be about who's got the aim. Best Lock's going to have to go ahead and get the knock on the Spiral, but where is Lou right now? He's got the throwables out. It's going to roll right next to Best Lock, not taken down.
Not going to go down at all in that one. The Famous is still ringing as Best Luck gets healed on up. But Doozy does go down to low HP. Perfectix living at least for a little moment longer, as that vehicle is going to blow up in just a short moment. Perfectix is on the other side, trying to peek on over the side. That vehicle is going to leave Nancy open, but there's the deployable shield.
I'm not done with cover yet. You're going to get rid of that one. I've got more to give you. Perfectix needs to find something. It's going to be Lou that goes down. What is he going to do? He's got all of the members for Question Mark now just beat it in right on top of him. He's got a road that he has to cross. There is nowhere to go, and that is just perfect control coming out from Question Mark.
I love the fact that you have fans sat there with a shirt that both has a Question Mark and a Twisted Minds logo on it. You know you're going to be satisfied regardless of who comes out victorious. But here they are, Question Mark. Solid win for them, and a win in a fashion that we've seen many teams claim their wins today. Navi did it, Sonics did it, and here Question Mark does it again. It's not an overly flashy 15+ kill win. No, they play it slow, they play it smart, they use day one to play clever PUBG and come out victorious in doing so.
Play points per game, play your win conditions, exploit what's going on with the other teams, realize how you navigate this terrain, and that's exactly what we saw coming out from Question Mark. Getting into that position, the moment that we saw those nades going off between the two teams in the north, they were like, All we need to do is just get a foothold here, and once they manage to get that foothold, all they had to do was just kind of defend it and slow roll their way out. And again, it's just a great read on how to play that end game.
And huge game for them as well. Their best performance today was that first game, 7th place with 10 kills, but placement points have been far and few between. So to finish off the day with the win here is huge.
Question mark here with a doozy starting on the island as the only man, and he will be the only one alongside his team to finish off on Military Island as well. Question mark with the final win of the day here on Erangel. We have myself, Avenger, here to talk about how things are all going down. The STC play of analysis going down for our final game.
A lot of curveballs today when it's coming to Erangel here. It's crazy, and it's been super rough for them. Of course, teams going down here to Falcons in general, like, you're looking at it and how some of the teams approaching is like, this is just like, it's slow play to approach because the first circle is perfectly on the island, right? So it's hard to commit to any of the sides. If it was further east, further west, you would see like more commitment. But it's just a lot of these open fights for like scrappy positions because people don't want to commit yet. And also, it's super hard to get anywhere close to anything because there's going to be a team in one of the dips, one of the ridges, or even in one of these like kind of high ground spots on the airplanes, right? So in general, just a really rough, hard ending.
Amazing. Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you commit to kind of the airfield, runway, and all that thing, and the playing graveyard, sometimes you get a circle shift up there and you're sitting pretty. And the team outside of Military is going to be the one that has kind of caused all sorts of problems. But no, question mark will be able to grab themselves the circle, grab themselves the strong spot, and hold out those teams from that playing graveyard to be able to get themselves this win, which is kind of big. They were sitting in probably
24 points,
yeah, but 11th place before this.
Yeah.
So they needed a big jump up to try and challenge at that top spot.
Yeah, this is going to push them into top 5-ish, and it's going to be obviously super good for them. But a doozy starting out there, having all that information is just setting them up for this game here. It's insane how it works out for them, like in such a good way, of course. 8 kills and a win, 18 points, like going to be huge for them to move into this. And of course, ending on a high morale and like a confident game on the day here is going to make them just set themselves up for tomorrow.
No, very important indeed here. But other teams that kind of found themselves these spots, of course, Twisted Minds trying to get themselves a lot more points on the board as well. They were actually sat in 6th place before this game and did actually manage to find themselves alongside that wall. We know that it provides decent shelter, but oftentimes you don't get the win from there because you're prone, you're limited in your sight lines and things like that. But anyway, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th here. Sonics once again is able to get themselves a great spot here throughout the day. They have looked brilliant during today.
Yeah, I talked to Gunnar real quick before, just as the game started. He was like, yeah, we knew that somebody landed down here. We're trying to get into some good spots, but again, it's the first circle is just so open.
Yeah.
You are just so like not secure and you're not certain of where you should be going. So you're taking some of these high open spots that's gonna obviously try to get as much information as possible. That's what we see throughout the whole game. But of course here, question mark for the win here, and Dante steps it up for case, James.
You know what? I would love to see Dante's stats overall throughout the day because actually I think he's probably not done that bad for a question mark. And usually he's kind of the quieter name on the team, but he will take them out of the match. Brought to you by Gidia here for Dante. So really awesome to see him stepping up alongside all the other names because you think about question mark, a doozy, Besselosh, absolute veterans of the scene, especially for us in EMEA.
For sure.
Phil First, a prodigy, like a guy that you're kind of, in a lot of fantasy, was a budget pick, but actually able to frag out. Dante, usually kind of quiet, so it's awesome to see him being able to step up here, Martin.
Yeah, for sure, in this case. And also, for them to end like this, to end on the most kills for the day is super impressive. 3rd most damage, but Na'Vi, they are leading that far and ahead. But as you said here, and as you were talking about Twisted Minds, they had like somewhat of a rough day moving into this. Perfectus had a pop-off game. They ended on 9 total kills, and that's obviously going to be huge for them. But 18 and 15 for Question Mark and Twisted Minds, and it's an EMEA kind of ending here for this last game of the day.
Not bad, not bad. Taego, though, 11 points, able to show up here once again, as we all know, in terms of some of the star power that they have on their roster. They're looking to challenge the status quo when it comes to China as a whole. And here's the overall leaderboard. Ooh, up at the top so far for day number 1 of the grand finals. A tie down the line here between... oh, yeah, double tie. Yeah, I didn't even notice that. I was working my way down here. 52 and 52 for Sonics and Na'Vi. Twisted Minds and Therafon 5 have 44-44. It's close up there to start off things.
Super close and very top heavy again. We have our, there's a huge mid pack of the teams, right, all the way down to 4 AM on 24 points. One good game, one 20-point game could move them into this spot here, right? So nobody's really run away with it so far. Even though Sonics had a fantastic Tarsha today, it wasn't like 15 kill wins they're able to run away with it. So they obviously just build a little bit on top of each other. But 52 points is a respectable day.
Definitely. I think the two surprises that really are glaring is, I would say, Cerberus absolutely down towards the bottom. For Angry Men, I think, is third last currently. And obviously, I think a lot of people have prospects for these two. I think that they're going to bounce back in the next 2 days. That's the great thing about having 18 games. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so too. There's basically all these teams can have a fantastic game, but the question is the consistency, right? You're able to bring in these 3, 4, 5 points per game average or higher for you to be able to be one of these contenders for the very top, right?
Absolutely, and if you want to be a contender for some of our spots at the very end, you got to get yourself potentially a Colonel's Choice, brought to you by KFC as well, as we take a look at everything going down for Angry Men. Not having the easiest day, but having some pop-off moments here and there.
Yeah, I gotta say some situations where they're losing some of the fights. Then sometimes it's just because they're not winning the 1 versus 1 they should be winning, right? And then of course you can't really pin it 100% on this. This is just you're getting the most out of this game as possible. T5, they've been sitting there for a long time, and it's just again a case of they get the most out of the games and they kind of sneak in there.
They're the master of compounds for PGS2 so far here are Therafon 5, but beyond that, we'll see if that can continue on. Now let's move on here to the Dr. Zulaman Al-Habib saves of the day as we start things off looking towards what was, I think, actually our first game, which was a banger of a game, and we saw so much fighting going down in these longhouses.
Tanvu was just a few ticks away from actually bleeding out there, so super cool to see that they're able to get both up, Tanvu and Dylan, so that's a good, cool save of the day. Then some of the pickups. I was actually expecting a little bit more situations where you see a player taking a knock team and just running away with it. We've not seen it that much. I'm a little bit surprised with that, to be honest.
Yeah, me too. Moving on here, Twisted Minds able to get things going. They were actually in Molotovs while this was going on, so I had to move out of them to make sure that that was going to be okay. But beyond that now, finally we take a look at the Abdul Latif Jamil Motors rides of the day. Some probably drive-bys, some probably shots coming out here, maybe even some crazy crashes. Let's see what we've got going.
Oh, the pew. Oh, the drive-by flush, yeah. Okay, cool. Pew. Yeah. Well, of course, there's always these fun moments here. The drive-bys is a lot of them, and you have these guys. Even though it's been nerfed, it is some crazy sprays that we're able to see from these guys driving 100 kilometers an hour. So it's good to see. Oh, the crazy 1-on-2. Yeah, I forgot about this one. This was Fex that actually got this kill from the other side, but Crazy was managing to steal it. No, it's a knock there from that one. Yeah, that's cool.
Yep, good stuff. And let's take a look at what's coming tomorrow, because we're switching Erangel and Miramar up. So we'll start things on Erangel and then slide on into Miramar afterwards. But in between, we've got our little Taego here to get things going. Again, I'd still love to see the 2-2-2. Maybe, but I mean, it's not going to really happen, actually, now that I think about it, because we've got Vikendi on the way down the line, which has just been announced for PNC as well.
Yeah, then we have to play 8 games a day, 2-2-2-2.
Oh, yeah, let's do that. Screw it.
Yeah, okay, cool. Let's commit.
Of course, this analysis segment was brought to you by STC Play, so thanks for them for joining us. I was surprised that I didn't see, I'm trying to think of a mortar play throughout the day, actually, now that I think about it.
Not the one that kind of screams to the mind. The one that the big scream to my mind is the crate that's being pushed by the boat.
The best player of the day.
The best player of the day.
Best play of the day. Where was that in the ride of the day? Could you imagine we just zoom on that on the ride of the day? Anyway, thank you very much, Avenger. It is time to head over to the stage here as we have our interviews ready for the Grand Finals, day number 1 here for PGS2.
Welcome back to the main stage, where we are joined by Tig from Sonics. Dude, top spot after day 1. How you feeling? You good?
Pretty good, obviously. It's exactly how we'd want to start off day 1. It's been pretty hyped, especially after winning that clutch.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think that one thing that we've kind of noticed backstage and stuff is, the circle shift today was a bit all over the place, wasn't it? Kind of difficult for a lot of people to especially maintain success. And you guys managed to do it, round after round. So talk us through that. How do you manage to adapt so well when the circle shift kind of pulls away from you?
Well, consistency is obviously key, and being aggressive and fighting teams when you don't get the shift is really important. We did try that in one of the games and we got 12 to 0 points. So I don't want to say we're the most consistent team, but we do like to pull up on teams and try to make space for ourselves.
Well, let's talk about the approach for tomorrow then, because, you know, you're in a pretty idyllic situation right now, but is this a case of if it ain't broke, don't fix it? Or are you going to kind of shift your approach going into tomorrow to kind of keep people on their toes? Because you can kind of bet, that people are going to be watching the VODs and kind of trying to figure out what you guys did right.
Yeah. Well, being day one, I think that we played a lot for the consistent points. We were just making sure that we didn't make any mistakes. Going into day 2 and 3, I think it's going to be more important that we kind of frag out on those games where we are blessed. We have the confidence to take that space because, I mean, I think Na'Vi might have had more kills than us, you know, even though we're in first place. So.
بنرحب بنرحب بكم اعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين بالمسرح مع لاعب تيجلتون من فريق السونيكس بعد ما حصلوا المركز الاول بنهايه اليوم الاول من الجراند فاينلز. وحبينا نبدا بسؤالنا الاول، سؤالنا كان بما انه الزون كانت تحركاتها مجنونه باليوم الاول من البطوله، كيف كانوا عم بيتعاملوا مع هاي الامور؟ كيف كانوا عم بيتاقلموا مع التحركات الغريبه؟ ردوا كان ان هم يعني كانوا عم بيلعبوا بهداوه مع ميكس انه بيتحركوا بالوقت الصح ويعني بيفتحوا لحالهم مساحات، واول ما يشوفوا فجوه او يفتحوا فرصه لحالهم على طول بيحاولوا يستغلوها باسرع وقت ممكن، يطلعوا لهم باكثر من كل ويلعبوا بطريقه مستمره جدا خلال باقي المباريات. وغير هيك حبينا نساله هل حيلعبوا بنفس الطريقه خلال مباريات اليوم الثاني والثالث من البطوله، بما انه الفرق حتكون عم بتتابع وعم تتفرج على مبارياتهم ويمكن خلينا نقول تدرس تحركاتهم في الايام الثانيه. رده كان انه حيضلهم يلعبوا هم بنفس الاستمراريه اللي هم متعودين عليها، وغير هيك نفس الطريقه اللي هي اول ما يقدروا يلاقوا فتحه او اول ما يلاقوا اي فرصه بانهم يعملوا بوش ويطلعوا بكلات، هذا اللي حيحاولوا يستغلوه يطلعوا باكثر نقاط ممكنه خلال الايام الجايه، لكن اهم شيء الاستمراريه في باقي الايام.
Look at Tig looking over at Sandstorm in amazement. He's just like, damn, he's still going. Nice one, Sandstorm. And thank you so much, Tig, for joining us on the main stage. What an incredible day one performance. Let's hope that you guys can bring the same kind of energy on day 2 and 3. But for now, can you please exit stage right? Hand the microphone over to Peter while me and Sandstorm have a brief moment over here. And Tanadol from Teraton 5 can come and join us in the middle of the stage and chat to us, because what a day that you guys have had as well. First and foremost, how do you feel coming out of day 1 of the grand finals in 3rd place? Is this a position that you guys expected to be in?
วันนี้นะคะที5ทำผลงานได้ดีมากสามารถขึ้นไปอยู่อันดับ3ได้ทางรายการก็เลยอยากจะทราบว่าคาดหวังไว้ไหมว่าตัวเองจะสามารถมาได้ไกลขนาดนี้คะ
คาดหวังครับ
He said that team expected the winner all the time.
اوكي حبينا نرحب مبدئيا بلاعب تانادول من فريق تيراتون 5 بعد حضورهم ووصولهم للمركز الثالث باليوم الاول من الجراند فاينلز. حبينا نساله هل هذا كان الاداء المتوقع انهم يوصلوا للتوب 3 باليوم الاول؟ ردوا كان ان هم متوقعين او يوصلوا المركز الاول بالبطوله، لكن لسه عندنا كمان يومين.
I thought that Sandstorm was going to look at the camera and go, Tanadol said yes. Okay, but you know what? I've got to ask you, you've got 2 days left of grand finals matches, 12 different maps to kind of secure an even higher spot. What do you feel like you guys need to do in order to secure that top spot and leap over the 2 teams that are currently ahead of you?
แกรนด์ไฟนอลนะคะก็จะมีอีก2วันทางรายการก็อยากจะทราบว่าทาง T5 อะค่ะจะมีกลยุทธ์หรือมีวิธียังไงที่ทำให้ทีมของตัวเองกลายเป็นที่1ได้
ก็แก้ไขข้อผิดพลาดต่างๆในวันนี้ครับแล้วก็อีก2วันที่เหลือจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับ
He said that like today they will bring all the weakness back to the hotel and then like they will fix it and then after that like they will come with the good strategy for win the chicken dinner again.
سؤالنا الثاني كان اللاعب تانادول من فريق تيراتون 5 بخصوص بما انه باقي عندنا يومين من البطوله، ايش الخطه تبعتهم عشان يتخطوا الفريقين اللي قدامهم ويحاولوا ياخذوا المركز الاول وياخذوا لقب البطوله؟ ردوا كان انهم حيحاولوا يرجعوا الاوتيل ويدرسوا نقاط الضعف اللي عندهم في اليوم الاول ويحاولوا يرجعوا بوجه جديد ويطلعوا بكمان وينر تشيكن دينر بنهايه البطوله، وبنشوف اذا حيقدروا يحصلوها بالنهايه ولا لا. تانادول شكرا جدا على تواجدك معنا في المقابله وبالتوفيق في باقي الايام.
Thank you so much, Tanadol, for joining us here on the main stage. What an incredible day 1 performance. And again, we can't wait to see what you guys bring day 2 and day 3. You can now exit the stage off to the right. Sandstorm.
Yes, sir.
It's happened already. Day one of the grand finals is over. Only 2 days remain for all of these teams to try and secure the highest spot physically possible, because there's $2 million on the line. There's the PGS2 trophy that sits behind us. What a glorious thing it is. Thank you so much to everyone for watching and supporting all of your favorite teams throughout the day today. Thank you to all of the production, to the players, and to the talent for all of your hard work. You've been absolutely phenomenal. Like we've already said, day one's over. Day two is tomorrow. We're going to see you back here at the same time. My name is Banks, and this is Sandstorm, and we'll see you tomorrow.
نشكركم اعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين على المتابعه. خلصنا اليوم الاول من الجراند فاينلز، وضل معنا يومين 12 مباراه 12 فرصه لجميع الفرق انها تثبت حالها، ونشوف مين يا ترى اللي حيقدر يتنافس وياخذ اللقب خلال اليومين الجايين، ومين حيربح معنا كاس البي جي اس 2 جلوبال سيريز فاينلز. نشكركم على المتابعه، ونشوفكم بكره باذن الله. تصبحون على خير، والسلام عليكم ورحمه الله وبركاته.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, hearing us now. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
skies through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try